Papango. Hey, Jose. Have you ever seen Killers of the Flower Moon?
Papango.
Papango, you haven't seen it.
Vafungo.
Have you seen it or not?
I might have seen it. I might have not seen it. Already.
You trying to tighten the truth the way they let you think it. Well, give me yes or no.
But what do I tell the doctor?
Tell him to suck a lemon.
Or I'll fucking cut you.
I don't talk to no detectives.
I'm gonna have to fucking cut him, everybody. This is what's going down here. Tell me if you've seen this shit.
I didn't see that bullshit.
Smile. Have you seen it or not?
I've seen that
You
bullshit.
see, you tell me about it. This will be keeping me in suspense.
My boy Leonardo DiCaprio flies into
Look at that
town
full sad face the whole movie.
because he's not as pretty as he once used to be.
I'm not as pretty as I once was, and I'm playing a 22-year-old man somehow.
I'm old as hell now, child.
But I'm frowning. I'm frowning so y'all can see me smile. No, but it's a good movie. It's a good movie all around. I think it's good shit.
Big Osage. Shout out to the Osage tribe.
So, shout out to the Osage tribe for low-key trolling Robert De Niro.
Getting him sunned and throwing him in jail.
He got upset. He had to do it to him, but he
Yeah.
sunned him.
R.I.P. young Robert De Niro, but
Well, he dead as young Robert De Niro dead as hell. Old Robert De Niro thriving,
yeah.
but young Robert De Niro he dead as a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a wild ass movie with I think that motherfucker. We talked about it off the shit, but with the Freemason shit, isn't he like bending him over and spanking him with a paddle or some shit?
He's giving him the holy word of the Lord. That's all I've got to say.
He
The
working.
word of the Lord that only the Masons can do.
The good working Masons, but it's a lot in the movie, dude. Especially like at what 3 hours?
It ain't nothing but a pat on the ass. Could be all right. It's a 3-hour movie. It's almost longer than The Irishman. And as I recall, you hated The Irishman with virile, you just hated it ever so. Tell the people how much you hated it.
Hate.
No,
that No, but The Irishman was just kind of like didn't have the same. I guess
you thought it was
juice.
long in the tooth.
I mean, it was long in the tooth, but it was also, I think, it was poor choice in casting. As weird as that sounds with Robert De Niro.
You thought they should have switched Johnny Carnival and Robert De Niro?
I think a lot of people were weirdly casted in that movie. Like, I don't like.
I think Johnny Carnival could have carried it.
Who's Johnny Carnival?
He's the guy who was like,
Fucking mother, fucking dying over and over for the last 10 years.
I don't know that motherfucker, dude.
You don't think he could have carried it? I thought he could have carried it. He's got a strong screen presence.
I think it needed a whole different cast, dude. To be honest with you,
Not even Pesciolash, dude. Pesh was good.
Hell no.
Pesh was good.
I want some fresh faces.
You don't want Pesh in a different role?
I want the new Pesci. I want
Get the
new
fuck
De
out of
Niro
here. We
in
ain't boys no more. This for hate Pesh, dude.
The boys is no more.
The boys are back in town, goddammit.
But I think it was a pretty good pacing. I think it's better than The Irishman for sure.
What movie?
Killers of the Flower Moon.
That's what's up.
Yeah, for sure.
I needed to hear you say it first.
It's just like I don't know if it ties into the movie pick, but kind of like an anti-Western in a way, where it's not about like.
Well, fun fact, I was gonna pick it until your bum ass saw it, but then I'm like, ugh.
Oh, we're Killers of the Flower Moon.
He saw it already. Ugh.
Oh shit, that would have been.
I'm
good.
not about that life, so we're talking about it now.
Like that
In the prologue.
Oh boy.
I'm getting cinematic with it. Episode 15. The prologue.
The flavor in your ear, you fucking yerba.
You like me making sweet love to your ear holes? No? Okay. Well, subscribe anyway, though.
I don't know. What a weird way to make a movie in a Western setting, too, because it's not, like, again, it doesn't fall in the same tropes, as things you would expect in the Western setting.
It's not some sleepy desert bullshit place in the middle of nowhere.
No, it's not. There is no, like, gunslinging hero that kind of comes in and saves the day.
There's pistolas in it, but they aren't heroic pistolas.
No, dude, yeah,
They're
shady
scared
business.
my doggo just got killed, Pisto. That I pull out.
I think it had a great cast of characters, more so than The Irishman. It's more memorable, and I don't know if that's just because it's fresh in the mind. I just
Well, he used a lot of country western boys. We're just like, your face is unique. You got one of those drunkard faces. Come on into my movie. Because you're not pretty like the rest of these actors.
you're not pretty. You're Midwest ugly.
You got a gruffness to you, and I like it.
I like that shit. I think Scorsese's still. Uh, what would you say? I guess he's still
The GOAT?
thriving.
Yeah, he's still the GOAT.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just kidding.
Greatest of all time. It's hard to be the best director
Well,
of
he's
all
the
time.
GOAT. He's the GOAT of America. I can give you that much. He's the American GOAT.
Oh yeah, no one's had the amount of work and the quality of work spread out through the fucking filmography. That's for sure.
I'll
Dude.
challenge you, motherfucker. You say there's any other American GOAT. Chris Nolan, he hadn't been in the game long enough.
Yeah, hasn't made enough projects. Kind of takes his time, but that's okay. Everybody's different. Obviously, he works at a.
And he ain't even American. He British. I seen the way you thought, Christopher Nolan.
Chocolate chip cookies.
I want to say Woody Allen and maybe the Coen brothers had that same like work ethic.
They ain't been in the game long enough either. Scorsese's been in the game since the 60s.
Yeah, but you know how those dudes they put out a lot of movies almost on a yearly basis, multiple times. Like some cases, depending on what they work on. But I think it's incredible that he's able to sustain the quality of his work.
And he bests them all.
Anyway,
He bests them all. He right hooks everybody. He right hooks both Golden brothers. I'm a huge Scorsese mock in case you didn't know already.
yeah, I mean, what a great run he's had like he had obviously Goodfellas and Casino, and then he brought back like this. I feel like this golden era in the 2000s.
Golden era scores, we'll call it.
Yeah, man.
Even though I think his golden era was the 80s, and a lot of you sons of bitches have been sleeping on him in the 80s. He's just a gangster picture guy. Is he, though? In the 80s? Think about it.
Dude, one of a kind. And like it's like the point isn't just to be like, oh, the prime was in the 2000s. Just the idea.
No, that's the point.
The
No, I'm
point,
just kidding, I'm
yeah,
just kidding.
the point is that like he entered that like I guess that zone where he was creating those bangers with Goodfellas and Casinos. I feel like he recaptured that later on when he was doing shit like The Departed, or even though that's Infernal Affairs. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's an Inferno Affairs remake.
Wolf of Wall Street. It's a little bit past the early 2000s, but the point is like he was just putting up quality work, man. I'm not a big fan of like Gangs of New York, but
This fool hate gangs in New York. Why you hate gangs in New York? Tell the people why you hate gangs in New York. This is exclusive. Jose hating gangs in New York.
I don't remember. I thought Daniel Day-Lewis, like he's great, but I don't know if I got like peak like in There Will Be Blood type of Daniel Day-Lewis.
When did this happen? What happened to make you behave like this?
Like I think that character.
Bish bosh.
I watched that movie first, and then I watched this, and I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but I mean, I don't know if I like it as much, but it's ambitious as hell. He's always got
Bish
large.
bosh.
He's always got large scale production, dude. Like that dude does not shy away from shit. He leans
Scores or Daniel Day?
scores. I mean, I'm going back and forth, but Daniel Day obviously just with the actor, but scores handling the whole shit.
Your Honor, I want to note it for the record that Jose hates Scores and Daniel Day. You should be noted for the record.
Gonna be crucified. Dude. I'm a big Michael Bay fan.
Have his cinema movie license revoked.
You ain't bought. Turn in your badge and your gun. Your cinema gun.
Just your cinema gun. Well, you can leave your regular gun on the table. We ain't interested. Just your cinema gun with the lens flare.
I don't want that shit. But man, going back to Killers of the Flower Moon, dude. Like I like the characters that we meet along the way. Like the first dude that he's trying to collect the money off of. I think the insurance money, right? And then obviously like the drunk sister.
That guy there's my best friend. That's also $25,000 sitting right there.
It's wicked.
He's my best friend, but he money.
I think it's interesting that directors feel the need to not undo the wrongs, but point to the wrongs of that early era America, and illustrate how even when they're not depicted as savages and when they have a chance to thrive, like they can still be, stomped down and oppressed in a way or targeted, dude. I think it's wild that directors kind of take that on as opposed to like tell a story or that's completely fabricated, different characters, like a say like a just completely fantasy. But some people really just want to take the early truths of America and depict it on screen, which is wild, because it's not like movies are have been a long term art form. It's what have they barely been 100 years maybe something like that. It's I don't know the things that directors want to say with their films, dude. I think it just varies from person to person. Some people just want to make you feel something, and some people just kind of like not be an activist, but just again shine the light on the darkness that's.
Hit you right in the BP with some feels, some political feels. Election year. You know how they do.
You know how the Osage are a big voting fucking majority or minority.
Not these days. Probably 1924.
Hey, they were the original 1924 influencers out there.
But it's a good movie overall, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, the good shit, fucking, just the silent movie shit they do at the start of the film.
Yeah. You think you can edit it? A silent movie?
What's up?
I saw someone do a edit of like Tim Burton's Batman silent
Oh yeah,
movie style.
Tim Burton. Tim Burton's a weird little fucker where he's like, oh, I like the old style of film because it's jank, and so yeah, he could probably do it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't surprise me that his films work well in a Silent Hill territory, or not Silent Hill, silent movie territory. It's like, I love the jankness of that silent movie era, of course.
Yeah.
'Cause my films are jank in a way. It's Tim Burton.
The jank in me is the jank in you. And then, hey,
Hey,
I forget
he had to do it to him. He had to do it to him.
what'd you fucking say to start this shit.
What, Killers of the Flower Moon?
No. The bullshit, mumbo jumbo you said.
What is the bullshit mumbo jumbo? Everything I say is real.
You said like about Boppity Goo or some
Boppity.
some bullshit.
What the fuck is Boppity?
Boppity Goo.
What the fuck are you? You can smell you hear when I talk. Boppity Goo. It's not Fangool, you fucking bastard. It's
Vaffangool!
as if they curse it in Italian. I'm sorry to all my Italian viewers. Jose thinks you're all fucking a bunch of bippity boppers, dude. I think you're all great people. You got great pizza and great spaghetti.
Grazie.
Hey, shout out to the Italians. My paisano.
Want to be called spaghetti? Shout out to my Argentine fans. Dude. You get that reference? Tonight, you.
It's gonna be a lot of shout outs in this one.
The name is Bootsy Baby. Swimming with game sharks. Hey, Jimmy and Jose. Hitman.
I've had something to sip today. Don't judge. God damn it.
Give the audience a little kiss.
Just give a little kiss. It's episode 16 of the pod. We're swimming with game sharks. I'm swimming on alcohol.
We might be 15. Is it 16?
Shut the fuck up. It's episode 15, just like I said.
We keep that, man.
Just episode 15. Just having some bevs.
Just have this.
Some little bevs for me. Me and Jose, bevs.
Bevs for Bev Bros, dude.
Just bev bros. Just chilling having bevs. What did you do this past 3 months? You motherfucker.
You know
You've been gone. You've been away, dude. The people don't know where you've been.
I needed to be linked up to a lean IV for the
Oh,
past 2
shit.
just to make it through.
Sprite? Just Sprite in the grape flavor.
I got the IV on one hand, the Sprite in the other. You know what I mean? I sip on it while
Just the eternal Sprite.
the eternal Sprite. Yeah, man. Fucking play Spidey Man 2, dude.
Is that shit hype?
That shit is not hype.
That shit's not hype.
Not
How
hype.
come you didn't tell me it's not hype? You
I
told me to buy that shit,
told you
and I bought it. Probably.
So,
Told me to spend my hard-earned dosh on Spider-Man 2.
man,
You told me it was as good as Spider-Man 2, the movie.
damn, that movie tying game is probably the GOAT, dude.
I have many pizzas that need delivering, and you are late, like always.
Don't worry, Mr. Aziz. These pizzas are in good hands. If I flip the pizzas, Mr. Aziz will flip out.
In time.
All right.
I don't know, Spider-Man 2, the fucker has the Venom introduction, and there's probably 2 highlights in that game.
Does he dab on him?
He dabs on him like the Migo brothers.
Yeah, just like that, just slow and shit?
Yeah, when they were still brothers before everything happened.
Before Quavo sipped too much lean.
Says too much lean and went straight to his head.
Uncle Quavo, well, God bless.
Uncle Quavo. You think he'd bring them together, but he's the one that.
Hey,
pushed
what do
them
you
all
bet
apart.
we looked it up and Quavo didn't even pass, and it's one of the other ones?
And it was a takeoff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That should be awkward as hell when you look it up. And Takeoff dead and shit when we were talking about Quavo dead.
Rolling in his grave, that takeoff.
What does Takeoff have in common with Venom? Plenty?
I mean, they're both black.
Are they?
Yeah, where it counts.
Well, who's Venom and who's Venom that's black? Miles Morales gets clapped up with Venom?
Nah, I don't. That'd be a different game. No, Venom is Harry. I think it's
Harry ain't black.
no, he's not black, but Venom's black.
That fool don't know about the struggle, dude.
No, he's-
Everyday struggle, dude.
I don't want to hear me in the fucking club.
He's what's it called? Like a pampered, a yuppie. You know what I mean? Type of.
His father's Willie D.
Nah, Willie D. Yeah, Willie D's one of a kind. It kind of makes all these other Norman Osborns look.
You know what I sacrificed?
Harry's BP.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
It was. And it cost everything.
And then you find it.
It took me a minute. I'm just gonna edit that out. Edit that minute out of thinking I took, so that I seem like a big baller, big G. Fool.
Hey, all our Italian and Aqua Teen Hunger Force fans are impressed. I'll tell you.
I'm
this.
sure you are. You fucking better be.
You fucking bippity boppity boos, dude.
You bibbity bobbity, you jalapeno ass motherfucker.
Okay, now Spider-Man 2. There's two dope moments, dude. First is the Sandman encounter.
When he kisses and dips Venom?
He doesn't kiss and dip Venom yet.
Why not?
Because you gotta kiss and dip Sandman first.
Why does Sandman in front of the line? Fool?
Because
Venom is fine. Fool, you see Venom?
he doesn't have the sandy
Got them
cheeks,
hips,
dude. He's got them hips. This fool. Yeah, he had this like interesting fight, large scale, kind of takes place in like half of the fucking city. It feels like just kind of being thrown back and forth by Sandman. He's obviously this larger than life fucking character, as large as a building, dude. It's great. Then the other moment is Venom. You know, you actually get to play as Venom for like maybe like a mission if you want to call it that. and that's probably one of the more exciting, like again, just hands down the most exciting moments in the game. And it sucks to say like playing as Venom was the one of the best parts of this Spider-Man game, as opposed to like you play a long time as Peter Parker and then Miles Morales, and it's just it sucks that it wasn't as much of a home run, I guess, as it could have been. You know, I hate that
They're gonna swerve you into Harry easily
swerving into Harry.
because they gotta swerve you into Harry's shoes, don't they? At one point.
Yeah, they do kind of take you back via flashbacks with Parker. So like you're growing up with Harry and
But
going,
they don't let you play as Harry until he's Venom.
yeah,
That's fucking bullshit.
yeah, it's it's probably that would have been more
If
interesting,
he's Venom, let me play a little bit as the norm before I get Venom. You know what I mean?
right? See, like that's just too smart for the fuckers that wrote Spider-Man 2 because they thought, hey, let's throw MJ a couple missions.
Well, they did that in the first game. Let's be real.
No, I mean no
They
one's
did
gonna
that
ignore
shit
that.
terribly in the first game as well.
Yeah, and they
It's a
doubled down on this
continuation
shit.
on the shit.
It sucks, dude. MJ is a great fucking character. I obviously love that character. You know,
You think she's weakened by gameplay portions?
Weekend.
Weakened, you know what I mean? As a character. Like as as a player's stance in her. You know what I mean? Is it weakened by her having taking time out of a game called Spider-Man 2.
Yeah,
You know what I
no,
mean?
well, for sure, dude, because the whole idea behind that was just having MJ as an option where, like,
Because from what I've heard, her MJ portions aren't exactly fun compared to the rest of the game.
no, for sure, it's I believe it's 3 missions, dude, and the whole point of MJ being in there is to demonstrate that hey, anyone can be a hero. You don't need superpowers to kind of be successful in this mission, and it's not a lesson anyone fucking needs. Quite frankly, dude, it's not this bold proclamation, dude.
Who's
It's
these guys out here?
tired.
I can be a superhero. Let me just step in. What's so hard about being a superhero?
Yeah, but
Those people are buying the game.
you know what I mean? It's ass backwards. I think your initial idea, like you were saying with Harry, like I think that would have been a better fucking approach to making Spider-Man 2. If you're gonna include Venom, and we already had Miles Morales in his own standalone, yeah, it makes more sense to have Harry fucking missions. It makes a lot more fucking sense, and especially if they're gonna make a spin-off game that just features Venom, no Spider-Man, like it just like again, it just makes too much sense. But these motherfuckers were clowns and they wanted to make, you know, uh, the wrong the wrong decisions
Well, the wrong decision about that Spooder Man.
about that Spooderman, and it's just like it's tough, dude. Like I don't know. Like again, the old games didn't do that, but it was a little disappointing playing all that time and having an underwhelming story, dude. And like honestly, dude, I can speak about this shit for like half an hour, but I really just want to leave it there, dude. Like with Spider-Man
Is
2.
it a 7 out of 10 or is it a 5 out of 10?
It's probably like I say 6 out of 10 is reasonable. I feel it's not.
So it's worse than the first game
Oh yeah, hands down.
and worse than Miles Morales.
I wasn't a big fan of Miles Morales. Let's say the first game's the better of the three. It obviously, fuck man. Like again, I just didn't.
Should they get Miles Morales or 2 over each other?
No, they shouldn't. Because
They
Miles.
shouldn't get either?
No, well, like you're gonna play Spider-Man 2 eventually, right? I shouldn't say anything about what happened.
I mean, I'm just saying for the people out there who've only played 1. Should
Yeah.
they get Miles Morales in lieu of 2?
Oh, I say maybe work backwards and get like Shattered Dimensions or get one of those different Spider-Man games that, you know,
But sir, I got to dig out my 360 to play those games.
yeah, or just download an emulator with that game. I'd say if you want good Spider-Man games, you might have to start going backwards from the 2018.
I got to get me a Genesis, you say?
Dude, don't you have an Xbox Series X?
I do.
You can technically turn that bitch into a fucking emulator machine, dude.
Well, what you're not giving me the tips. You're not telling me how.
You have to register your Xbox like as a like dev mode or some type of bullshit like that.
I
Pay
gotta-
like a
I
one-time
gotta,
fee.
like, I gotta fucking crack my Xbox open and shit.
Hey, I don't know I don't know if it's as complicated as it sounds.
So I gotta mod the shit?
No, not at all. You probably have to download like
Do I gotta void the warranty?
no.
No?
No, you're not doing it. You're just literally changing your shit from the developer mode, which kind of takes you away
You
from
tell me I
all
can
the
play
stuff.
Silent Hill 1 on my Xbox. It's a yes or no question,
That's
you
a
bastard.
yes. That's a yes.
And 2? And 3?
And 4.
And 4? You crazy bastard?
Hey, I've seen people play Smash Bros on their new Xbox because Nintendo Switch isn't some fucking powerhouse technology.
You're telling me a lot of crazy things right now. I don't think you can back up. Or can you?
I can back it up, that's for sure. That's why I looked
Okay.
at a Series X. I'm like, yo, emulator for like 500?
Well, get one, you motherfucker.
Yeah, maybe when
This
it's cheaper.
fool. We're gonna get one when it's 250 and the Xbox, I don't know, 1100 comes out or whatever the fuck.
1700.
What else you do besides Spider-Man 2?
Um, I watched this Marvel TV show called Echo. It was a little.
I don't think I've heard of it.
It's 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 this character that was introduced like in the Hawkeye series, right? And again, you're like Hawkeye series. I didn't watch no fucking Hawkeye series. Of course you didn't, dude.
Why would I watch that shit?
Yeah, that's the big.
Fuck Jeremy Renner.
That's the big fucking yeah. I guess they don't understand shit like that, dude. But Echo
Just
was
because that fool got in a snowmobile accident doesn't endear me to him. He still had a fucking fan club
yeah,
devoted to him and shit.
yeah. Yeah, no, dude. But just thinking about like the Killers of the Flower Moon, like Echo is based on like Native Americans, right? It's their people, their struggle, their flight.
Oh yeah, Marvel was like, we like Native Americans too.
Yeah,
And that was Echo.
that was Echo. And the reason that Echo was interesting is like initially it was going to feature like Daredevil in a couple episodes, and it was going to have Kingpin, and I was like, oh okay, like there's some reason to watch it. And Echo, like it's not like I hate the girl, like she's just she's
No, it's noted. You hate her.
no
It's okay.
I hate that son of a bitch. But she's I think she's deaf, she's mute, like one of the things.
She's deaf, mute, she's gay, she's black. Everybody
she's
love her. She's different.
she's like handicapped.
Are you fucking kidding me,
I'm
bro?
not. She's
That
like
was like
she's
the
an
one I was
amputee.
missing from the list.
Yeah, dude, it's they really went heavy with this shit, and it's just like, damn, dude, what the fuck? But it's
We
a,
can't endear her in normal ways. We gotta go for pity.
yeah, a little bit, and it's tough, dude. It's tough to see a brand as successful as it's been just completely fall, show after show, and with Echo, it has
Yeah, I felt less and less guilty about not watching any of that the Marvel
right.
TV shit. I missed fucking what's it called? Fucking
WandaVision?
well, I missed WandaVision. Apparently, that was the last good one as far as anyone else is concerned.
Yeah, WandaVision and Loki are okay. WandaVision is probably better than
First
Loki.
episode was nice. I mean, that's what I mean when I say it was. Well, that's like the last time anybody was like, a flat, like honest recommendation of it, as
Yeah,
opposed to like She-Hulk's got some problems, but I'm like, why the fuck am I gonna watch it if there are problems?
right. And there's a lot of shows and movies that suffer from that.
Winter Soldier and Captain America, but and I'm like,
Yeah.
but I'm not watching it, motherfucker.
Right, right, and it's just tough, dude.
I still don't know whether or not Loki's good. I've heard too much in each opposing scenario.
Yeah, uh, I say it's more interesting. I was like a little cynical about it after the first season, but it's still pretty good. And then after they wrapped up the second, which is that's it. That's the Loki show, dude. Like there's nothing more. I was like, all right, dude. Like that
So they're
wasn't too
done?
bad.
They're not going for season 3?
No, that's it.
That's it. I thought they were gonna build the whole franchise off of Loki.
No, I mean they didn't do a movie. You know what I mean?
So there's no season 3? What the fuck are we doing here?
Season 2, and that's it.
They got their McDonald's reference in and they're out.
That's true. Huh? They did have a McDonald's reference. Yeah, but yeah, Echo, dude. Like there was reasons to watch it, and some of the character choices were a little hard to understand. Like the character itself, they're unlikable. They're not doing anything heroic. It's more.
They're not doing anything heroic?
Yeah, like it's not. It's not
She
for the
clipping
greater good.
innocent people?
No, it's like she wants to become the new Kingpin. It's not like I want to put an end to Kingpin. because all the harm he caused.
Wait, I thought she was supposed to be a good guy, good gal.
Yeah, dude, like that's the fucking problem with the show, man. Like it's just it doesn't know what it wants to fucking be, and then it has this fucking hero that's not even likable to begin with. It has
Like
no
what?
audience. Like, who is this show for, my guy? What the sweet lord is happening
It's
over
for all those True Detective fans that don't like anything.
here? Don't
But
like
Russ
any-
Cole. I like Russ Cole because he doesn't like anything.
Motherfucker.
The point is, it's a fucking tough show to watch with a tough fucking lead, dude. She heals
So it's easier to watch Killers of the Flower Moon multiple times than it
No.
is to watch Echo.
hands down, dude. She heals Kingpin from his trauma.
I forgot to mention my Killers of the Flower Moon, by the way. There's one criticism I have of it. Why did they put a CGI gunfire on that woman that gets clipped in front of her baby? And they put a CGI. You couldn't put a squib in the front and the back of this woman? Scorsese? With 300 million, you couldn't put a squib on this woman? You had to digitize the fucking blood splatter?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The scene?
No, I don't.
The scene where, like, it's like, where she's talking about,
I watched that shit
she's
once.
going through all the montages of all the people that got clipped. And she's like, no investigation. No investigation.
Oh, shit.
And then a woman gets clapped in front of her home with her baby, and motherfucker like puts the gun in her hand to make it seem like a suicide.
Yeah.
The gunfire when she got clapped, it kind of seems a little too CGI for my like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Took me out of it. And it's like, bro, it's like that's the easiest effect of all time.
Yeah.
Put a squib in the back and the front of somebody. Just have a fucking squib in the back and the front of somebody.
Yeah.
Have the wardrobe change them out when they ruin their first wardrobe with blood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like 300 million. You can find another dress, my guy. I don't know. That was my one critique of that film because it took me out of it, and I'm like, bro, what is it with you and your CGI blood splatter and your multi-million-dollar films? Well,
Yeah.
I don't get that with scores sometimes.
Yeah, it's got to be a practical reason. Like
I guess it's like a David Fincher reason where it's like blood slows us down.
David doesn't like to shoot with squibs or any type of practical blood because he wants to be able to do lots of takes, and he didn't really want the resetting time. So we did many takes with the couple in the car with the intention of adding the actual bullet hits, the bullet flare, spattered bone, blood, and minutia in the car, even on the seat, smeared against the seat. Afterward, once David had the takes and the way the cut worked, so it all kind of tied together. David went back and shot the murder, shooting the gun on blue screen, and then we added him back in. And little things that come up editorially that maybe aren't working right, we're able to just drop back in. So that was our job, to add all the effects type. Traditional stuff you would shoot with afterward.
But the thing with scores is he doesn't do blood as well as David Fincher does, digitally speaking. You know what I mean? And it's like I can let it slide and what the fuck is it called? Zodiac. I can let it slide in Zodiac. I can't let it slide in fucking Killers of the Flower Moon.
You make it sound like Scores is the one behind the fucking.
I mean, is he not the director though? You know what I mean?
So why is it not as good as Fincher? Don't you think he'd have the same? Maybe.
My only thing is Fincher is younger and he's slightly more in touch with what's real. You know what I mean? Whereas Scores is like the magic of film. Throw some CGI at it. He's not quite the same. He doesn't have the same it doesn't look natural.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's my only thing with it. It's like, hey, what can I do with Scores? Scores he's a young man's game where he used to do practical effects, so why not stick to practical effects is my only thing, you know what I mean? But do you see what I'm saying about that shot where it looks a little fake?
I can't recall that shot, dude. I watched it once, and
I get what you mean. If you watch it once, you can be all right. But me in particular, I'm particular, but I'm too far in with Killers of the Flower Moon. You full spent 300,000 on it, 300 million on the motherfucker.
We waited a couple years for that.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, you for real couldn't get a couple of squibs for this woman just once? It's not like it's shot in like golden hour or some shit.
Yeah.
It's shot fucking high noon for fuck's sake. Just shoot it whenever. And you're telling me Rodrigo Prieto couldn't replicate high noon if he wanted to? Come on. He's a fucking cinematographer, for fuck's sake. He did Wolf of Wall Street.
You gotta know some.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, come on, just put a fuck. It's just what pisses me off about it is it's just you and I could do a fucking practical squib effect. You and I, with our budget of nothing, could do a fucking practical squib effect, and like 300 mil, he couldn't pull it off. I don't know. It's the one critique I got to put. Scores. Anyway, we're talking about Echo before I derailed this.
Yeah, dude, the fucking, the character not likable. The show doesn't know what to do. She heals Kingpin with trauma. Like, she heals Kingpin's trauma with, her touch, which is like, it's not.
I like that fucking character, and you mean to tell me they changed him? They changed him up for this series?
They changed him up, but it's not like he's a good guy now. He wants to like run for mayor, dude. He's like on that arc of
A
Kingpin.
corrupt run for mayor?
Like he wants to outlaw
Or like
vigilantes.
Okay, is he corrupt still though?
Yeah, he's still corrupt.
Okay then. I'm like, I got a little nervous because I'm like, you mean to tell me this bitch cured him of his evil?
No.
Okay, I'm about to get really pissed. You know what I mean? Because it's
Yeah.
like, you can't fucking cure Kingpin.
Dude, and that scene where she fights him, like she has like the spirits of her ancestors there with her, and then she like energizes the women from her family with like this spirit and this power, and like you have this elderly women like flipping like some fucking 225-pound man, like you know what I mean?
They strong!
It just
Old people be strong. I don't know if you know this.
old people be strong as hell.
Shh.
It just looks ridiculous, my guy.
Alright,
That's it. It's just the ridiculous show.
Your grandma don't roundhouse kick your motherfuckers on the daily?
Roundhouse.
Yeah.
No,
No?
I don't know. The
Mine never did. I don't know. She wasn't capable of it though. It's my only thing. Maybe she never had the need to roundhouse kick anybody.
she had the what's it called?
The
Art of
will?
cards, dude.
Feels like get out of the cards.
Yeah, that's my fucking bullshit though.
That's all of it?
To keep it short, bro. Because I don't want to fucking.
You didn't play nothing?
I played stuff, but like again, like this is just what the things I had the strongest opinions on. Like I don't want to talk about 3 months worth of fucking bullshit, man.
You're gonna make me talk about 3 months worth of bullshit?
No, I'm not gonna make you. You're gonna make yourself, dude.
I'm gonna talk about 3 months worth of bullshit. You're gonna listen.
Christ.
Man, fuck you.
Hey, you're editing this. I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't give a fuck, you little yerbita. Well, you better have something to say though.
Oh, fucking hell, dude. I got 3 months.
I got 3 months, Big Willie style.
Nah.
All right. Well, first off, I got on my shit. Have you ever seen First Blood?
No, Rambo.
You never seen Rambo? You've seen Rambo 2 though, you motherfucker.
No, I did not.
You've seen Rambo 3.
I've never fucking.
I fucking came over to your house specifically. This fucking place that we're doing this pod right now, and then we've seen scenes of Rambo 2 or 3, motherfucker.
Oh, that's not the.
And you've talked about it. You've talked about it like you've known the shit. You know what I mean?
Watching a scene or two isn't watching the movie.
I know it isn't, but you acting like you know the shit.
Hey, bada bing.
Bada bing your culo.
Bibbidi bobbidi bing.
Boppity boop your culo, okay? You know what I'm saying?
I don't. What about?
I watched First Blood, fool, and that shit was disappointing compared to what you all that build Rambo as this big action. Motherfucker, you as this big action man, if you understand. This big action man doing all this action shit. In the First Blood, he is sensitive bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
Stop flexing.
No. In the first movie, it's not a lot of action. It's a lot of like, hey, you're pressing me in America, dude. And I'm just a little Vietnam vet.
Why are you pushing me?
Why are you doing all this shit?
Rambo 1 takes place in America?
Yeah, Rambo 1 takes place in America, and he's getting pressed by American cops. Dude, and he's just like, what are you pressing me for? I just wanted a place to eat. And he has to go to town on these American cops.
Jesus, does he have to?
He has to.
He had to do it to him.
He literally had to do it to him on some real shit.
This
movie ends with him basically fucking knocking out the infrastructure to a small town, dude, and be like, why'd you have to press me, bro? Why'd you have to do it to me?
You did it to yourself.
All I'm saying is Rambo 1 is a far different movie than what Rambo 2 and 3 and 4 onward are. Rambo 1 is a sensitive movie about veterans who are fragile, dude. Then Rambo 2 and 3 are just 80s action films, bro. It's just weird. You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
Shit's just weird as hell.
So the tone changes with 2 and 3?
Yeah, 2 and 3 are just schlock. When you get right down to it, fucking 1's got some substance.
Why did it change then, dude?
It's because it's hard to replicate the substance that the 1 does, dude.
So
Because 2 and 3, I don't know if you know, don't take place in America, which frees them
yeah,
up to be a lot stupider with the action
yeah,
as 80s movies go.
and that was my impression of that shit. My impression was this was overseas. Like I had to do it to these foreigners. Like no, you didn't. That's their home.
They stepped on your boy. I had to clap them.
My God, Rambo,
They
chill,
actually did
please.
in the movie. In the context of the movie, I know it's not reality does, but in the context of the movie, he had to clap him, dude. He had to do it to him. They were rushing him. You saw.
Hey, they were asking for it.
Anyways, that was what I had to say about First Blood. Since your ass didn't have nothing better to say about it, as per usual.
I said plenty. Like I don't fucking know what the fuck is that shit.
I watched a couple of Wong Kar Wai films. What you know about Wong Kar Wai?
Wong Kar Wai? No, I don't know.
You know him, you motherfucker.
What does he do?
You know In the Mood for Love.
Okay.
But do you know Chungking Express and Fallen Angels?
Not at all.
Okay.
Chinese.
All I'm saying is that his style from In the Mood for Love is a little more subdued than it is in everything else he's done.
Oh shit.
Fool is crazy in Fallen Angels and Chungking Express. It's crazy with the style.
Dude, I never thought to check out the director of that shit.
Telling you to check him out. You don't need to worry about it. I'm telling your ass. You check him out. You know what's good for you.
Yeah, that's what we should recommend international.
That's some shit on HBO Max right now. Chungking Express and Fallen Angels. They were both written as the same movie. There was it.
I canceled that shit.
You cancel that shit, but you can re-up it, motherfucker. You re-up that shit, you get plenty of value for your buck.
No, yeah. But the Criterion Collection, is it on that too or not?
It's on that shit, I think. I don't know.
I mean, if he's in the mood for love is in the Criterion, like I imagine some of his other works in there.
Hey, but are they in the mood for Wong Kar Wai is the question.
Hey, isn't everybody?
Everybody should, because it's dope work, it's dope films. But you don't know about Fallen Angels and the Chungking Express that dive a little bit into the shall we say the underbelly of Japan. Underbelly, there's crime aspects going on. Motherfuckers trying to feed out motherfuckers ice cream by force. That's what's going on in one of these films. Motherfucker, come in here, give me. I'm gonna feed you this ice cream, motherfucker. That's what goes on.
It's a modernized Shanghai Noon. Dude.
That's just black comedy crime at its finest. You want Japanese Coen's brothers? Here you go. Wong Kar Wai, Fallen Angels. A good movie.
People got that dark comedy in them.
Hey, but you know In the Mood for Love.
Hey.
The motherfucker's in love. Boy, he's like, what you want from me? I'm in love over here.
Hey, it's Samouraï over here.
I'm in love, but I'm at a distance. Hey, she's still married. Hey.
Hey. But is that going to stop him?
It's going to stop him a little bit for what that movie told.
It's going to stop him a little bit.
It's going to stop him just a little bit more. And he's going to be like, oh, what could have been done? Love at a distance is what Wong Kar Wai offers, is what I've seen. We're just like, listen, a love from afar only, for not up close. For don't you dare get close to me, you bitch.
You dirty, you're a dirty, loving bitch.
Which that was In the Mood for Love and Chungking Express. Get your fucking HBO Max up for them, fool. There's a lot of good Japanese films on there.
Yeah, no, they got it.
And you're bad.
I'm busy over here.
You got Netflix, fool, don't you?
Netflix, yeah.
Yeah, so you should have watched The Killer by David Fincher. Did you watch The Killer?
No, I didn't watch. I didn't.
This fool didn't watch The fucking Killer, man.
I thought you were gonna fall back, dude.
I was. The Killer's a competent film. It's a David Fincher film. You know how that
Fassbender.
You know how that fool likes to do. Well, I do a little fast film. A little fast film right now. We're over here, over there, over here now. It's a good film. Let's close. We'll get to a Hitman film. It's a little bald Hitman film. Only he's not bald. He's pretty. Like Michael Fassbender's pretty. He's a little pretty boy.
He's a little pretty boy. He got a real pretty hair.
Yeah. I'd kiss his hair. That's beside the point. I watched him. Is it Michelle or Michael Haneke?
Who?
Haneke, he's one of those little Euro filmmakers.
What do you do?
Funny Games.
No.
Benny's Video.
No.
You like Haneke. You told me about Haneke, didn't you?
No.
You did.
Haneke?
Little Euro boy.
I would have remembered.
The fucking, what is it? The white ribbon or some shit? There's a lot of those. This fool don't know. How come you don't know? You don't know? How come you don't know? You don't know?
Your boy know Refn, but not Haneke.
This fool don't know Haneke. Haneke's got a couple good films. He's got Benny's Video. What you know about Benny's Video? Nothing?
Fuck off.
This one or another. Get your HBO Max up, you little yerba. Benny's Video is a fucking fantastic film. A bunch of these parents got a latchkey kid, right? Because they're always at work and shit. This motherfucker just is videotaping him murdering chicks.
My God.
And they find out and they deal with it in a very cinematic way, I'll say, without getting too much into spoilers. Cinematic. And then we got Funny Games. What you know about Funny Games? There's an American remake.
I don't know shit.
You don't know shit about Funny Games? Well, there was an American remake by the same director. He was like, I'm going to do an American remake of this European film here. I watched the original, though. The original Funny Games on HBO Max. It's good shit!
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Watch. I can see you, you're reclining back in your chair, fool. Like you shouldn't watch it. You should watch it! It's good shit! Oh yeah, it's Michel or Michael Haneke. I don't know what his name is, but that's what it is. I also watched Les Samurai. What have you heard about Les Samurai?
Isn't that what inspired
John Woo!
Yeah, the not Hardboiled.
It's inspired every other.
The Killer.
What film have you liked in the past 30 years? It's been inspired by Les Samurai. Is basically what it is.
Yeah.
It's about this French guy who lives a very kind of hyper unrealistic life. He's based Les Samurai. Think of French hitman in the 1960s. Only he lives his life like a samurai, in the sense that it's very, you know what I mean. It's very regimented. He does this and nothing else, kind of thing.
Huh.
But it's a good movie. It's a good movie, and it's the precursor to a lot of films you've ever liked.
Hey, I do want to check it out. That's for sure. Les Samurai has been mentioned.
Les Samurai by Jean-Pierre Melville.
Les Samurai?
Les Samurai.
Oh, okay.
It's whatever the fuck French crowds. You little French guys.
Whatever
God
you
bless.
ooh la la, menage a trois.
Ooh la la, menage a trois, the Hain-loving motherfuckers. You know, that movie's pretty hype, I gotta say.
It's hype, but fuck off.
Fuck off!
You little French boys.
You fucking white flag waving motherfucker.
Oh, car's burning. I feel
Hey,
bad.
way. Okay, but God bless all my French.
Y'all softer than baguettes.
You're soft in the baguettes, but y'all can take a joke, which is why I like you.
You uppity motherfucker.
Yeah, you fucking uppity, fucking escargot loving motherfucker. I love you. Anyways, we got Batman the Animated Series. What you know about Batman the Animated Series? Did you watch it as a kid, you motherfucker? You better say yes if you know what's good.
I did, but I don't remember.
You tell me you've watched it as a kid.
Dude, the only time I remember watching that shit is maybe after school. When did it do this shit?
It was Saturday morning, you motherfucker. I don't
It was
remember the
Saturday
precise
morning.
time where they aired it. It was either 7 or 8.
Then I only caught reruns. I wasn't on that, hey, the new episode is on type of shit.
Well, you fucking up, man. That's not my fault. You fucking up.
What year was
All I'm saying is you got Disney Plus for your X-Men shows. Why not get HBO Max for the animated series? Well, what's the matter, you? Don't you like Batman?
I told you guys before.
You hate Batman.
Is not as interesting.
Why not?
A rich guy with powers does not do.
But he's got the best.
Villains.
I will fight
Hands
you on the
down.
best of it. But what the fuck, bro? Best villains means best episodes because he's dealing with the villains in the episodes, bro. There's not that many just Batman chilling episodes.
No, there's not. But your boy's more of a fan of like Spider-Man and Hulk. You know, more than like the X-Men or Iron Man or Thor. Any like those
You recommended X-Men to me, motherfucker.
X-Men, the animated
No.
series. Yeah, because it's pretty fucking good, dude. It's pretty good.
I'm telling you, Batman is as
That's
good or
probably
better.
That's probably
As good
better.
or better.
It's
On some real shit.
dude. I
It's
don't.
this a lot of the
I
same
don't
writing
get it.
staff shared between the two.
The only problem with Batman is this, dude. I find the villain more interesting than Batman himself. That's the fucking biggest issue.
I can get down with that, but like, guess what? Most of the episodes revolve around, motherfucker.
Yeah. I want to like the superhero more, though. You know, I want to be like, "Hey, bro, Spider-Man, my boy." But
Fuck Spider-Man. Peter Parker sucked my dick.
no, but the Spider-Man and Batman are on the same level of popularity.
Can we at least get down on how bland Superman is together?
Yeah.
Fuck Superman.
All the shit, all the toys.
Who was a Larry Sue? I'll say it again. That fool's a Larry Sue.
Larry Sue, I've never heard that shit.
You know he is, dude.
Nah, it's a little. It takes away from the thrill of having someone potentially have something at risk or have consequence.
All I'm
dude.
saying is Batman's got flaws in the same way that Spider-Man's got flaws, goddammit. That's precisely what makes the shit interesting.
Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you said Superman. I was like, no, he was talking.
Superman's a bitch. I'm talking about Batman, even despite Batman and Spider-Man are on the opposite ends of the economic spectrum, goddammit.
Yeah.
And they're still both as interesting as one another because it's not the Batman might have all the resources, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? He's still got to figure out what the fuck Scarecrow's problem is. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
It's not like money could buy that shit off rip.
No, it can't. Right? It's just like the ultimate fantasy of like a good guy actually doing something with his resources and helping the world become a better
Spider-Man's just
place.
broke. That's why I don't like that fool as much. You're just broke. And which Spider-Man are we talking about? The one that shoots web out of his wrist, or the one that has to make the shit?
I mean, I was a fan of Spider-Man before Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. You know what I mean?
So he's got to make the shit, is what you're saying.
He's got to make the shit. Yeah, like I don't get too focused on the particulars whether he shoots him.
So you don't want the Spider-Man that shoot web out his ass.
I care about the struggle of the actual character of a guy who's overlooked, a little scrawny, a little smaller. You know,
Batman's a little overlooked. He's a playboy, yes, but it's like he's got to fight against that stereotype, though.
I thought, hey, don't think I'm too handsome. I'm
rough, just like your boy.
So Joker trying to sneak in kisses and shit. That's why he killed Maggie Gyllenhaal.
That's why he kills Spider-Man and he fucks Batman. Because Joker knows, dude. He knows.
Yeah. No,
because Batman's better in the sack. Come on.
The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight Rises, dude. I
feel like we went on a tangent there a little bit.
Yeah, this shit's
you Marvel motherfuckers are all the same. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think Batman is obviously more interesting than Iron Man for sure. You know,
well, Iron Man's just a drunk.
But that's also kind of makes
it. Get the fuck out of here! You mean to tell me?
I like the flawed shit, dude.
Batman's flawed too.
Does he have a problem like that where he's
not like an alcoholic problem, but that motherfucker got a fucking self-esteem issue. He's like kind of, you know what I mean?
Oh, where did he got self-esteem?
Well, yeah. And you know what I mean? He's got a fake Bruce Wayne. You know what I mean? Can't, you know what I mean? He's not like he's Bruce Wayne automatically. He's got a fake Bruce Wayne.
Oh shit.
That's why he's better than Superman. Superman, all Superman's got to do is fake being a bitch.
That's true. I always thought Batman was just was born into that, so it's not like so much faking on the confidence. Like he's always had that old money. He's always like well mannered type of shit.
He's old money, but he's spending all his time in the night in fucking, you know what I mean, Crime Alley and shit. You know what I mean? It's like how often are we gonna be like, he's just one of them rich boys.
Yeah.
We're playing with his rich toys. Really? Yeah. In Crime Alley every night?
That's like Bill Gates or Zuckerberg or Musk out there trying to do some shit.
Yeah.
But they don't. They're not strong enough, even with the resources. I think it just makes it interesting.
Fuck Peter Parker. Well, I say it. That's right. Only one of them could be the top dog. Well, it's all about the Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Broke ass, bitch ass team. I'm just kidding.
I think yeah, those two superheroes definitely move the comic book world. You know, whether it's like in the actual print or in movies, like or even animated shows, dude. I think that's why those shows have a lot of great stuff. Like I'm sure Batman the animated series is awesome, and I remember Batman Beyond, and I was like, yo, this shit's different, but it still looks pretty fucking lit, dude. It still looks good.
Well, so why you sleeping on this shit?
I like it's just tough,
Fucking,
dude.
you're to beat them.
You know what I mean? You just
This
gravitate
fool,
towards
I
the things
hate
you
comic
like.
books.
Yeah, I don't know.
This fool only have only eyes for Spider-Man.
It's not like the comic books are all hits. I'm sure they have a lot of misses in them too.
You can say the same for Spooderman.
No, yeah, for sure,
This
dude.
fool don't got hits.
Yeah, it's not like it's stacked with hits. I'm sure there's misses in that shit too. It just is what it is, you know. But man, animated series. I remember them shits. Watching that shit after school, basically. And they were pretty good.
They were after school too.
I felt like I watched them on WB. You know how WB had like
They had it at 4 p.m., right?
they had
It was late in the day. That's what I remember.
a cartoon block. Most most places did. Like
I just remember the Saturday morning shit. I don't remember the weekday afternoon shit
yeah,
as much.
that's what I'm saying, man. We experienced it differently.
Hey.
But we can still respect it.
So fuck Spider-Man is what I'm trying to say. Well, let's just bring it back to where we were. Spider-Man shit, and you know it.
The animated series is pretty
I'm just
sweet.
kidding.
You know how it goes.
Well, what else we got?
What do you mean? I already said my bullshit.
You already got your bullshit.
Yeah.
This we in your shit. You love all your shit. The shit all you loved. Okay. Batman animated Remedyverse. Did you watch The Mask of the Phantasm? We'll never watch any of the good shit.
What is that?
That's a theatrical fucking Batman the Animated Series release.
Oh shit.
Talks about that fool, how that fool does what he does. Bruce Wayne. Of course you didn't watch. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, my boy, and I will not have this kind of talk.
All you can have this kind of talk in the presence of a Batman, boy. Well, let me tell you. Well, listen, just because we like to was it scowl and prowl on the top of buildings doesn't mean we don't want love. Goddammit, we're Batman and we will not be shamed.
I'm proud to be Batman. Damn it!
I'm proud of being a little. We listen to XXX 10,000 shown on the regular. Well, we little depressed boys. Prowling and scowling. I watched Dream Scenario. And why did you pick the worst time to get off your HBO account?
I was just down with it, dude. I was an anime.
They got Dream Scenario on there now with Nicolas Cage. For people just sporadically dreaming of Nicolas Cage.
Dreaming of Nicky Cage?
Yeah, they're just dreaming about him. All this horrible shit happened to him. He's just in the dream somewhere. They're like, hey, you're in the dream. And that's the movie, basically. It's him dealing with the fallout of him being shared in all these dreams, basically.
A dreamy Cage.
Just a dream Cage. Apparently it happened to Cage in real life. I don't know about to the exact extent of the movie.
Everybody just dreamed
But he took it. He's like, I took it because this happened to your boy. This is my life, right?
This is my vida.
This is my vida.
Shit.
That's the last movie I saw was Poor Things with Yorgos Lanthimos.
What a
What you
name.
know about Lord? What you know about Poor Things?
I mean, you brought up that he directed The Favorites. That's
right.
all I know.
Best film of last year, bitch ass. What you know?
The
I don't know
the
if it's the
best
best. I don't know if it's the best. It's close. If it's not Killers of the Flower Moon, it's number 2
Of last year.
Yeah,
That's Godzilla, brother.
I believe it. I stand by what I'm saying right here. Fool.
Hey.
It's on Hulu right now. You best get your ass up on there. You feel me?
I'm gonna ask you one question. Does Poor Things have Godzilla in it?
No, it doesn't have Godzilla in it, but it's got laughs. Well, we always talk about sex scenes not being contributing to the plot at all.
Yeah.
There's sex scenes that contribute to the humor in this film. Right off rip.
Right off the bullshit.
Right off the bullshit. It's just good shit. Fool. Emma Stone, fool. Doing her
No.
thing.
What you keep doing that for? A man over there repeated blinks at me. I blinked back. For polite, I think.
Lanthos. He's got white angles.
Dude, I was gonna click on it the other day. I think
Man, you fucking up.
It was late in the fucking night.
That guy, boy, you get it
done. Tired.
You don't click on it the next time before we do the next pod. I'm gonna have words. You got Hulu, don't you?
Yeah. With
You
Disney
better
Plus,
watch the fucking shit.
You better watch that poor thing bullshit.
You gather the whole fam around. You gathered them around for old boy, motherfucker. You can gather them around for this.
Friends? Yeah, we'll see.
There's a lot of fucking in this movie, just so you know. Full disclosure. Just tell your grandparents. Listen, grandparents. There's a lot of getting down in this film. In ways you might not have had back in the day.
This might teach you a thing or two.
And he's like, see?
See? This fool uses the Kama Sutra.
God damn, I didn't say that.
You were telling me to pitch it to my grandfolks.
Hey, if I didn't say all that shit.
They're gonna be cultured after this shit.
They're gonna go with the culture. They're gonna be with the culture. Amigos and all. It's all the Fuego. It's all the movie films I watched when I was been to the Fuego side plan. What you know about Trepang 2? Fool?
I don't know. Fuck.
You don't know shit about it. That's right. Because it's good. And it's Fear. What you know about Fear 1? You know a lot about Fear 1, don't you?
Yeah. That's right.
One of the fucking first-person shooter where you can slow down and blow a motherfucker apart. Fool.
Respectfully,
fucking detailed. Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
As in, your mom might walk in and say you got Satan in the game. Well, that's what Trepang 2 is.
You better clutch that Bible.
You better clutch that fucking Bible. That's Trepang 2 for you. You could fucking drop kick a motherfucker, blow his head off, drop kick his head off, do a bunch of bullshit to you. I can't even describe all the bullshit in there because I'm not even fucking equipped to do the shit in the game, dude. But the game's hype. But yeah, that's Trepang 2. It's got a weird Chinese name to it because it is Chinese. But don't let it fret you because it's a good game.
Hey, that's a CCP in your ass.
That's the CCP coming for you, fool. They're like, there's no skulls in this game, so we approve. Give me that shit. Anyways, I played Eco. What you know about Eco? I know you know a little bit about Shadow of the fucking Colossus, but what you know about Eco? Well, nothing?
Yeah, fuck.
That's what I knew. That's what I knew you knew about Eco. It's one of those games, though, that you'll hear that there. You're sleeping on this 2001 game on the PlayStation 2 called Eco, where you guide this woman around, where you're like, hey, bitch, you don't know where you is right now. Let me guide you around by hand because you're helpless, basically. That's one annoying part about the game. The bitch is helpless. I'm like, God damn, you can't defend yourself when I'm not around, bitch.
Damn. Why did they add that feature in games, dude, where you gotta protect this?
Because it's the fucking precursor to The Last of Us, you bitch, when it's 2001.
Hey, motherfucker, I didn't create this shit.
I know you didn't create this shit, but it's 2001. The Last of Us was 2013, and you love that shit, don't you? Don't you love that shit?
Hey, fuck that shit.
You love that shit, don't you?
The Walking Dead Season 1's better than that bullshit.
Why are you saying the shit I told you to say? Stop agreeing with me, you motherfucker. Anyways, all I'm saying is this game paved the way for a lot of you putos out there. But coming back to it might be a little rough because you're like, God damn, bitch, you can't you know where I'm going. You can't use your eyes. Follow me the fuck around. I gotta lead you by hand. This game failing the Bachtal test, or whatever it's called. You know what I mean? The test where all the women folk in the media talk about other men folk and whatnot.
Yeah,
she never talks about men folk, but she's being led around by your boy the whole game.
Lead her to water, goddamn.
I gotta lead the bitch to water because you don't know about it. I'm like, goddamn. Well, you don't know about your Vita. You don't know about your PS Vita, bitch.
Don't you think these fucking fruits?
So it's a good game, but it's old as fuck. It's like, God damn, bitch, why am I leading you around all the way? played Resident Evil Director's Cut. What you know about Director's Cut, you motherfucker? You know about original? What you know about Director's Cut?
It's got live action cutscenes in the sheet.
It does
Just the
like,
way
just
the
like the
Japanese
original, just like the
include-
original did. What's the difference between the original and the Director's Cut?
Beyond the live action scenes, I don't know.
There's not really there in both games.
The live action
Yeah.
scenes?
Like, let me tell you, the Director's Cut is a bit of a fucking lie when it comes to this game. Because they meant to, like, uncut some of the scenes because they were gory as shit. They cut them just the same because they're weird in Japanese. And they don't know what Director's Cut means.
It's just the word they throw around.
But that game's fire as shit. It's the first Resident Evil, in case you don't know. Not the remake, but the original Director's Cut version. That game is hype as hell. It's got one track on it that's a bit funny. Funny, and it doesn't fit the scary soundtrack. But it's good shit. Good shit overall. You're gonna play this game from 1996 and you'd be like, why the fuck does this game feel so easy to play despite the fact that it's so old? That's because they adjusted the mechanics for the old one, or the new ones, the old style. So you'd be able to jump into that shit no problem. I don't know what the fuck your problem is, Jose. You claim to be the better Resident Evil fan than your boy, but you haven't played the original, and
Dude, like I've told you before, 1, 2, and 3,
you're betting on the eggs.
4 sold me, and then I played 5. I'm like, yo, what the?
And I'm playing the OG shit yet.
God. Yeah, I guess 2 and 3
You're
are
lighten your BP.
Yeah, but 4 is just special, dude. I think
Speaking of 2, the next game I played was 2. It was hype as fuck. And I played it, and I'm like, Jose would like this if he only wasn't too bitch made to not play it.
I can play that shit just fine. God damn it.
We'll see. We'll see. Perhaps in the near future. We'll see.
We'll see what's Gucci with it.
We'll see what's Gucci with it. We'll see if he'll be able to last in the OG version of the game and not that fucking bitch ass remake.
They expect one of us in the Wreckage Club.
They expect one of us in the Wreckage. That's precisely what I said to Nemesis. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
You teabagged that fool?
I teabagged that fool plenty of times. I killed him only once in the middle of the game because he was too tough the other times, and he rocked my shit. But I was, you know what I mean? I killed him the other couple times. Yeah. I had to.
Had to do it.
It's the only way to beat the game. And you know, maybe you could be able to see me run away from his bitch ass soon, perhaps. Well, maybe. If Jose gets his shit together. But anyways, that was Silent Hill, not Silent Hill, Resident Evil. I'm bringing up Silent Hill 1. Well, don't interrupt me again. Silent Hill 1 is the most spooky game I've ever played, fool. Hope you haven't played that shit, fool.
I was too stupid to play it back
then. Yeah, you dumb as hell.
You were too
fucking. I was dumb as hell as well, but you know, listen, fool, I blamed my brother for that shit. He told me there was no other consoles on the market. It was just the N64.
Damn.
So I went with that one.
Sorry, this is all we got.
That's all they have. But yeah, Silent Hill is good shit. Fool. It's good shit. It's got the most unique soundtrack for 1999. And you're punished for not playing.
Play it right now.
Play it right now. Play it right now, and you know what I mean. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's good shit in it. It's a spooky game, spooky house game with spooky house times. Dude.
You finished the remake, right? Of 2?
That game isn't out yet. You fucking your bennies, no eggs.
Resident Evil 2 remake. Remember?
Resident Evil 2 is out. You said Silent Hill. We're talking about Silent Hill.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't know why.
Okay, your bennies and eggs.
Jesus Christ!
Don't you dare buy Silent Hill 2 remake, you
what?
motherfucker? Because Konami's making it. What the fuck you mean why?
I don't know. I was asking.
Konami sucked the bed again. They fired Kojima. You don't remember?
Yeah, I remember.
They fired Kojumbo, and you're gonna buy their new Fuego. Jimbo was fucking around too much. I mean, he was fucking around, but he also knew what was good for him.
He's like, I'm gonna make this game. Fuck it, I'm gonna make 5.
So what if he made a demo of a game he hadn't even pitched to the producers at Konami? Well, so what?
Hey,
So what if he was, burning 300 million on Metal Gear Solid 5 with no signs of stopping?
holy.
So what?
Holy.
He's still the god. But anyways,
Yeah.
so it was dope shit. Silent Hill 2 is nice. The soundtrack is almost better than the game, I'd say. Some people, it's considered one of the best horror games of all time. It's not as spooky as the first one, though. It's more, sad. More sad Oscar bait Fuego than it is, scary Fuego.
My daughter.
But Silent Hill 3 is fucking cursed. It's cursed and it's scary, and you should never play it unless I give it to you. PS2, which is where it exclusively sits. So you can emulate the shit on PC. Shit is spooky time.
Yeah.
Spooky time for Ricardo. José. Anyways, that's all I played. What else did you play? Did you play anything else or no?
Huh? I
No?
already talked about my bullshit.
Alright. You played all this shit. So what? You fucking yerba.
We on that news!
Little news boy. That's what fucking news you got for me.
Yo, Jay.
Oh my god.
We've been away from
Reality,
it.
sir, please.
Dude, GTA 6 trailer. We've all seen it. We've all seen it, but what?
Man, fuck that shit. That shit gay as hell. No, I'm just kidding. That shit alright.
Yeah, that shit. I mean, what are you gonna do after you did like a trio of dudes, right? Like they're all not friends.
They're not all duded up anymore.
You got to do
There's
something different.
There's a woman in the mix.
Yeah. You can't do a solo Tommy joint.
She got them thighs, from what I hear. I'm just kidding.
She got them. Yeah, fuck it, whatever.
She got thighs. It's all right. We'll say it out loud. Say it from the lungs if you want.
She got them. But the bullshit is being pushed back to 2026.
I could have told you that shit. You know what I mean?
That's tough.
As Rockstar, yeah, push that shit back like thrice. Well, then you got the release date.
That's them.
Now, when the release date is, I don't know. Push it back thrice, dude, and you got it.
You got, yeah. It's just tough, dude. Like
Look for fiscal year BP 12.
Yeah, and they fucking they can probably still make some money off GTA 5 for the next 2 years.
God damn it! Don't encourage them. Stop it. Stop
Dude.
encouraging people to buy the same shit.
Yeah, it's
They bought it once already. That's all. There's only motherfuckers that was left.
dude. It'd be like 13 years since 5, so it's annoying, dude. It's annoying that it's taking this long. It's like you guys still got to push it back.
What's more annoying, for them pushing it back or them not making an next-gen version of Red Dead 2?
Is the Red Dead 2 not look good enough on the PS5? Or
I'm just saying, bro. It's just like you're gonna remake the 13-year-old motherfucking game, or you're gonna remake the one that just came out for next-gen console.
Dude, I guess I never thought about that.
Don't pretend like motherfuckers ain't want that shit at 60.
Yeah,
You don't want that shit at 60?
It would be.
You must not want it at 60 then, you know what I'm saying? The way you talking.
It's just wild that you're proposing the shit that like things that The Last of Us has done, right? They remaster things for the next gen.
Rockstar got money, don't they?
They do.
They got Last of Us money, don't they?
10 times, 20 times.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This ain't no way, like crazy thing to ask.
Yeah. That's interesting, dude.
Don't act like you wouldn't pay an extra 60 for next gen Red Dead 2 with Rockstar editor.
You know what's good.
You know you would.
Motherfucker.
Rockstar editor? You know you pay for that shit.
I pay for that bullshit. Next piece of news is the fucking Switch.
Switch 2, motherfucker! Give
This
me a shit.
this is
Of course, they're not gonna
successor.
give me that shit.
They ain't
They're
gonna.
little pussies. You know
Hey,
what they do.
March 2025 though.
2025 is a whole motherfucking year from now.
Yeah, it is.
Fucking calling bullshit.
I believe it's been at this point 15 years since the Wii.
Is it backwards compatible or isn't it? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, we'll find out.
We'll find out it's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Well, we should know by now that if that the shit's backwards compatible and it's good. You know what I mean?
I feel
We
like
should know by now, but we don't know by now, and that's troubling.
we'll get a showcase.
We'll get a showcase, but it's like, motherfucker, you better have it fucking. You know what I mean? We're pushing a point now where it's like them having backwards compatible shit that like benefits from like 60 frames and shit. You know what I mean? It's becoming a part where it's just like that's what's expected, Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's not just
They need to
that's
step it
not
up.
you know what I mean? That's not just what's you know what I mean? That's not a feature anybody's impressed by. Well, that's a feature we want, goddammit.
Yeah,
If you don't get it, where's the problem?
yeah. It's definitely a lot of excitement and potential for hopefully an upgrade in the hardware, which
Don't even need to make it to 1080 or make it past 1080. Just make it 60. We'll use a bunch of fucking Japons.
we're hoping that they
You
can make
sneaky
good.
Japons.
They can't sue everybody like this and not make dope shit. So they got to step it up on the fucking
They got it.
the hardware, dude. But we'll see what's Gucci with all that bullshit. But I think it's interesting to note it's been 15 years since the Wii's been released, and when the Wii was released, there was
Not Wii U, the Wii.
there's just the straight Wii, and when the Wii was released,
When Nintendo pulled their Wii out, was what was known.
and everybody was chomping at the bits to get one. It was 15 years since the Super Nintendo was released. That was the gap. Super Nintendo to Wii. And now we're at a point where we're Wii to Switch. And it's like, well, I don't know if the graphics have really jumped.
How are they gonna make you pull your Wii out, fool? That's what I want to know.
Hey, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
2025. I'll find it. Hey, System Shock. An update on that bullshit. It's coming to console finally this year in May.
About goddamn time is all I bet.
Hey, it was a year released on PC. Bullshit. They came out with a trailer, announced the bullshit. You know how it is.
Where's 2?
Hey, we're gonna have to wait.
Where's the demo for 2, goddamn
We're
it?
gonna
Everybody loved 2.
Yeah,
No, nobody loved 1.
fucking
Don't
wait.
nobody love. Everybody hate 1.
Everybody hate that bullshit.
You hate 1. You're like, you told me the other day, I hate System Shock 1. I'm like, yeah.
Fucking I thought it was interesting that the rumors right now with Spider-Man 4, right? They want to make that movie, but Zendaya.
Was Sam Raimi?
No, that'd be cool.
Get the fuck out of here,
That'd be
then.
cool.
Sam Raimi ain't on this shit.
Hey, I think they do want to make a Spidey 4 with Raimi and Maguire.
How are they gonna do that with Holland in the mix?
Multiverse, it kind of opened up for the ability to kind of maybe tell a
I've
story.
always felt like Tobey Maguire at the end of the Spider. What's it called?
No Way
Fucking
Home?
No Way Home was like, I'm done. I'm done. This was it.
Yeah,
You go on your own, kid.
that's
you know
what
what I
you
mean?
got from that.
That's what I got from it. I just don't expect to see that full in like a Spider-Man 4. And if that's what the plan is, like,
What about an Avengers movie? Do you expect them?
oh no, nobody expect Tobey Maguire. Let's be real with.
What?
Well, it's because they built up this universe with Tom Holland.
Yeah,
So why would I expect the Maguire? You know what I mean?
the multiverse shit.
I get the multiverse shit, but that fool out of nowhere he comes in. You know what I mean? It's a little bit. I know a movie preceded you, Maguire, but it's a little bit out of left field, a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like him. I just don't know if I'm ready to accept him in MCU beyond No Way Home.
Oh shit. Well, you're gonna have to accept him anyways because he's
For real?
coming. He's
Oh
coming.
well, shit. Well, I didn't even know.
He's coming.
Is Sam Raimi all on the way at least?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's
Is he locked in as well? This fool,
there's
you're giving me signs of doubt here, you son of a bitch. You're a
There's
fucking Spider-Man fan. If you don't know, nobody knows.
there's Holland Spider-Man 4, and then there's the Maguire Spider-Man 4. Like, they're both on the table, dude.
Well, let's give us the Maguire first. Tom Holland, you know that fool want to break.
Yeah.
You know he want to break. He's like, I'm British.
I'm
Why
British.
don't be Spider-Man every day?
Yeah, he wants a break, but he ain't gonna get it because they shoot this year. They already shooting. So
Why they do this?
I just think it's crazy that
That fool just got off of his alcoholism. You gonna put him back on?
yeah, he was a little heavy on the drinks. I guess he was admitting all that shit.
He's Spider-Man. Well, of course he heavy on the drinks.
But them motherfuckers drink early over there in the EU.
Yeah, they do. Full breakfast.
No,
Like, what's up?
At an age, like over here.
No, they do drink early in the morning too on some real shit.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you know what I'm
Irish
saying.
coffee ain't no nothing to fuck with.
Yeah, that's what it's just a thing over there. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like you get fired for it. This is mandatory over there.
It's mandatory. It's too gloomy.
You know what they do? Yeah, they be.
Like,
It's gloomy over there. Overcast all the time.
you know how it be. But
Gotta sip the overcast British lean.
the British lean with a little bit of what's it called? It's not crumpets, is it?
It is crumpets.
Is crumpets cookies?
They're like a biscuit. You know what I mean? They're they're baked good of some kind. I don't know if they're sweet. I don't know enough to know if they're like they put chocolate chips in the motherfucker.
I don't know why they suck at cooking, dude.
Do they? So
Those
I
are
saw
actually
layer
cool,
cake.
but-
Oh, I saw layer cake, and maybe it's just that one particular scene in layer cake where the motherfucker goes to get. So the homeless guy is like, you know how the motherfuckers light up a cigarette after they have a satisfying meal in a movie. Sometimes
Yeah.
they do that in layer cake, where like the homeless guy is like, I got a plate of beans. Got a plate of beans and eggs. I dipped it in the bread. I eat it. You know what I mean? He's smoking afterwards. I'm like, that should look like a good plate.
Beans and eggs?
Beans and eggs.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? American wise, they don't associate beans with being a breakfast item all that much.
But them motherfuckers get the beans, the eggs, the pork.
Perhaps the blood pudding in there, depending on who you're talking to, you know.
Yeah, they don't know how to do shit. That's
Yeah,
the point.
you know, you goddamn, all of Britain doesn't know how to do shit. Come on now, fool.
That
all of
breakfast-
Britain. I'm
that
not gonna have you talk
breakfast-
shit all of Britain.
That
fool.
breakfast sounds weak as fuck, dude.
You get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm defending Britain. It would not
you
to
wanna
not get
have-
shanked by a British knife.
You want that's all they can have.
It's a British knife.
That's it. That's all they can be allowed to be harmed. It's
I'm
a
just
knife.
saying.
That's the inventory.
I'm just saying beans should be a
Just
regular
different
breakfast
knives.
item. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why not beans for breakfast?
That's what, American breakfast, Mexican breakfast. There's better breakfast options than. English
Is there?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Is that
saying.
just British? Like, are we talking about the correct British,
Yeah,
breakfast?
with the pork and the beans and the egg, all that horseshit with the fucking tomato and shit. Like,
So we got it right with the bacon, is all you're saying.
Yeah. We get it right with the. We get
I'm saying America get it in regards
We
to
get
just
hash browns.
breakfast. We get it right with the breakfast.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm just asking.
Hash browns, biscuit, all that shit, pancakes.
So beans shouldn't be
waffles,
even in the
French
mix? Is that what you're saying to
toast. No,
me?
beans could.
Okay, I'm
Beans
just
are
saying.
nice.
Well, that's the addition that Britain brings to the breakfast is beans.
But
And
they're-
beans are pretty high.
Bro, that plate
to
looks
breakfast.
like ass. Who wants a plate of toast with beans, dude?
I don't want to plate of toast with beans.
Tortilla with beans sounds
Tortilla's
great.
nice. I'm not going to deny a nice tortilla, fool. But you're playing games with that in the tortilla, in, fool. You're cheating a little bit.
Bro, I want no
Who's
damn.
going to say no to a tortilla? Fool?
Me! Oh,
You're
no.
going to say no to a tortilla?
I say yes, but I'm telling you, fucking goddamn that English breakfast suck ass. Fuck that bullshit.
The only reason I'll say it's like us if what is it? Blood pudding is included. Blood pudding is bullshit, and you can't change my mind about it. Blood pudding is bullshit. That's the only way I'll say that the Britain breakfast is bullshit. If the blood pudding is in the mix.
You hear yourself? Blood
I hear
pudding.
myself, goddammit. Blood pudding is bullshit. You deny that blood pudding is bullshit? Say it out loud and tell me.
Blood pudding is bullshit.
All
Just
right,
the
then.
fact that it's included in the breakfast disqualifies.
I don't
that
know
shit.
if it's included. Listen, I don't know enough about Britain. I don't know if it's a breakfast item. I don't know if it's a dessert item after dinner. I don't know if it's a fucking lunch item. I
You
don't know.
the brubs?
I don't know the brubs. Well, that's what I'm telling
Right.
you. Is I can't confirm nor deny.
God save the queen, brubs.
And as you can see, man is rocking these 18th century garms, all original, you know, check the crepes, check the garms. And also, as you can see, man is repping the Mans in Red, aka the British Empire crew. From London to the West Indies, all day, every day, repping those ends, don't know. Shout out to my bear King George, aka Georgie G. That man's a real don, real bad man. She, my girl them, she's my wifey. Blood, are you dumb? Are you getting rude to man? That's what you get, fam. Push yo. Yeah, blood. Whose ends you coming to now, fam?
I don't know about the Queen. Does she even like the blood pudding? Maybe she doesn't even
likes
like
lean.
the shit.
It's all
Does she like lean?
Hey, you lean with a rock, but you never seen her.
Get the fuck out of here. fool. She's a 3-6 Mafia fan now. You're fabricating shit.
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if she's in tune with the Dirty South.
The queen is dead, dude.
She is dead. Well, let's let her. You know what I mean? Let's let her die. We don't know what she liked. Let's not get Tupac on the scene and start talking in the mouths of dead people and
Hey,
shit.
no one's trying to bring that bitch back, dude.
Don't nobody want to bring the bitch back, fool.
She was look. The point with stupid Spider-Man 4 is that the fucking movie takes priority, and that Euphoria might be canceled entirely.
I mean, don't nobody give a fuck about Euphoria.
I know.
If you give a fuck about Euphoria, you're listening to this shit. You're listening to the wrong shit. Fuck Euphoria,
No,
bro.
They know where to go to dick
I
around.
like Zendaya, but goddamn, bro, that shit was so boring as hell.
Boring is that's it. That's the fucking news.
That's all you got? I guess I gotta pick it up now because I'm a straight G that was. I'm just kidding. We got S.T.A.L.K.E.R. What you know about S.T.A.L.K.E.R, the game?
That's that Eurojank shit.
It's that Eurojank fucking,
Spooky times.
Fallout, pre-Fallout 3 shit. This shit nice as hell and it's on Xbox right now. You should be buying it.
Why do you say pre-Fallout?
You shouldn't even be
3?
talking to me. You should be buying it. What the fuck is you doing?
Your fucking. What do you mean about Fallout 3? You beat a bunch of people?
No, I'm saying like you're exploring a nuclear wasteland in the, you know what I mean? After fucking some shit went down, and that's why people compare it to Fallout.
Ah.
Both first person, there's both nuclear bullshit going on, you know what I mean? And that's why people compare the two.
When did S.T.A.L.K.E.R come out?
S.T.A.L.K.E.R came out 07.
No,
the first game that came
the
out.
release you're talking about.
The release we're talking about right now came out 2024. Came out just this year. Because those games they haven't been available at all, except for the PC on Steam. And them shit's jank as hell on PC. But they jank as hell on Xbox too, so you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You taking a risk. You know what I mean? You better save often if you buy that shit on Xbox. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the savings account?
No, it's just you better save and save until the motherfucker crash to the dashboard on you. I've heard tell from motherfuckers that shit crashes the console. It's so crazy.
Damn.
It restarts the motherfucking console in some cases. But
that motherfucker's spooky.
People like that game. Well, I'm willing to fucking put the time in to play that jank ass Euro jank game, even despite the fact. Anyways, that's Stalker type shit. Thank you, Japan. We got Stellar Blade, the demo coming in. Have you played the demo?
No, I didn't. Bro, it's the demo today?
It's true. It came out just today. One reason why we say jank Japan is because they got ass over there, fool, and they don't care about who knows it. Well, that's basically why we say thank you, Japan.
God bless them.
It's because they got no filter over there. God bless them.
It's the way God made them.
Thank you, Japan, but they got no Christian guilt about their love of sex and titties and asses and all that.
Hey, admiration.
That's why I admire them. Night of the Hunter remake coming from Scott Derrickson. How do you feel about Scott Derrickson?
Oh, the fucking filmmaker Scott Derrickson. Yeah.
He's making the Night of the Hunter remake. Now, how do you feel about that?
Night of the Hunter? I don't know what the fuck that is, though.
Night of the Hunter?
Like the
Robert
director.
Mitchum? This was the hand that Cain laid his brother low. And this was the hand that Cain killed his. You've never seen that.
That's cool because Robert Mitchum comes up later on in this episode.
It's just why I'm bringing it up. You haven't seen Night of the Hunter original, 1955. Bro, yes, that's homework. I'm assigning you homework.
It's spooky time shit.
It's not spooky. I mean, it's spooky time, but 1955 spooky time. You know what I mean? So, set your. You know what I mean? Don't be prepare yourself for this Exorcist type scare.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's 1955. This is the time where they didn't allow Elvis on TV because the motherfucker gyrated too much.
Yeah, so too hard.
You know what I mean? So it's like prepare your. You know what I mean? Scary for 1955 is what I'm saying.
Shit.
But yeah, I don't know how to feel about that just because that movie's. You can't touch that movie, and I don't know if you can replicate it in 2024 because it's too good, bro. Like you watch the shit now, I just don't know if you can remake it properly. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just doesn't have the same je ne sais quoi, for lack of a better term.
Right.
But yeah, that's an Night of the Hunter remake coming from Scott Derrickson. We got
coming for you guys.
Late Night with the Devil. With David Dashed. He was in the new Suicide Squad.
The
He
was in Dune.
Polka Dot Man is how people know him
Yeah,
as.
he's in Polka Dot. He's the Suicide Squad. He's in Dune.
He's not
He's in
directing.
the Ant-Man.
It's not. It's easy to be like, oh, he's supposed to direct in this horror movie. No, he's not directing. He's
No,
starring.
He's the lead.
Yeah, he's lead, and he's very important to the role. But it is a different director taking the reins on it. Because some people were confused when they saw it, where it's just like, oh man, that fool acting and directing. Like, nah, we're not acting and directing. He putting his all into the acting.
Who the fuck said he was acting and directing?
I don't know. Some people, you know what I mean? Well, you know how some people are like, hey, that fool's in Suicide Squad. He's acting and directing now in his own shit, and it's like, bro, he's not. He's acting. Let's be real. Well, I'm sure he wants to direct and everything again, but he's not yet. And last bit of news I got here. The Silent Hill 2 remake looks shit, let me tell you. And I know that as somebody who just played Silent Hill 2 all on repeat. It's the combat, they made a combat trailer for you. That's all you need to know. Can you imagine making a combat trailer for a game where the combat is supposed to be shit by design? That's what it is in Silent Hill 2. By design, the combat is supposed to be shit. It's not supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be, hey, I clapped that fool. I can move on to the next room. It's it's horror. It's like, man, I feel bad about clapping that dude. I guess I gotta proceed onward, so to speak. You know what I mean? There's a tragedy to it that's missing in what I've seen from like all the remake shit.
I gotta play it because I don't know what the.
Yeah, and I keep telling you, fool, you want to play it, talk to your boy, fool. He's fool over here, wanting to play himself. Don't you dare play that fucking. If I find out you play that HD remake instead of asking me for the disc original, I'm gonna fuck you up on some real shit. Hey, it should be known that Jose is bigger than me. He can fuck my shit up. I will try it or to rock it. Should he play the HD remake in lieu of the original? Which I've got. Well, that's on record right now, just so you know.
Your boy will probably play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 before playing the
All right
HD
then.
remake.
Don't you dare play that shit. Ask your boy. You understand? Just ask me. I just finished this shit too. Well, you can play 2 right now if you wanted to.
Well, can we buy one on the PS3 store? Can we buy Silent Hill 2 or
No,
one?
not 2. Just the one original is the only one you can buy.
Oh, that's nice. And
One
then
original.
just
I
me
mean,
too.
one original is the one people sleep on the most. Is all I'm saying. So it's like, play that shit first.
Yeah,
All I'm
have to.
saying is like, don't you dare fucking buy that. You ever hear me let you buy that HD remake? I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait till spring time to play it. I
Hey,
ain't playing that shit.
but I'm saying you're on record now. All the people know. People know here. I gotta rock you if you play that HD remake.
Our paisanos and Aqua Teen Hunger Force fans.
All right, you know what I'm saying? Fool? I don't want to have to rock you, fool. And you know, fool, it's gonna be me rocking you is gonna be a deal, an ordeal, fool. It's not gonna happen like, oh, this fool just let me rock him. Like, no, fool, I'm gonna have to work for that shit. Don't let me put you through this shit. Anyways, that's what I got for news.
Hey, with the news, we all lose.
With the news, as precisely right, we all lose. We gotta win it. Oh, fuck it. Molecular pig! Movie pick now, rolling out. I believe you picked it, fool. You picked me a fucking Jim Jarmusch Rex film.
The end of the trilogy.
Dead Man.
Hey, 1995.
I thought it was a trilogy involving, like, when they cut to black from a scene before. But they don't do that in Down by Law.
No.
So you're done fucked up.
No. The trilogy of
The trilogy of Jim Jarmusch films.
Yeah, I wanted to show you. Like, look at the shit that he made in college. Look at the shit that he made after. My sweet word.
It's a good film. It's a good film. And his cat definitely didn't scare your boy.
My word.
But Jim Jarmusch, Johnny Depp. I don't know who the woman in the role is, but she's also very good. She's only in the film for the first 5 minutes.
The brothel lady?
Yes.
Right.
Got John Hurt in the shit. You got fucking Doc Ock. I don't know his actor name. It's Doc Ock
You
to
don't
your
know
boy.
Alfred Molina?
I know his now. Okay, now I know.
My sweet
I know
Jesus.
Doc Ock. God damn it! I know Doc. Don't you look at me sideways like I
Boogie
know.
Nights.
I know Doc Ock. God damn it!
If I were a rich man, yagga digga 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 dum. All day long I'd blitty bitty bum. If I were a wealthy man, oi!
That's how I know him. Well, I don't know him Alfred Molina.
I guess this
And
explains
his
why you're a
Christian
Batman
name. His Christian name. I know it as Doc Ock.
You're nothing but a Batman boy.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Doc Ock is my boy right there. We dab it up on the weekend.
Hey, with the
You're getting too ahead of your fucking self, dude. He's not in the movie for until the third act. You silly bastard.
You're the one that mentioned him, dude.
I like Doc Ock, so fucking sue me.
The cinematography by Robby Muller.
Robby Muller?
Repo Man. He did a lot of. He got
Repo
busy.
Man? You mean that movie where they float into the city at the end of it? Hey, spoilers for Repo. That movie confusing as hell, but I like it.
My boy get busy with it. You know, I like his approach, dude.
But yeah, we got Robby. I didn't know what else is that for written. Is that the only like tie-in? Repo Man?
Robby Muller? No,
Yeah.
I'll pull that shit up right now.
Because I didn't know he wrote Repo Man.
No, he didn't write it, dude. He's just a cinematographer.
Okay.
I said cinematographer. I think the writer director for this one is Jarmusch.
It's Jim Jarmusch. It's Jarmusch Rex. Well, you know.
Big job. Oh, Paris, Texas, Down by Law, Kings of the Road, Mystery Train.
Basically, all the shit I know the motherfucker has.
Dead Man.
He did
Ghost
Stranger in
Story.
Paradise?
Yeah.
That's all I know the motherfucker has. Just got a Jim Jarmusch Rex association.
But he's got a lot of work, man. It ain't just Jarmusch, The Believers, Jonathan.
No, fuck that. It's just Jarmusch. No, I'm
Bless
just kidding. That fool got a wide, filmography.
Yeah, you do.
They're just bigger than one man. But for the sake of this confirmation, he's a cinematographer of one man. Jarmusch Rex.
Robby Muller, he's like my family, my brother, my teacher, someone, I don't know. I wouldn't even be here without Robby Muller. I don't know how to explain it, but the guy is so important to me and in my life and taught me so many things. Why he even was shooting films with me, I don't know why, but I tricked him into it. I gave him some really good weed,
Jarmusch.
What's the Jarmusch guy, dude? What compelled you to do this third in terms of the Jarmusch?
Because I think it's my favorite of his filmography. Those other two movies I feel interested.
They're just a bunch of stoner hangout films. I don't know. I rewatched them both for this.
Oh,
and
no,
they're a little bit more. You know what I mean? Stranger in Paradise, you can get away with it being a stoner hangout film, but Down by Law is a little, it's got some stronger themes going for it.
Yeah, for sure. He's maturing, dude. And that's what I'm telling you is impressive about his work is Stranger Than Paradise. I'm pretty sure that's like right after college. And then he's doing this Down by Law, what was that? Maybe like in his late 20s, let's say?
95.
Yeah. Oh, no. Dead Man is 95.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to loop it in.
Yeah.
Dead Man. No, you got it right.
And I think he's 33 by the time he makes Dead Man. So Dead Man, I think, is like the crown jewel of his shit. I love.
My thing is like, how do people know Johnny Depp is a force? Is it Gilbert Grape at this point?
I'm not sure.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what captured.
Because it's like the only thing I know him from previous to this is Nightmare on Elm Street. Like you died pretty well, but it's like, bro, it's pretty easy to die in a horror movie. Let's be real with it.
You know who else was considered for this? Leonardo DiCaprio.
I believe it.
And there's two roles, dude. It's William Blake, Johnny Depp, and Nobody's character. They were casted before the script was written. They were like, yo, bro.
Before the shit was written?
Before the shit was written, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, it's wild that people were like, he was just.
Was it Edward Scissorhands? Because I'm trying to figure out what made Jarmusch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Attracted that book because it's like, what did he have going for him? Other than I know he's good, but it's early Johnny Depp. You know what I mean? Where it's like not everybody knew he was good shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not Pirates of the Caribbean era Johnny Depp where everybody and their mother knows.
Yeah.
Motherfucker household name. This is 95.
Yeah, so Crybaby, Gilbert Grape. Crybaby was 90.
I never seen Cowboy. I'm
Gilbert
not
Grape
saying
was
that. I'm not
93.
saying that's why we shouldn't recognize him. I'm just saying like how high profile was
Yeah.
Crybaby.
Well, what pulled him in? What pulled in is like, you know
Yeah,
what? I'm gonna take a shot with this dude because Fear and Loathing was literally 3 years after this.
that's what I mean. It's like you know what I'm saying.
Dude,
Like after Fear and Loathing, you can't. You know, you it's not a crazy bet to be. Let me get Johnny Depp on this shit.
Ed Wood.
After Fear and Loathing, but after Fear and Loathing is like '98. No,
Yeah, Ed Wood was 94.
that's true. But '94, I always wonder. It's like how soon did Jim Jarmusch see this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Compared to '94 or '95. You know what I mean? It's like that fool would have been on the Ed Wood would have been on the circuit when Jarmusch shot it. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have. You know, it would have been like I'm comfortable with this fool. I mean,
Dude, 21 Jump Street. He was. I forget he was the fucking actor in that.
the original.
Yeah, the TV series. That was 82 episodes, 87
They
to
didn't get
90.
enough to get syndicated. I think 100
No,
is
yeah,
syndication.
I think so. Scissorhands was 90.
That's just weird that like a show that didn't get syndicated got 2 movies with Jonah Hill and shit. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just wild.
But what I liked about this one and why I wanted to recommend it third is because I believe it's a clash of like the peak of his filmmaking and then the peak of the cinematographer working together.
You like the mundanity applied to the western.
Mundanity.
You know what I mean? Because that's what the one crossroads I can see with Jim Jarmusch is that Apple
Right. Oh,
highlights
right. I see what you're saying.
mundanity
I
in
know what
all
you're
his
saying.
films, and he wanted to apply it, take away the romanticism from a
Right.
western and apply it to which that happened a lot in the '90s because you got Clint Eastwood with Unforgiven, and he kind of wanted the same thing, but he's got a different style in
Right.
that he wanted to take the romanticism out of it, but he wanted to make it a little more dramatic.
Yeah. It was still a western. It wasn't.
But you see what I mean though?
Yeah.
Connection between the two, where it's like they kind of both fighting against that. Oh, it's everything's taking place in the golden hour,
Right.
and you just quick draw the motherfucker at noon, and it's so the movie's over type
Right.
shit.
And like that's what I think their approach and the cinematographer. I've read shit where they didn't want to have the majestic landscapes. They didn't want to be cliche, right? With big old fucking gorgeous mountains and the
But
colors.
they got a lot of gorgeous but they based the cinematography on Ansel Adams, and it's like Ansel Adams is a fucking landscape photographer.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like I feel like you can't remove some of the romanticism of the West
Yeah.
and then take out Ansel Adams. You know what I mean? Because they were going for it specifically, which is why I get confused at the style. Because it's like
Yeah.
you got a lot of those opening train shots that are very Ansel Adams
Right.
landscape-esque, but you want to take the romanticism out of it. You know what I mean? It confuses me a little bit as a watcher,
Right.
just because it's like I feel like Ansel Adams and the West go together like this, like peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah.
And like to take the romanticism out of it is to take it for to me is to take Ansel Adams out of it. So I don't know how you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Ansel Adams is in the bitch, so I don't know how they you know what I mean. I don't know how he arrived at the like let's make it neutral, but let's put him as an inspiration. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just confusing to the boy a little bit.
I view that as like just a series of establishing shots to show you like look at the gorgeous, beautiful West, only to dive into like the gritty where they would, like I said, in the shit was just instead of looking at the mountains, they would turn their back and kind of look within the woods, look within the actual heart of the forest or the landscape and see what kind
So
of.
so you say there's establishing shots is what you're getting at.
What do you mean?
From the train at least.
Oh, from the train, yeah. That to me, that's just establishing like the idea of the West and how
This motherfucker headed to
grand
the
and
West
beautiful.
right now. I don't know if you know type shit.
Right.
What's it? The uncivilized West at that time.
Right, and then without getting too ahead of it, like you think about how the movie goes on, and a lot of those scenes are like deep in the fucking forest, and the trees have like they're not lush with like leaves. You know
It's
what I mean?
definitely a lot of,
They're dry.
but I'm saying it's a lot less dry than what a standard Western is compared to, you know what I mean? The desert imagery you
Oh,
should
right,
imagine
That's right.
from a traditional Western.
That's right. Because these motherfuckers in the forest, straight up, and it's a different kind of series of images. I think everything is meant to push back on the idea of a Western, which is which is wild. Like again, like it's not like William Blake is this dude who's a gunslinger
Yeah,
coming
that's
into
what I
town.
mean. It's like, but he's like I don't know, ingrained in the mythos of it as the movie goes on.
Right.
To not like get too ahead of ourselves. But it's just weird because it's like I think like the first moment in the film that like establishes like this is a western, but not as you know it,
Yeah.
is when Crispin Glover when they start like clapping the buffaloes.
Government says killed 1 million of them last year alone.
Yeah.
They start clapping buffaloes and like there's no romanticism to it. We're just clapping them because the government told us to.
Right.
And that shit's hype, dude. Gunfire is hype as hell right now, kind of thing.
Right, and as you're leading up to that image, you see like William Blake falling asleep and waking up, and every time like
He's always catching like somebody like he'll catch a family man or like another dude just like making eye contact with him and just like, carrying on about their shit.
Yeah.
There's no like awkwardness as it is today where it's like that motherfucker just made eye contact with me. I'm gonna fight him.
Yeah, exactly. But the other thing is, as you see him start, it's almost like it's portrayed like the individuals have this like tight, clean costume. It's more like a civilized like part of of a culture. Right, like the culture is more civilized. They have an attire, and as they're progressing to the west, the attire starts to
Fall
fade.
away. I see what you mean. Yeah.
And now they're like they're like in bear coats where they got the hats and they got the guns and they're shooting the fucking buffaloes, dude. Like,
hey, did Crispin Glover know Johnny Depp's character previous to the movie? I got a feeling like he had a rapport with him. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean,
Maybe not beyond the train. Maybe it's just like he got cozy with him before like the train. You know what I mean? Like the train.
Right.
We came into the movie like late, where it's like he already had a rapport with the dude before the movie started, sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because he goes well, like he goes to William Blake like automatically, and it's like
Yeah,
it's because that
'cause he stands
because
out.
he knows because he's just bitch made like that. Whereas like I don't feel threatened by this guy. Let me sit next to him.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I just think about like the framing and like the way William Blake stands out compared to the dudes who are like shooting.
He's got some a checkered suit
Yeah,
going on. I'm not gonna deny that,
right.
but
He looks like an outsider, dude. So like I just feel like
but I wouldn't the Crispin Glover character feel more comfortable with like the dude dressed in grizzly getup. You know what I mean?
I don't know that Crispin
Maybe
Glover
the Crispin
character is
Glover
awesome,
character is
dude.
just weird as fuck. To like, it's like I'd believe whatever the fuck just because like he obviously spends a lot of his time alone.
Yeah.
He like spends most of his time talking to people between like filling the engine up with wood and shit. Obviously, him walking around with blackface
Do you
accidentally. But,
Do you have the quote that he says when he pulls up?
I have a couple. I have a quote from him, but what's the quote I have from that gentleman there?
That fool's like, isn't this like when you were on the
Why?
boat?"
That the landscape is moving, but the boat is still.
See, that fool gets weirdly meta with it, where it's like, how the fuck
That's
do you
just
know
his
the ending of the movie, you little bastard?
He's foreshadowing
Yeah,
it, dude.
he's foreshadowing it, but he's foreshadowing it in a way that's like it's direct. You know what I mean? It's not like like you went surfing that one time. You know what I mean? He's like, no, this is the end of the fucking movie right here, and I'm calling it out.
Yeah.
Why come you felt that way at the end of the movie, Johnny Depp? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
He's getting meta with it, and like I didn't catch that until like the second time I watched this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck?
That was improvised,
Crispin Glover, you bastard!
Dude, that dude's fucking brilliant, man.
I love
As
Crispin
a character
Glover.
actor, memorable as fuck, dude.
I love Crispin Glover. I'm never gonna stop loving Crispin Glover.
Dude, that shit's awesome, dude. I think he's a stranger, and I think he just pulls up, and I love the ability that he's able to improvise, and Jarmusch is an auteur, so he's able to work his way.
But he
towards
doesn't.
that.
He doesn't seem like an auteur. You know how like you hear
Yeah.
Scorsese talk and like that's an auteur right there. I
I
feel like
wouldn't
if
know
you
it,
told
dude.
George, you feel like Jim Jarmusch talk, you'd be like, that's not a fucking auteur. He's closer to a Kevin Smith in how he talks, not his function as a director,
Yeah.
but how he talks. You know what I mean? Because he's
No,
casual about it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because he's not like
He's casual, but he's more
he's
knowledgeable
casual.
than Smith.
Oh,
dude, that's
for sure he's more casual. Like, come on now, there's no contest. But I'm saying he's got that. approach it. Like, when I saw Jim Jarmusch in the wild, like, just, you know what I mean? I'd be able to approach him
Yeah.
easier than I'd be able to approach a Spielberg or a Scorsese. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Because he doesn't have. That's what I mean when I say he's more akin to a Smith, not by talent, just by like approachability.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
that makes sense. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You know what I mean? He's an auteur and he frames better than fucking Smith could ever. But like they both talk the same way about their films. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I'm
Yeah.
just making a film, man. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's like Jarmusch. You know a little bit more than you're letting on, you little bastard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's humility,
Yeah.
humbleness. Yeah, like there's a kind, beautiful spirit behind that director, dude, and like it shows in his movies, and that's what's so fun about like the other two that you mentioned. It does feel mundane, like slice of life type of shit. But when you get to Dead Man, it's like it's a twist. I feel like he's leaning
Because
towards.
as part of Unforgiven, I feel like Unforgiven is appropriate, like companion to it, only because it's so different. Because it's like Clint Eastwood is like has a more dramatic sense for it, whereas like Jim Jarmusch is like, I'm more interested in the mundane, the dark comedy shit of it. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
you can stay in that dramatic lane, Eastwood. I'm gonna stay over here where it's like where there's two guys arguing over like over theology in front of a fucking campfire, as
yeah,
opposed to like when you got Gene Hackman over there talking about justice and shit, and waxing poetic on the, you know what I mean? There's
right.
two different movies going on, and I'm
Two
like
different tones
two
for
different
sure.
like. I guess I don't know if you can call it revisionist Western. I'd leave that up to you more than me, just because you're more of like the Western guy of the
Uh,
two. Would you call Dead Man a revisionist Western? Or is it more of an in line with like a quote unquote natural Western where it's
no, it's not. I don't see because like that's the weird thing is understanding like my love for westerns like an Unforgiven, and then coming to this one is like, well, this
but you
isn't a
can see how they're
western.
both revisionist in the way where they're like they look at like the Western as they've seen it from the 50s and the 60s and they're like, well, let me turn this shit on its head a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say revisionist Western. It's not to say that they're both exactly
In the
the same
same tone.
film,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
just they're both going for like a similar like, oh, let me take a Western and
yeah.
turn on its side a little bit.
Right,
So that it's not like a Sergio Leone film
right,
in the same way.
for sure. And well, with with Dead Man, it feels more what's it called? Subverting expectation of a western, or yeah, of a western kind of movie, or maybe even like an anti-western
Johnny
type
Depp
of
doesn't
effect.
draw once with motherfuckers in it. He just pulls his
Yeah, he
pistol and
doesn't.
fires. You know what I
Right,
mean? You know
dude.
how there's like a Sergio Leone that builds up like and like shifty eyes, like I guess I'm gonna draw my pistol now.
Yeah, dude.
And then three shots of I'm gonna draw my pistol, just so you know. When Jim Jarmusch is like, fuck it, I'm just gonna draw my pistol in a wide shot for the people getting clapped. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's not. There's no. There's not as much as. It's based.
spectacle.
I guess romanticism is the word, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
so yeah,
It's like a love for the like the draw as there are in the Sergio Leone film where there's build up to it and fucking like will he won't he draw and like no the motherfucker's just gonna pull his pistol and clap.
yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Like it's not a western in any like traditional sense that you think of. That's why it's hard coming into this and expecting a certain thing. That's why I had high hopes for Killers of the Flower Moon. Not that it would be like a Dead Man, but I thought it had
It had good bro that
yeah,
imagery of like them burning this farm.
yeah.
I don't think you know what I mean. Like I don't know any western that's ever touched that basis of like because Scorsese is like there's a specific moment in that scene where like there's out of focus element. The fire's in focus, but the people working on it aren't in focus, and it kind of creates this landscape that Scorsese was going for, where it's like these workers in hell are just
Mm,
kind of like you know what I mean. Like there's a moment where like a dude's like stretching
yeah.
on like this shovel, and it looks like well, what the fuck is you know what I mean? It's image of like what the fuck is this hell beast and this demon in hell? What is he doing? And they're like it's like I don't know
We were talking about the front, the train. I think what's awesome about this movie too is
the fucking hostility of the town.
That's cool too. But
this horse just pissing over here. It's just pissing. Fool. This fool just getting topped out in the middle of the street. Are you watching, fool? You better pay. You better be paying if you're watching. Type shit.
Yeah.
Did you know that dude was a member of Butthole Surfers?
No, I don't know what that is.
The fool who drew a pistol on him as he's getting topped out. Who there was like the lead singer of Butthole Surfers?
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Shit. A lot of musicians, I guess.
Musicians in westerns in general are good, just because they don't, you know what I mean? They don't. Traditionally speaking, like your western musicians, your country musicians, your bluegrass guys, they don't particularly care for their look, so to speak.
Yeah.
So they're just like smoking tobacco day in day out. And they're like, I don't give a fuck about all this pretty shit. And that's kind of why, like, I got in watching Killers of the Flower Moon. It's just like he used a lot of bluegrass singers. And you know, the guy who's like, get your pencils, fool. Get your pencils. You're gonna want to hear this kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He doesn't use a lot of traditionally like Hollywood beautiful type people. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's willing. Scorsese's willing to use people to the time. And Jarmusch, that's kind of like a cross section where they both understand that like you don't want to use Hollywood beautiful people for a western, so to speak.
Right. No, yeah, for sure.
Like
they need a look.
Using the Butthole Surfers guy who's got like that motherfucker. I don't know if he put teeth in, but that motherfucker looks like he's missing teeth.
Yeah.
And I'm not judging the man, but you know what I mean. Butthole Surfers, the fools. You know, he's made his buck on music. So it don't matter if I think he's pretty or not. But it's just good that like directors are willing to pull from like, you know, that he's got a face, but it's not a quote unquote perfect movie face.
Right.
It's got a gruffness to it that I only imagine to be to the West, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Right. I think that just speaks on the incredible casting choices throughout the film, dude. Even in little moments like that, they still kind of stick out. I mean, maybe you watched it like yesterday, dude, but
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch both yesterday, but like I know Scorsese used a lot of ugly motherfuckers for those roles. I mean, ugly in the sense that you know they're not movie ready type people.
Yeah.
And Jim Jarmusch, there's that Butthole Surfers guy. There's a fucking all those like Lance Hendrickson is a pretty man under the right circumstances. But if you put him in you know what I mean, you put him in a Western role, he can look gruff. I'm glad that they went for the more gruff look, especially in Dead Man. You know what I mean?
Right.
As opposed to like making him look, you know, like an Alien 3 Aliens type role. I'm beautiful. I'm a beautiful little cyborg type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of going off rip of the plot here. But we talked about the train, of course. Crispin Glover and we talked about him getting off the train. We did talk about John Hurt, Lord of the Rings fame, being the first guy he sees in the metalworks. He's not Dickinson, but he's like the precursor to Reese Dickinson, and he's kind of like the I guess you can say the glue to that scene when he first, because Johnny Depp is a very good. And the first, like, I'd say 40 minutes of the film, he's a very good visual, like, oh, I'm just going to take the role of the audience here. I'm just kind of taking everything in. But whereas, like, John Hurt and Robert Mitchum and, like, everybody else, I don't know the actor for Mr. Olafson.
This here is Mr. Olafson. He's our new accountant. I'm sorry. I think there's been some mistake.
But he's pretty hype as well.
Yeah.
Where it's just, there's a whole cast of motherfuckers there that are just, like, soaking him into this metalworks. And it's like, motherfucker, we gave you that. And, like, it makes you wonder about, like, the mail in that time, where it's like, that fool kind of metal. He got a letter a month late, and he's already late to the job.
Yeah.
Fuck. Well, that's fucking horrible.
It is horrible that. And going back to that whole situation in the car, like I think he says that his fiance left him.
His fiance left him. He buried his parents.
Yeah,
is what we learn about him.
And Glover's like, no, she didn't leave you. She found another type of shit. She's like,
that's man. I don't know how I feel about that.
Why do
you gotta twist the knife like that, my boy? It's like I maybe that's just like
he's not trying to sugarcoat.
Maybe that's just like train work. You know, like motherfuckers who work like a blue collar job day in day out. They just develop a sort of like I don't have time to. I don't got time to
Bullshit,
sugarcoat shit
yeah.
type thing. You know what I mean? Where it's just maybe that's just Chris McGlover's, but it's like it's a little uncoofed on your boy. But come on now.
Yeah. And the only reason I wanted to bring that up is because in that conversation, he's talking to Blake and he's like, "Hey, dude, Machine's the end of the fucking line."
Yeah, and I wonder is that California? Because they're never specific about the states, and it's like that's just how it was in the West, in like the true like West. It's like there wasn't a set state. Well, you know what I mean? There wasn't like
Yeah.
a this is California, this is Texas, it was it was malleable back then. Like California only became a state in 1850, so that tells you everything you need to know about like
Right.
the West and how
Yeah.
underdeveloped shit was back then.
For sure. Yeah, that is an interesting question. And that moment when he's like, "Machine is the end of the line."
And he doesn't say, yeah, like how he doesn't say doesn't use the word California and it's machine. And how it's
Yeah.
just like it's town to town back then, not state to state type deal. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
like shit is more it's more set in stone. And he's kind of talking about how like suspicious he is of that. It
Mhm.
was like, beware. I would be wary of everybody in machine, any writing by machine or
Yeah.
anybody, and it's like, fuck, man,
I
that's
wouldn't
like
trust no words
those
on
were,
no paper.
yeah, those laws were just really unwritten at that time, and it's like I get it, the motherfucker might be illiterate, but like, he's speaking some truth,
Yeah.
and that you shouldn't trust motherfuckers that far west at that time, given the developing nature of the country.
Yeah. And Machine, I feel like in one sense, it represents the industrial revolution that was going on.
It's cold. It's definitely cold, bro. And like, you know what I mean? I don't know if they try to sell that on coming into the film. How how there's extended scenes him entering and exiting the factory. You know what I
Oh
mean?
shit!
You know what I
I
mean?
didn't
How it's
watch it.
like no, look, but you've seen the movie. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You
yeah,
saw like it's not like we watched a different movie. You watched the same movie I did, in that there's scenes, dialogue-less scenes in between him talking to anybody at the factory,
Dickinson.
him going in, going out type shit, where it's
Right.
just, you know what I mean? It's just like a whole big, it's clearly very new to him, all this
Yeah.
machinery and shit going on, this formalness to the machinery. Because he's not applying for a machinery job, he's
Accountant.
applying for an accountant job in the
Right.
office. So, relatively speaking to everybody else in the factory, it should be a chill job.
Yeah.
But he's kind of, you know what I mean? It's like in his situation, it's like it's not a very chill situation where he's like, I spent all my money to get here. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like it's not an office situation, but he's in an office situation because it's concerning an office position. If
Right.
that makes sense. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, for sure. And it's just the changes that we're undergoing, the entire Western civilization with the Industrial Revolution, creating different opportunities, but also, like, again, like relying on more machine-based fucking products or just technology. And then on top of that, when he says that, that's when you hear the guitar first start plucking.
Neil Young, dude. I read
Neil
a little bit
fucking Young.
of trivia about this. Like apparently he recorded all in one sitting.
I wanted Neil to ask Neil Young to make the music for the film. So when I had a rough cut of the film, I sent it to Neil, and like 2-3 days later, Neil Young calls me and says, hey, man, I like this film. Can you fly out here tomorrow and you can stay on my ranch and we'll talk about it? Which I, of course, did immediately. And Eric Clapton, he did a beautiful thing for Stephen Frear's film called The Hit, where he pretty much scored the film with one electric guitar. And I mentioned this to Neil. I thought it was very beautiful, and would Neil consider scoring our film alone with an electric guitar? And he said, well, I don't know. I was thinking of getting Dave and Chris from Nirvana to make a score with him. And he said, what do you think about that? And I said, I'll tell you tomorrow. I'm not sure. It sounds interesting. And then the next morning we talked again, and I said, well, that's a great idea. And he said, no, I like your idea better. I'd like to do it by myself. He's recording the film with dialogue, and he said, I need to hear the dialogue in your rough cut while I'm playing. So I said, but Neil, that might bleed through, we're going to record. What if I change the edit? This isn't the final cut of the film. And he said, yeah, don't worry about that. And he left the room. And then I went in a corner with Jay Rabinowitz, the editor. We were both there. And I was saying, Jay, this is fucked up, you know. Neil says he's, you know, it won't bleed through, but he's playing to the track and you hear their voices. And if I make any edits later, you know, the music won't rest where it was and it'll be a disaster. And Jay's like, yeah, this is complicated. I don't know. He seems so adamant. And we're talking. Suddenly Neil walks up to us. He looks at right in the eye in both of us and says, hey, man, I was out in the truck. Do you guys realize we have about 200 microphones in this room? I was just listening to all you guys were saying. And I'm going to have to say again, don't worry about it, man. It's going to work. And we're like, okay, all right. He was listening to our conversation. You cannot trick Neil Young. Don't even try. Don't try. Trust me.
Because Westerns usually have like banjos or like that kind of acoustic kind of sound to it. But what Neil Young brings is similar to what his sound was before Dead Man, is like this
Southern Man?
Not Southern Man, dude.
But you know,
it's like the way I looked at it was the Neil Young sound existed before Dead Man. So like they just heard that and they went like, come work on our shit. So when he replicated that guitar sound with Dead Man, it sounded like this droning, echoing, like hypnotic fucking sound. And again, like it is distorted. It's not like a clean guitar, dude.
But I like that about it because
It's nice.
if people played electric guitar back in that era, it wouldn't be clean because
Yeah.
they're not. You know what I mean? They're not pristine. These people that we're dealing with, at least in terms of Dead Man, like every character we're dealing with isn't. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be a classical, fucking Beethoven-esque track. They'd be some dirty shit.
Yeah, and the tone of the guitar, the sound, just matches the vibe with the fucking film. Like it's just they're intertwined.
I just always wondered, like, you know what I mean? Neil Young hits this scene in the third act, and it's like,
right.
You know, how does he decide these drums here? And it's very interesting to me. Where
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Musician,
That's
man.
what I mean. Where it's just like, because it's very easy to be like, yeah, I'll do a couple strums in the first act to like set the tone.
Yeah.
But once you're in the third act and like the shit is like set in stone already, it's very hard to be like, oh, this is the correct emotional tone, or like I should play a chord here where nobody's talking about this very thing that's thematic about this particular film. You know what I mean? It's hard to be like, and it's like that's why I tip my hat to like your Johnny Greenwoods, your Neil Youngs, who are able to like take a film and be like, I'm just taking footage of this story that Paul Thomas Anderson or Jim Jarmusch came up with, and I'm putting music to it, and the shit's hype. You know what I mean? It's just it's real. It's a lot harder than it comes across as. That composing a fucking film soundtrack.
Right, and it just makes Dead Man so memorable, dude. Like I don't know westerns that have that kind of sound, dude. And like,
You know better than me. Like you've seen a lot of the. I have. I'm not a John Ford guy. I imagine you've seen a couple of John Ford.
yeah, a
films in
couple
your
like
time.
they have like they have a song that they play in the middle of the movie or some shit. It's like, all right, cool, dude, but what the fuck does that have to do with
But
shit?
I saw a lot of John Ford-esque cinematography in this film. You know
In
how
this
like
film,
in this
not John
Dead
Ford.
Man, I believe it. No, like listen, you know the shot when the train, it's a low shot when the train is low in the frame.
The opening fucking
Yeah,
moments.
and they stopped in the center frame, bro.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's fucking John Ford as fuck, bro.
Uh,
You know what I mean? It's not. I get that it's like
the
it's
film's not
it's,
shot like
it's
that.
not John Ford in the classic way. It's like he's
Yeah.
trying to like make. But I feel like a lot. You know, like I don't know if you've seen that scene from The Fablemans where David Lynch is like David Lynch is playing John Ford and he's like, "Listen, you little shit."
What the fuck?
No, you know, for real, he's playing John Ford and he's doing it good. And he's like, "Listen, when the shot is when the horizon is low in the frame, it's interesting. When the horizon is high in the frame, it's interesting. When the horizon is in the middle, it's fucking boring." And it's like you kind of see like just in terms of that, like
Yeah.
the horizon being where it is, it's like you know what I mean? You can kind of see how like there was um some coordination taken from at least from John Ford's like advice, at least in that sense, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not gonna like break the whole film down because it's like having the horizon in the middle is kind of neutral in some places, so it's a kind of it's complicated in that like neutral can't always be boring. John Ford, it's got to be, you know what I mean? It's like you're filming something neutral that is a you know it's a it's a decision. It's a creative decision, and it's not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it inheritively boring as he would, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I just found that some shots were like very in Dead Man were specifically like, well, here's a little nod to John Ford, and like the subjects in the shot are either low in the frame or high in the frame to make them interesting, if that makes sense. And
Right.
like the specific example I give to you, of course, is like the train parking in Machine, basically. Which
Mhm.
is just like, bro, it's like I don't know how you know what I mean? I don't know how you film that shot where it's like, all right, conductor of the train, of the old ass train there, just park it right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's complicated because it's like a little bit of creative license is given to the quote unquote conductor who, and you know what I mean? Who like parks the shit. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass here a little bit, but I'm just saying, like, there's some John Ford-esque nods in the film, even though it is trying to kind of separate itself from like the John Ford standard of a Western, if that makes sense. You know
Yeah.
what I
No.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, for sure. Because it's not. It's like the film isn't shot like a John Ford movie, but in some of the moments I can see where your argument makes a lot of
You know
sense.
what I
You
mean?
know.
Just to have
Yeah.
some of the, especially early on with the flourishes of John Ford, was like have the subjects low to the frame or high to the frame
Right.
to like make an eye for it. But like I don't know, like Jim Jarmusch, I feel like he makes use of POV more than any Western filmmaker ever did. Just in the first shot, where it's like, there's a horse pissing over here. There's a dude giving you a stink eye over here. There's a dude getting head over here who's like giving you stink eye at the
Yeah.
same time. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't wanna say too much on like the just that opening act, but the opening act of this of Deadman is pretty strong. We're getting right down to it. Yeah, so that fool gets his he gets to the Dickinson Metal Works there, and he first hits up John John Hurt in the office there. But yeah, he gets there and he tells him that the job has basically been filled. And he brings Mr. Olafson, who's all too hyped to like hello, salutes him.
He wants to shake his hand.
He wants to shake his hand. No fool straightens his hair to shake his hand.
Yeah, he does.
Like a G, dude.
Like a G. Yeah, I took your job.
I mean, but it's like, come on now. Like at that time, that's not. I don't imagine Mr. Olafson taking much pride in taking his job. You know what I mean? He was just like, I got it. I'm here. Fuck it.
He felt bad.
No, not that he felt bad, but it's just like he's not like, I took your job, bitch ass. He's more like, hey, is a dude here to meet me? You know what I mean? I'm an accountant. You know what I mean? There's no like shadiness to him, like wanting a handshake.
Yeah, yeah.
Johnny Depp is just like, I beat you here. I don't take any pride in it. I'll shake your hand though. Type shit.
I'll shake your hand.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know what I mean? He's not like a particularly, savvy gentleman. He's just a fucking dude with glasses who beat Johnny Depp.
It's true.
And we get Robert Mitchum next in one of his last roles. How do you feel about Robert Mitchum over? I'm gonna be real with you. I only know him from the Cape Fear remake by Scorsese and Night of the Hunter. But like Robert Mitchum is one of those. He's one of those like classic like actors, bro. It's like you see him, you're like, oh, that's the god right there. And maybe you got like a hint of it while you were watching Dead Man,
Yeah.
where it's like this fool's royalty right here in terms of acting. was monologuing to this bear, no problem. Type shit.
Yeah, that shit is funny when he's fucking just talking to the bear. I guess that was the actor choice. That wasn't direction given by Jarmusch. I guess another story was Jarmusch went up
Example,
to
when I tried to change a line for Robert Mitchum, I just wanted to invert 2 lines, and I went to his trailer, and his friend, his kind of minder that was with him, said, wait a minute, you're going to change a line on Robert Mitchum? He doesn't change the lines, you know? And I said, I know he doesn't improvise. No, I'm not saying improvise. I'm saying he does not change the line. And I said, well, I just need to talk to him. Okay, go ahead. Good luck to you. So I go in there, and Mitchum says to me, I said, I want to flip these 2 lines. I'm really sorry to do this to you. And he said, wait a minute. You just said you're really sorry to do this to me. Isn't that what they said to Gary Gilmore? And so I was up against these kind of characters, you know.
A lot of actors from that generation, your Paul Newmans, your Robert Mitchums, they're kind of hung up on rehearsal. Like they don't know about uh, improvisation as much as like modern directors. Modern directors and actors are privy
Yeah.
to this shit.
The last minute changes to scripts.
Yeah, so it's like you get a last minute change to a script, and it's like, what the fuck, bro? I've been practicing this shit all day, type shit. You know what I mean? So it's just like different styles of acting
Mhm.
kind of merging. Like
Big
Scorsese had a
shit
little
together.
Scorsese had a little bit of that on Color of Money, where it's just like Paul Newman, you really got to practice all your lines to the T. You can't improvise a little bit. They're like, all right,
Yeah.
I guess we got fucking Tom Cruise over here who can work with whatever the fuck I give him type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what I mean? It's kind of similar era of actors there. In terms of plot, he tells them, "Hey, you know, the job has been filled. I'm pointing a double barrel shotgun at your BP. Get out." So Johnny Depp is William Blake is just at I don't know what the fuck you do when you're offered a job and you go to the job and and like you spent your last dollars to get to the job
Yeah.
and they're like, "Nah, son." So Johnny Depp basically does the only thing that you can do in that scenario, which is buy a little bit of liquor and then just chill.
Right. And the Dickinson scene, I feel the environment that they set up for it was, what's it called? Setting up the character or trying to tell you about the character just with the large portrait of himself. He's obviously a fucking hunter.
He's got the
Everything
double
that
barrel
does,
BP.
yeah, exactly. Got double barrel BP locked and loaded. And I like that approach to production design where like, it's not just about making it look a certain way, it's also about trying to inform you on like who this character is through their environment, through their office, whatever the fuck. I think little moments like that because again, like most of it's outside, but those moments inside, like what are you seeing in frame? Like what are they trying to fucking say?
But that fool sent him out. He sent him out and he sent him like tail between his legs. And that fool was frazzled after he left the factory.
Yeah.
Like, let me wait for this other fool. Let me just hug the wall and wait for this other fool to
Yeah,
pass.
shit was funny as hell. You can see how Fear and Loathing was like coming right up, and like he can kind of get into a little bit of that wacky behavior that.
So Johnny Depp a wild one, that's all I'll say. It was like, you know what I mean? I don't know if Terry Gilliam was the one that brought him into the weird zone, so to speak.
Yeah.
Or if he had a little bit left over from all his various. Because working with Tim Burton and Jim Jarmusch has got to give you a little bit of wackiness. From there, he meets Thel at he's kind of just hanging around a machine, and he runs into Thel at a. He goes to a bar and he's like, "Yo, let me get a bottle." And they give him a big bottle, and then as they count all his coins he's got there, they count him down to a tinier bottle.
Yeah, they downgrade him.
They downgraded that BS, and like I guess they pushed out because she wasn't a whore anymore, and they just liked her better when she was a whore instead of somebody who made paper flowers,
Right.
which is like fuck, bro. God, that's terrible for for all the women just trying. I just don't want to suck Vedga anymore. Well, can I develop something better
Yeah.
than sucking Vedga 24/7 and shit? I don't blame Thel for trying, dude.
Hey, she had to do it to him.
She had to do it to him.
Why don't you just paint my portrait?
Oh, the older version of why don't you take my pictures and shit.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think when he's with Thel, I think Jarmusch uses or more close-ups than he ever
Yeah,
has.
exactly. Okay, so you know better than me. I've only seen Dead Man, Down by Law, and Stranger in Paradise.
Yeah.
Because he uses some romantic ass
Yeah.
close-ups, and it's not
That's
just
a
like
first,
Thel's face or Johnny Depp's face. He uses a straight up close-up on her tits as well.
Yeah,
Just I don't know if it's for humor. It's probably for humor if we're getting right down to it, because he doesn't spend a lot of time on it. But yeah, they're just very soft, like close-ups in the upcoming scene where it's just like
Yeah.
bro had like bro was operating at like 2.8 key stop on the shit where it's like, you know what I mean? Shit's wide open as hell.
Yeah, he doesn't approach any of those with any close-ups. In the other two movies that we watched, they're more the camera's kind of set stationary.
But is that more humorous for like, you
The
know,
close-ups?
he's just taking out her tits here, or is it like more,
Uh,
or is it going for more of like the romantic upheaval of the Western, where it's just like these people beautiful, but the shit they get involved in ain't so pretty.
right. I think it's all up to interpretation, dude. I think with the use of close-ups, I never took it as like an emphasis on the action of like, oh, like this is the humor, this is the tits. Like I just saw when he was going back and forth with Depp and I forget the lady's name, but they're obviously
Hell,
yeah, they're getting lost in each other, but at the same time, the use of close-ups doesn't stop there at the romantic kind of that romantic scene between the two. It's utilized throughout. So I just think the approach was way different with a movie like Dead Man as opposed to the other two. And everything. Obviously, it's stylized a certain way. It's black and white, and you talk about him meeting up with her, and they had the conversation about the roses, trying to change it, and then it cuts to them being in bed, right? And eventually, it's not like she's just a hoe. Like it's just this is what hoes do. It's like she probably just kind of fell for him. You know what I mean? It's just a natural thing. Then you see the dude coming
oh my
home.
God, Gabriel Byrne. Like, I don't know if you see Miller's Crossing,
Yeah.
but like that fool is understated in the role he's in.
Another movie heavy on extreme close-ups.
But you see what I mean about Gabriel Byrne being like understated in this role, where it's just like I hardly recognize the dude. Whereas like in
Mm,
something like Miller's Crossing, it's like it's hard to ignore the guy, or it's something like Usual Suspects.
usual, yeah.
You know what I
Oh,
mean? It's
he's in
just
that
like
too. Yeah.
he's understated in those roles, but when you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In like in Dead Man and in Usual Suspects, where in Miller's Crossing he's like a force, and it's just weird how like actors bounce between like being a force in a movie as opposed to being like a presence. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
he's just a presence in Dead Man. He's not really a force.
Right.
If that makes sense.
And for sure, dude. And I think that's just the strength of a lot of the characters that kind of come in and cameo. And like whether it's Melina, whether it's him, whether it's Glover, dude, whether it's Iggy Pop and later
Glover's in
on
this shit.
Crispin Glover.
Okay, I thought you were just going to say Danny Glover. I'm
No,
like,
no, no.
he's in this motherfucker. You didn't tell me.
Oh boy, Crispin. But yeah, man, it's just like a series of cameos. And
Because he kind of plays it as like, I got rejected by my girl. I'm just gonna leave.
yeah,
And then she pushes me.
yeah, she
Then I
does.
gotta clap her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, that shit is.
Before was, you know what I mean? He was pretty regal until she said that line, that last line. It's like I don't blame him for clapping.
Yeah,
When you just put it that, it's like, come on now.
twist of the knife.
Fool was taking his leave, gentlemanly like, and then you just gotta. What did she say to him? It's like,
Well, I never really loved you anyway.
well, I gotta clap the guy now, I guess.
Right.
Thanks
Yeah.
for playing on my sense of, you know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, fuck.
Because he does aim at Blake. He doesn't aim at the woman. He's gonna take his life, and then the woman obviously sacrifices herself.
And then he like kind of stands there. You know what I mean? He doesn't like take his revenge.
Disbelief.
Was like, you know what I mean?
He can't but love.
He's not like that motherfucker. You should be dead, not her. He's kind of like, I guess I'll just get clipped here. You know what I mean? He's
Right.
not. He's like he flinches at the first two shots that miss him, but he doesn't dodge the third. You know what I mean? He's not like I want to live
No,
as much as
yeah.
he's like fucking just take me. I guess, dude. I fucking don't want to live after doing this shit
Yeah.
type thing. I don't know.
That's what I don't understand. Like he shoots him, he shoots the girl, and I don't know if Blake is shot too. You know?
He is shot. He gets because the girl steps in front of him and she gets clapped
Mhm.
and the bullet goes through her into him.
Yeah. And at that moment, he like stumbles out. He falls onto the ground, and then we have a shot of like a shooting star. And the theory there is when you cut to that scene, the sky isn't natural. It's not like grounded in reality. It's stylized, right? It's like almost cartoonish, but not really. And the theory with it being stylized is that that's the moment William Blake actually fucking dies, and from that point on, it's just
I feel
like
like
a
you can make.
wicked dream.
I feel like you can make that argument after every scene in this movie, where it's like after this quote unquote moment, William Blake dies, and then you know what I mean.
Right.
I feel like it's one of those movies where it's like as soon as somebody gets mortally wounded, you can kind of like, well, after this point he dies, and it's all just kind of a fever dream after, if that makes
Right.
sense.
And I'm not saying this is definitive, but like I like that. I like the idea of that theory. You know, it adds to the movie and adds to the reasoning of some of the choices that the character, you know, the dialogue that the character has as the movie goes on. Because I think he meets nobody, and he's like you killed the white man that killed
But
you.
he meets nobody in a very specific scenario where he's like, this motherfucker's already cutting the bullet out of my chest, attempting at least. You know what I mean?
Got the white
It's
man.
not like oh stupid fucking white man. I guess I'll cut the bullet. It's no, that fool wakes up, that fool's got the knife in his chest.
Yeah.
Fucking trying to fish the bullet out. It's like, I can't do it, fool, you know, it's just too far in.
Yeah.
You dead as hell.
Yeah. Dead as hell.
Apparently that fool reprised his role for another movie. Forget it had Forrest Whitaker in it.
Oh, the Way of the Ghost Dog. Or something.
Yeah, the Ghost Dog or some shit. And I was like, for real, that fool? Like, I haven't seen it. Like, is it like
It's
a
Jarmusch.
one? Is it one to? Oh, it's Jarmusch too. So it's like a 1-to-1. Like, yeah, I put the fool back in.
Yeah.
I had seen Gary Farmer in a few things, and I wanted Gary Farmer, and I wrote this for Gary Farmer. And then I got a number to call Gary Farmer. He lived up in Canada, way off the grid in the middle of nowhere. And I said, I'm Jim Jarmusch. You don't know me, but I know your work. I wanted to send you this script that I wrote and see if you'd be interested. And he said, I don't like reading scripts, man. I'll tell you what, why don't you come up here and tell me the story? So I find Gary Farmer in the middle of nowhere, 5 hours north of Toronto, I don't know, in the middle of the woods, and in a house that was off the grid and really interesting. And I tell him the story, and he says, yeah, let me think about it. Hey, man, it's too late to leave now. It's late at night. You can sleep over there on the floor there, and I'll make you breakfast. How's that? So the next morning, I'm there with Gary Farmer, and he's like, yeah, so I thought about your story, and, well, let's do it. So I'm like, all right. So I get in my rental car. It takes me a day to get home, But it made me love Gary Farmer even more. That's just what he's like, and he is like nobody. I was so sad that nobody gets killed in the end of this film that I brought him back in Ghost Dog briefly. I brought him back in another century because I didn't want to believe he was gone, And I saw him recently, and he's like, so when am I going to reappear? And I said, I didn't put you in this film I have that's just coming out now. And he said, I know you didn't. And you know what? That's fucked up.
I didn't know it was Jarmusch.
That's another movie, like you said.
That was another one inspired by Last Samurai, I think.
No shit.
Because it's just like, an assassin, like, kind of dealing with, like, day to day, like, dealing with his shit.
He was also said to listen to a lot of Wu-Tang around that time for that movie too.
Dead Man?
My boy Jarmusch. My boy Hip Hop Head.
This fool fucking coming to the slums of Shaolin.
Hey, you know how it is. Yeah, my boy Culture, dude.
I believe it.
Oh, dude, and I wanted to talk about Nobody, right? So the feathers on his hair when you're introduced to him, it's not.
Isn't he just cutting his shit out when you first meet him?
He is cutting them out, but when he actually puts on his headdress, it's not this ceremonial, like traditional Indian kind of like look. It's more like scattered. It's more fitted for nobody who kind of pairs up with William Blake. They're both outsiders in this movie. They're both outsiders within their fucking like their society, their culture, whatever you want to describe it as. And William Blake has the suit, and nobody has, the attire that's jank. Let's just call it right, and like it's intentional jank.
It's Cleveland jank.
It's Cleveland jank, But I know I love shit like that where like the costume kind of matches with the character, but like it's not just for the sake of style. It's there's reasoning behind it, and I think the reasoning behind these two choices with these two characters is it's fucking brilliant, and I love that he was specific on actors who he wanted to play those characters, right? No one even argues that Blake is alive. Like no one ever confirms like that. He's just not dead. It feels like a lot of people just kind of.
Well, I feel like nobody confirms he's dead,
Yeah.
but William Blake doesn't want to confirm he's dead.
Right. Well, yeah. William Blake has something at stake. Confirming you're dead is a hard
big step.
truth. Yeah. But yeah, dude. Let's you want to move on. We talked about Dickinson walking up to the bear, right? Talks to the hunter, the bounty hunters.
Yeah, Conway's Quill up there.
Eugene Bird is Johnny the Kid.
You got Cole Wilson, who's the cannibal. For the three.
Cole Wilson.
Cole Wilson is played by Lance Henriksen, the dude who plays.
Oh, that's right. You were saying
Alien.
Right.
Plays robot and Aliens.
You should have said Steve Buscemi and Keira Knightley were in this fucking movie.
Are they?
That's what the.
I don't remember Buscemi or Knightley, if I'm being honest.
That's what I don't either, dude. That's what I'm like, what the fuck?
Keira Knightley was in this shit? She must have been like 12. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. It's 95. I don't know.
Buscemi, I don't remember. Buscemi could be fucking anybody.
Yeah.
I'm being real with it.
I'm thinking like maybe in the saloon. Maybe they popped up or something.
That's all my only guess. You got Bouchalou, you got Johnny Depp being like, I'm dead, but I'm not. The whole movie and shit.
No, yeah. Yeah, but
nobody talks about his poetry where it's like
William Blake's, yeah.
Every night and every morn, some to misery are born. Every morn and every night, some are born to sweet delight.
It's definitely that 1880s type poetry where it's just like, I'm just rhyming basic shit when you get right down to it. But we don't know anything else. It's Walt Whitman based shit. Where it's like, it's poetry. You motherfuckers don't know anything about poetry. I can just say whatever the fuck.
I think the influence, the William Blake thing, I believe Jarmusch was working on some shit, needed something else to kind of break away from it, picked up some William Blake, and it eventually kind of infused itself with the work.
So William Blake was a real person?
Yeah.
Gotcha. He was a real poet.
Real poet and painter.
Yeah, Johnny the Kid reaching for the wrong teddy bear at the wrong time, dude.
Not my teddy bear.
It's like his mama just making biscuits while he's sleeping, dude. Don't be touching his teddy bear.
I like that nobody character moment where he puts on Johnny Depp's bowler hat.
Yeah, he's kind of like imitating, like, this is how a white man operates with a hat on. I like that. Let me just imitate this white man real quick. That's all they do is talk.
Shit. It's the funniest and most ambitious, I think, project that I've seen from that dude. And I love the collaboration with all the people from across the board, man. Just a lot of people believing in the project, and it's showing on film.
And on the road, the three assassins set up camp with. They find nobody's fire pit, and they're like, "Oh, yo, this shit was sent up by an Indian, if you will." He's like, Conway Till informs Johnny the Picket Kid of Cole Wilson's history of killing, fucking, and eating his parents.
I'm telling you, he killed him. He fucked him, he cooked him up, he ate him.
He's a sick son of a bitch.
Man, Lance Hendricks, God bless him, dude. That motherfucker is just in the corner playing a creep the whole movie.
Yeah,
It's a thankless job.
it's a thankless job. I think they did a lot of that where like they use that location. Say Blake and nobody come in, they shoot a scene, and then that same day they would just have uh, the the three bounty hunters, let's say, roll into that same scene and then shoot the scene. So it kind of kept things rolling. I wanted to find out how long it took to shoot this. I wonder if it was like 45 day shoot because I don't know if it was 90 days. You know,
I know what you mean.
but the speed of it, some of the scenes, it just made me think of like they were working with a smaller budget, which probably meant a smaller, time of actual shooting or a shooting window. So they had to kind of get busy with it. But I think they also roll up on, you know, on that moment where nobody's like, yeah, they call me this Indian name, and it means he who talks loud but says nothing, but I prefer nobody. Yeah. And I think, like again, it's just these moments that represent he's an outsider. Just like when nobody's talking about, like, hey, I was captured, then I was, caged up and all this shit. And again, you're not part of this group. You're on the outside looking in. And I feel with this movie tackling like existentialism, and like that's a word that's kind of thrown around a lot. It's almost like a buzzword, but like there's a lot of key ideas and themes of this existentialism, and I know we've talked about the shits before, but like one of the questions is like, who am I? And everything, and anything. What the fuck? And what is this place? Like whatever this experience is, and where are we going? And I feel like the film tackles these kind of grand questions, um, in one take, and it's not just a film about who am I. I think it's tackling a lot of things. It's not just a singular idea or a singular you know uh, message it's coming trying to present to the audience. But that's what I love about this film. It's questioning a lot of things, and it's like it's even a western that's questioning like the ideas of western, and how things should kind of play out, dude. And like again, the auteur shit. I always thought it was like some European like Godard is on some auteur shit. They come up with the shit on the day, and Jarmusch, it's on the same auteur level of thinking, but it's just a different sensibility, a different fucking tone, and that's what I've come to realize about what he brings to the table as a filmmaker. Storyboards and all that shit. Fuck that, dude. We're gonna scout locations, we might come up with the script, and then we're just gonna go about our business. But he meets the trio, remember, like the Philistine talk. Iggy Pop, Robert was
Those two campers too. Billy Bob Thornton.
yeah.
Well, Sally, I don't give a pig's ass what anybody says. I still say you make a hell of a pot of beans. Now, why don't you say us a grace out of the good book, would you?
that those moments too where like he's coming across these group who probably is just killing anyone who they stumble upon. They take their fucking they take their
You think they were eating those motherfuckers, that group?
eating them?
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's like they're taking a hell of a lot. You know what I mean? I don't know what to make of that group because they're obviously picking Johnny Depp apart for his
Yeah.
valuables when they first arrive at him.
It seems like they have interest in him, like just like on a sexual level, the way they're like kind of fondling, touching his knee.
He's got that hair, dude.
You
got that nice hair.
You got pretty hair, dude. How do you get your hair like that?
See, this old stuff of mine, it's just like old barn hay. There ain't a darn thing you can do with it.
I think that scene is really fucking interesting because you get to the climax, they fight over fucking Johnny Depp's character William Blake, and right before you have the moment strike, he's like, well, I guess nobody gets him, and then it's like nobody fucking pulls up behind him, has the knife to his throat. You hear the fucking plucking of the guitar coming in at that fucking moment, lightning striking, and So does fucking nobody, dude. Sliced across his fucking neck, left for dead. And, you know, there's a lot of touches in this movie. Like, just because it's not what you expect out of a Western, there's still some gruesome moments. There's still, there's still death, and there's still the question of death that's being experienced through the characters, and I think the guitar and the punctuation that it creates with the scene, like again, it's not like any other Western I've ever fucking seen, dude. There's a lot of moments that are filled with just they fill me with fucking glee, dude. The wanted posters, man, of William Blake, they change over time, right? Like as it's 500, 1,000, and 2,000. Like the way his face is, like it's becomes like he's
His face
starving.
changes?
Like yeah, like it's more skinnier, it's more famished, it's more like grizzly
I
type
didn't
of thing.
notice that when I watched the film.
Shit, like there's a scene where he has like all three wanted posters, like a 500, 1,000, and then a 2,000. You know,
I've seen where all the assassins are looking at it.
the assassins aren't. William Blake is.
I don't remember that one.
I believe that's right outside of the trading post.
Which one does he give nobody?
The first one, probably the $500 one on the tree. Yeah, like because they first come across it, but as the movie goes on. But yeah, dude, like the guitar ringing, like as the kid shot too, as the young bounty hunter. Like I love the way that the guitar is utilized in the movie, and it sets tone, but it also acts as a punctuation on moments, on scenes, and like again, it's unique, dude, and a lot of the shots they're in the woods, they're in tiny creeks and puddles. It's not this big vast river. Like maybe at the end, sure, but the scene isn't. The movie isn't trying to depict this. It's not trying to be this something that your eyes can fucking gorge on. It's not in color, dude. Like it's black and white. It's these trees. They're dried up. They got this unique fucking look. They got the branching that's a little unusual. It's not. It's kind of scattered, and it's almost like like one of those medieval fucking, or like it's almost like it's a bat with a bunch of fucking nails in it. Like everything is just kind of with no like uniform structure, and I think looking within in these environments is a awesome creative approach to it, as opposed to flipping the camera and having the mountains be the landscape and letting you all take in what the West kind of looked like, and again like turning it around and just focusing in on these like these tighter spaces of like horseback ridings. And sometimes you do get moments of like redwoods. They're big thick fucking trees, dude, thicker and bigger than the dang horse. But it's like these series
I
of
feel like Lance
images,
Henderson's character was like kind of confused by those by the end of the film.
right?
You
Like
know what I mean? He's kind of like, I never seen these shits before,
right.
type shit.
And that's Northern California, I believe, dude. The big thick fucking
I mean, if we
redwoods.
were to follow the map, probably. But, I don't know what map that fool's looking at that he's following.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Where does this take place? Where it does eventually trek through California. Obviously, William Blake still has a lot of dope moments with, not as a gunslinger, but in the moments of conflict. And he comes up to those other bounty hunters, or not even, maybe they're not bounty hunters, they're law enforcement. He's like, "Are you William Blake?" And he's like, "I am." He's like, "Do you know my poetry?" And then, you know, um, that's when he, takes aim and fucking puts them down. And he's like, "Some are born to endless night." He recites what he's learned from nobody, because William Blake, he's not the fucking poet and the painter that nobody believes him to be. He's truly just some other guy trying to make his way in this fucking world. And that's why I think like the existentialism is like, well, you don't know what anything, you don't know what you are, you don't know where this is, you don't know where you're going, and then you try to put your head down, try to get some rest in this place that you don't know, and it's almost like they nudge you back awake and they tell you like there's no fucking place for you here. So like, you're truly an outsider. You're not meant to be here. But it's almost it's upon it's your responsibility to kind of make your fucking place here, despite no one making a place for you. You're like, and I think that's what's interesting about the character's arc or his fucking journey. He's unsure of what he is, and then becoming William Blake and just accepting, like, yeah, don't you know my fucking poetry? No longer fighting against the idea that he's like, he's not that William Blake. He's kind of embracing it at that fucking moment. But bounty hunters come in, they find the fucking head, they step on it, like it just fucking bursts, dude.
Well, it's a religious icon. Well, they gotta step on it.
They do. They gotta step on them shits. But yeah, he shoots the talkative dude. Obviously, what was his name? Not Cole, but Conway, I think. He shoots Conway, and I think that's when you cut to the scene of him just kind of eating
Well, he kills Johnny Pickett the kid at some point.
Yeah. We talked about when the kid dies, like that's when you get another introduction of a guitar fucking just plucking away at that moment. Emphasizing the fucking
that fool just eats his hand, his whole ass hand, dude.
Yeah, man. He got it barbecuing on that fucking stove.
How come you let him eat that whole hand?
Hey, you got to do it to him. Trading posts, the idea of diseases coming from those trading posts, I guess that's historically accurate. They weren't exactly a safe place for for people that were living outside of that kind of culture, that kind of world. And it's wild to hear that those trading posts were a source of disease and death to a certain group of people. And obviously you get Alfred Molina's character later on, and it's just the confrontation and or conflict between what's described as the white man's religion and obviously in what they
Are you
believe.
talking about Doc Ock scene?
The Doc Ock.
The glorious Doc Ock.
Yeah.
Never did nothing to nobody. But it's the best scene of the whole film. That fool don't give a fuck.
You don't give a damn.
I ain't selling you no tobacco, you little Native Americans talking about tobacco.
I guess I do have some in my personal stash,
Just my personal stash that happens to be in the same place as those tin cans.
Yeah. I have a twist or two.
Come on, Twisted Baby, like we did last summer.
Like, I think just the look and the direction of the film is unique, and you have William Blake's character, which never really has a true showdown with the bounty hunters. He's just kind of making his way and
He never claps him straight on the head.
No, he doesn't, dude, and he doesn't have to take them down one by one. And after the trading post, he sits down on the rock, and that's when he gets shot, right, by a dude who was just appeared out of nowhere in the background, and he claps him back, and now he's got 2 fucking bullets in him, and then that's nobody coming up to him and saying that.
See, you've collected some more white man's metal.
Yes. I seem to be a magnet for it.
Whenever I hear that fucker deliver that line, like it always makes me laugh, dude. It's just, funny sensibility. Like we talked about dark humor, and I think this movie, has the best mix of dark humor and story with it. The other ones, I don't know if it works as fun like as it does with this one, with Stranger Than Paradise or Down by Law. Something being gritty, something being as unruly like as the Wild West. And the types of evil you come across, types of degeneracy, like it fits. Still River as Blake head towards the fucking end, and Depp. I guess Depp kind of played with William Blake's imagery because like he's a painter, and he kind of messed with some of the stuff, like the deer shot, I believe, is something that he worked on. Another shot where I think after he's talking to nobody earlier on, I think it's maybe the first act, he's standing on a rock and then he crouches down. I think that's imagery that he's playing with. The deer shot where he lays down, puts the blood on his chest, and he's just laying down with it. I think that's another image. And at the end where they're approaching like death's door, essentially, where He's meeting the fucking Indians at the location that nobody was trying to bring him to. You see the village, you see the fucking like little opening there. They're gonna build a fucking canoe, and once he passes through, like it's game over for William Blake, right? Like it's weird because as soon as you have this character take on this journey and you're pushing him out, you have nobody, and then what was the other guy? Lance. I forget Lance's character, but they aim at each other and then they take a shot and they just both both with they both just fall to the ground. Obviously, their the death act that they perform is a little different, but you know nobody looks at that character because he takes a shot at at William Blake first, but then after that, that's when they aim at each other and then they shoot at each other, right? And it's just like again, it's almost surreal, it's almost dreamlike, and I think it it only gives more of an argument towards William Blake actually dying like early on in the film, where some of these things aren't wrapped up nicely. They're kind of wrapped up, like almost like I guess like again just surreal, just not really like in this in the traditional sense, and that's where I struggle with. Is this just a surreal act, or is this just pushing against the idea of what a western should look like and go how the story should go down?
I get what you mean. Looking up at the sky one last time, Blake dies in his canoe and drifts out to the sea. Do you think he's wondering what kind of person nobody was?
What kind of person nobody was?
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like, what is he wondering at when he drifts out to the sea?
William Blake?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's open to interpretation, dude. But if I had to guess, like I feel like he's still thinking about that innocent woman that he met at the brothel. Like I think that's why he feels a certain way with the little Bambi deer. It's not like Bambi's mom died. It's like Bambi fucking died. And looking at someone like that, where like she was, ideally innocent. She didn't have the gun. She didn't want to take anyone's life. It's a lover's quarrel.
Well, she did have her pistol, if we're getting real with it.
Oh, she did?
That was her pistol there that she used.
Oh, fuck. You're right, dude. He didn't fucking have a fucking pistol. What the fuck? You're right.
It was her pistol.
Yeah, dude. Then I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think that girl's death kind of is the thing that set him off. Like it's the one nice thing he kind of had going from since the fucking train, right? And then it's taken away, in such a raw fashion. And what do you do after that, dude?
What do you do after that? I don't fucking know, dude. Get vengeance.
Get vengeance.
Give her your own BP. Say, I'm getting vengeance right now.
Yeah, dead man, dude.
Dead man. With Johnny Depp.
With Johnny Depp.
I'm Jim Jarmusaurus Rex.
Motherfucking Fuego Pig in the house where your bitch is she.
About the Fuego Pig.
You don't know control about the Fuego Pig.
It's the Fuego Pig that's got Jesse Faden in the bish.
Old Jesse Faden, man.
That's Jesse Faden for your deal, though.
Oh, your ass, girl. Let's talk about the gameplay real quick before we jump into the story, because the story is dance.
Tell me about Control. What you feel about Control? Gameplay.
Right off the rip, dude. Like the movement feels solid. I really like the levitation and evade abilities. It's pretty nice.
That's that Max Payne shit coming back. They know.
Yeah,
They know what feels good to move around and shit.
Yeah, it sure do, and it helps, dude, especially with the enemies. I think blocking is absolutely necessary. Seizing is a bit of a fun ability to utilize, but I don't know if it's as useful as you believe, or is it led to believe. Blocking and seizing upgrades are a complete must, though. So even though you don't like seizing, I feel like seizing the big enemies in case you can't fucking finish them off is
Just grab them out and bring them into the. Come over here. Come over here. Let me control you a little bit.
Control y'all dummy. But launching items is one of the sneaky best upgrades, more so than the guns. You know, you throw down more damage with launching items than you do even the charge.
I cheated in my second playthrough where I'm like, let me just concentrate on that telekinesis build.
Shit, yeah.
And I'm gonna melt motherfuckers.
I'm gonna melt motherfuckers. The weapons are definitely fucking interesting. You got a shatter that's like a shotgun, a charge that's like rockets, a grip that's a handgun, a pierce that acts like a sniper, the spin that's like a submachine gun, and then you have a surge weapon that's a grenade launcher. And I believe the surge is DLC. I don't think it's.
Surge, I think, might have been with the original game, if I'm not
Oh
mistaken.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought it was unlockable like at one of the fucking expansion shits.
So I believe I could see that going down, but no, they had pretty much like the big five up on the ready.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Launch on some shit.
For sure. I think you can use the two weapons at a time. And at first I was a little annoyed, but then I realized the idea for that is that the service weapon just kind of morphs back and forth between the two ideas or the two guns of choice. So it's like, all right, it's a cool.
It's one of two weapons, or it's one weapons kind of thing, but it's like
Right.
it'll change for your needs, so to speak.
No, it will. Then you have the weapon mods. I think we did talk about it before, but it is a bit of a hassle to kind of manage them, delete some or deconstruct some of them, and create like a currency for yourself.
Well, it's because some of like the upgrades are like, you know what I mean, they're random, and like you don't get, you know what I mean. It's because of they're random. It's like, oh, I got the fucking this upgrade will only make me expend ammo more swiftly than, you know what I mean, putting damage on a motherfucker. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah,
you gotta kind of pick and choose your upgrades based on like how you want your weapon to hit, kind of thing.
for sure, dude. And like there's a finite amount of bank that you have with the mod, so you do have to manage it. Like again, it's not like Resident Evil where you can throw some in storage. It's just like, bro, do you want it or you fucking not?
Just put that shit in the fucking mystery box.
Just put it in there. I did craft mods late and did dedicate most of the resources to gun upgrades. I didn't do anything else like that.
Man, gun upgrades might have been a mistake on some real shit. I don't know, maybe you'd be more equipped to speak about it than me, but it's just like upgrades are like by the time you get them, it's so late in the game where it's just like
Yeah.
fuck. I don't give a fuck. Let me just slay these motherfuckers right quick. You know what I mean?
Right, you did have to pick and choose and go, well, what gun do I want to have 3 slots available for? And I preferred the shatter and the
Or like
charge
yeah.
or pierce.
I went with like the original, like you know the sidearm, how it's like a semi-automatic.
Oh, the spin.
It was the grip. No, it's exactly as you said.
Oh shit.
Or with the grip a lot of times because it's just easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have the shatter as a backup when
Yeah.
I need it, and it's like have the grip as a mid to long range the solution.
Right. I did have a tough time sticking with the grip. I did want to have something else. That's why I put the time and effort into those kinds of things. But ammo is plentiful, and everything only requires a cooldown. Whether it's energy for your levitation or your launch, or whether it's the fucking weapon. The ammo for the guns. Enemies are like foot soldiers. They kind of look like firemen. You got flyers. You got like these tank fuckers, armored fuckers.
They got a little bit of the Alan Wake shit going on where they're like, I'm who I used to be in my previous life type
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
But,
you're
but
right.
they but they kind of like they kind of assume the form of like Hiss in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm about that orange peel life, homie. Let me talk randomly about orange peels for a minute because David Bowie said that shit.
Hell, God, baby, damn no.
And I love David Bowie.
Yeah. It's definitely a different sort of enemies. It's not repetitive, dude, but the waves of enemies can be repetitive. Not that the types of enemies and the armored fucks and the rolling black holes and the moldy fuckers too.
Oh, the spikes were my favorite ones. The astral spikes,
Yeah.
the fucking the black hole ones. They're probably my favorite enemy. It's
Yeah.
just like they can't be defeated,
No.
and you gotta like deal with them.
Yeah, for sure. I like that. I like that idea of like some shit you can't just conquer. That you just kind of work around it. I definitely like the variety and approach.
What do you think of the introduction to the astral spike? When it's like, listen, we went to the astral plane and like we discovered some shit, and some shit was wild as hell, dude. We got some astral spikes in the business, and like we captured a couple, but just to be sure. Here they are. We tried to replicate their environment, putting some like I don't know, some fucking spikes everywhere, some shit.
Yeah. No, it's definitely. I want to say the first time is when you have to like kind of steal it in. Probably the first time you come across it, and it is a little bit of a puzzle to figure out, but it's also like we talked about. It's unconquerable. It's a interesting enemy idea to throw into a game, dude. Like again, you can't kill everything. I like that. Um, the environment is completely destructive. It's reactive. Like
Did you study up on SCP at all?
SCP?
Yeah.
What's that?
Clandestine and worldwide, the SCP Foundation operates beyond jurisdiction, empowered and entrusted by every major world government with the task of containing items which jeopardize normalcy. The Foundation specializes in containment and attempts to understand artifacts that pose a significant threat to global security. The Foundation operates on three basic principles: secure, contain, and protect. We secure the objects in question to protect the well-being of humanity. We contain these objects and keep them hidden from the public so they cannot be used for malicious purposes. Finally, we protect these objects from damage and study them for the advancement of science and technology.
So the first thing you need is an idea. All you need is something to write about. So, once you've got your idea, start writing. This is the hard part. Actually, this is the easy part, the item number. For now, let's just call it XXXX. You can replace that with the actual number really easy. Object class is where shit gets exciting. Imagine you've got a locked box. If you can lock something in a box and leave it alone, the fuckers are safe. If you can lock something in a box and you don't know what's going to happen, the fuckers are Euclid. If the fucker busts out the box and rips off your laryngopharynx, is a Kitter. Also, you're dead. Oh, and it's full mail too, that's when the SCP is the box. And if you're a real cheeky fuck, you might make up your own object class. Special Containment Procedures, SCP. SCP. We throw it in front of the description to build up to it, so makes you wonder what the fuck we're talking about when we mention giant pits, or lasers, or reality anchors, or whatever you put in there. So, how are you containing your thing? Are we throwing it in a box? Are we doing something fun? Make sure your containment procedures actually contribute to the article description. This is the meat of your SCP, so don't fuck it up. The world is your oyster. So, don't fill the thing in with useless details. If you mention something, make sure it matters. Have something you're going for. Scary, funny, sad, that needs to come across in your description, so make sure that shines through using any method you can, basically. Narrative. I cannot stress this enough. The SCP is above all a story. This is how you make me feel the thing you want me to feel. So, you've written your description. Now for the addendum. So addendums are your experiment logs, your explorations where a billion MDF guys get killed, any other shit you want to put in there. Don't put these in if they don't contribute anything. Nobody wants to read your 10-page low quality experiment log. Now you got an SCP. What do you do next? Post it on the SCP wiki, right? Wrong. You need to get that thing critted, my friend. Find some guys who know what they're talking about, show them your draft. Do they like it? Cool. Do they not like it? Find out why and fix it until they do like it. This is how the good SCP is achieved. Now you post it. You go to the main list, click on an empty slot and paste your SCP in there. Don't forget to replace those XXs with the actual number. Post it. Then we go to the main list and edit in whatever title you've come up with. Now watch the upvotes roll in, baby.
There's like a specific way that you have to write for SCP, and I feel like Control like aped a lot of that shit, and they're like, you know what? We like a lot of this shit. I mean, it's like that flamingo's got to be secured and protected.
Right.
Type shit.
Yeah. I didn't know that, dude. SCP.
Look it up, dude.
I'll look that shit up.
That's just fun. Fool. It's just a lot of like, I can't contain this underwater flamingo, dude. Fool, we gotta contain him, fool, because he just turned everybody's BP to sand and shit. Fool, we can't have that.
Shit. No, I'll definitely have to check that shit out, dude. I'm probably gonna have to check out to see if that's why the writing is the way it is. It's not like very Alan Wake.
Sam Lake and I believe Angie McGill is the name. Angie McGill wrote the Threshold Kids shits
Yeah, dude.
specifically.
Shit.
So I don't know if you like those Threshold Kids live action shits.
Yeah.
Those were probably my favorite shit of the whole game.
Yeah, usually the meta shit is interesting.
Stepping to the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to be, but don't dash and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
And you got that fucking Mr. Bones.
Yeah.
Just like, shut the fuck up, Sally. Some shit's going down. And he's got like half face on his face.
Yeah, it is. It's like half face, like half like a picture of a Barbie kind of doll.
There's like a creepy aspect to like his shit going on, but it's like it's creepy. It's not creepy for no reason.
Yeah.
It's creepy because hey, this so wild shit happens in this building. Don't say anything to anybody else. Type of shit.
I think it's a good time to talk about secrets. Who can tell me what a secret is?
It's something you hide from everyone so they don't get scared.
Partially correct, Topher. A secret is something you don't tell anyone outside the Bureau, because people outside the Bureau
Aren't ready for the truth of reality.
Very good. When you tell someone a secret, you're hurting their brains very badly. Now, let's review what exactly is or isn't a secret. First, we have a rainbow. Secret or not secret?
Not secret.
Correct. And the true version of rainbows?
Secret.
Correct. Cats?
Not secret.
Correct. And the Alpine Chimera?
Secret.
Topher. Too many slip-ups and your father will have to go on vacation without you. You don't want to end up like Meg, do you?
For sure, dude. And I think with this game, I found myself getting wrecked so many times, dude. Like I did not learn my lesson.
Them hisses some motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, them hisses some motherfuckers for sure, dude. There's a couple of points of like again, I was like, fuck, I keep eating shit, but most of the time you can overcome on the second or third attempt. It was those four like doorway shits that you have to go and the jukebox that were probably the most frustrating.
Yeah, the jukebox expeditions are some frustrating shit.
Yeah.
But if I would have told you to like don't bother with some shit, I would have told you not to bother with this expedition.
I wanted to beat at least one of them, dude. This shit was pissing me off. But I feel like the shots have to matter. Like it's not really a run and gun type of game like a Halo. You can't just run.
Well, you're the director. You're like, you gotta feel all this shit out. Well, you can't just kill it all and like be on your way. You gotta kind of like get a feel for it.
Right.
That's what they want you to do, basically.
For sure, dude. And like that was hard getting used to, but the gameplay has like a mix of like psyops, obviously, minus like the when you take over or possess one of the enemies and you can do shit. That's the only thing I wanted from this game that it didn't give me, but it feels like psyops.
They didn't give it to you soon enough and hard enough, kind of thing. That's what I'm getting to you.
Yeah, for that specific ability, yeah.
Because they kind of throw it to you in a room where it's like there's a bunch of like dudes sitting in a chair and they're like, just take control of these guys in a chair. When it's like it's a little hard to do because they're like, you know what I mean? They're not like they're kind of a harder end enemy to like convert.
Right.
It's like, bro, you want me to convert these motherfuckers in a chair? Come on now. It doesn't incentivize you to really take control of those dudes or take control of anyone really, like because that's kind of a back end like ability.
Right.
Like the front end ability is being like shift and telekinesis and shit. Obviously,
Right.
if you get an early enough build for a telekinesis, you can melt fucking bosses, bro. Like, you know what I mean? That plant boss ain't gonna be nothing. You get a telekinesis build going.
Yeah, and that guy.
That was like the second fucking time I took that fool down.
Shit.
And I'm like, let me just run this fool. Let me just run this fool with the powers I got.
Yeah.
But like I could see how like mold one would be like a bitch to like somebody first playing this because they
Right.
don't know that like telekinesis. Just telekinesis spam that motherfucker. He'll melt eventually.
Yeah, telekinesis spam, and then get like a personal mod that helps you enhance your
Recharge
energy.
yeah, helps you recharge your shit or like that's another thing that I'll say out loud about the it's that the randomness in which you get some of these very pertinent skills is kind of bullshit. And
Right.
it's like and to the point where like you might not even got some useful skills in your playthrough. I did in my second playthrough, but that was my second playthrough. You know what I mean? It was just
Yeah.
like I played it twice and I had to get that shit. It could be, you know what I mean? It's a lot to ask for somebody playing this for the first time to be like, oh, let me just wait until I get the random skill
Yeah.
that makes me extra powerful.
Right. And some of it did pay off. Like you get to like the closer end game moments, and you get like better mods presented to you. And then sometimes when you complete a side mission, you're gifted this like holy
You're
mod.
gifted this big ass mod, and you gotta I gotta sell some mods in my person right now because I
Yeah.
can't fit this dope ass mod right now. Holy
Yeah.
shit. I gotta like grind this down for monies, for much monies.
Basically, dude. Now I just wish that they lined up more of the missions and side stories with the reward of a useful fucking mod, dude.
That's my
Like,
big critique of Control is just like it's not as easy as as Alan Wake, where it's just like you don't remember a time where you got stronger because the game just kind of put it in there like magically and you didn't notice it. Whereas
right.
Control, you notice it particularly because it's RNG and it's
Right.
you get it randomly and maybe you might get it after this big third act mission.
Yeah.
Maybe you might not, and like that's kind of fucked up to me playing it
Yeah.
second time. It's like, bro, why not just make everybody feel powerful? As as standard as opposed to randomly and shit.
Yeah, for sure. And some of the more useful mods I found were like where the charge, like the projectile just shoots out at an incredible rate. The blast radius is incredible, or like the damage on like a
It's
shotgun
just not
cannon.
enough to satisfy. Like, bro, I'm at the end fucking game. I've already completed the
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
game, bro.
Yeah,
I rolled credits on the bitch. Now you're giving me this shit, and it's like,
yeah,
come on now.
yeah.
That's
Like,
kind of like the negative part about RNG, where it's just like you'll get it to where the point where it's like it's not even useful that I've got it now.
yeah,
You're giving it to me now. This fucking super end game, fucking like ability and shit, and
and,
it's like
yeah,
it's fucked up a little bit.
and not everybody's gonna play the game twice like we did.
That's my big concerns about the game. I love Matthew Paredes' portrayal of Dr. Darling
Mhm.
because it's magical, dude. That fool recorded all this shit in like a 4 day period, so that kind of gives you an extra appreciation of like the range he had to operate. Because like if you follow it from beginning to end, and this is the vanilla game, not even the DLC,
Yeah,
he has to like portray a range, and it's like I'm hyped about this shit. To like this shit has broken me. I'm over here in my underwear and
yeah,
I'm like fucking broken by this shit. You know what I mean? And it's
yeah.
just like to deliver a level of voice acting and visual acting to it.
Yeah, and like his wardrobe, like you say, like it is changing. Like he's up, he's clean, and then his ties loosened up, and his fucking clothes is kind of a little bit more worn, a little bit more all
Yeah, he
nighter.
gets to the end there and he's like, I don't know who the fuck I am because I've been through the ringer so much basically.
Yeah,
And he's the dude is stripped down not only in terms of his character but his wardrobe and he's like
yeah,
I don't know who I am when I come out of this shit. I might just be like fucking dust in the wind, basically. But you know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like an example of a dude who's like he's in the shit.
yeah. He is lost in the sauce, dude. And the hedron sauce.
The Hedron sauce is indeed right, and you got the director there.
Right.
He's voiced by, of course, the Max Payne actor
James McCaffrey.
James McCaffrey, bro. R.I.P. to the gentleman because he just recently passed. And I don't think I have a more favorite video game actor in my repertoire.
I don't know anyone that sticks out like that in the time I play video games. Like I like the Halo guy, dude, but Master
You
Chief.
mean like okay? You mean Master
You know
Chief,
what I
not the
mean?
announcer, right?
Yeah, no,
Double
not the
kill,
announcer.
triple kill,
No,
not that guy.
no. Talking about like the actual voice work. It's like, oh, like that's cool, but like,
But
Master Chief
Max,
is like
yeah,
nostalgic,
James
man. I don't
McCaffrey, he
know.
put some shit into it. You know what I mean? Like he
Yeah,
put his whole soul into some of those Max Payne 2 reads. I feel,
yeah,
and it just stands up, bro. And it's just I
yeah,
don't know if
dude.
we'll get another one like him. So R.I.P. to the god.
The voice acting guy.
Was real.
I thought it was real,
It's
but
not his final role in this game, but is one of his final roles as in Director Trench. And how did you feel about his use in it? Did you like it? Did you feel it was underutilized?
Director Trench.
Director Trench, because like you know what I mean? It's
It's
like you're kind
good
of
enough.
your contact with him is what's the term? Posthumously? Like
Right.
he's gone after the fact in terms of like his character in the game.
Yeah.
So you're kind of speaking to him, man. Did that trip you out at all? Because I don't know you played it. You played it after James McCaffrey passed.
Yeah.
Did you trip out? Like, bro, I'm talking to this fool in the afterlife, to his character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like
In his head, he's trippy, dude.
that's a dimension to it that I didn't encounter in my playthrough with it because he wasn't dead at that point.
Hmm.
I'm like, it must have been trippy to talk to him from the dead
I think I got enough of Trench. I didn't need like a. He didn't be as prominent like in
because
a
they brought him in for the live action things of him smoking.
smoking.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like that was the boy.
Yeah.
I
And like
don't know.
that's
I don't know if because some people I've read have felt like, oh, I wish they didn't use like that same 30 seconds of footage.
yeah.
But it's like, I don't know, what more did you need of the full smoking? You know what I mean? It's like
Right.
his voice does most of the leg work there, you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm biased.
No, I mean he does good work, dude, and I think I love that visual. It's almost like it's not exactly double exposure. I don't know how I would describe that, dude. Like
It's
just like
crossfade. I guess crossfade would be, you know what I
right.
mean? In terms, because it's like there's a lot of images in that in Control that are crossfaded into like the gameplay, where it's like
Yeah.
they're just faded in there, and then like they
Yeah.
I don't know how else to describe it.
No, it's distinct, dude, and like the visual, like I feel like even entering the building, it plays with the black and white dullness of a bureaucratic building, but then the minute you're introduced to hisses and killing the enemies, there's a smear, dude. It almost looks like when oil and water meet on the ground, like in a puddle, and like
Yeah,
there's that
like the
like color.
aftermath of when you kill a hiss, right?
Yeah, yeah, like
Yeah,
there's that smear of like color,
yeah.
dude.
I
It's
see what
it's
you mean.
fucking dope. I love the the emphasized approach on
Did you know
visual.
they based a lot of the hiss like jargon on David Bowie?
No, why would they?
They took an aggregate of a lot of his lyrics, like lemon peel or no orange peel. Like a lot of the gibberish they say was
Uh,
taken directly from David Bowie lyrics.
oh no way. I don't know much about Bowie, but the fact that they kind of
But you definitely
incorporated that in the
you consider heard a lot about that hiss gibberish in the time you played. But there is like a tone and a rhythm to like hiss jargon.
I gotta see what's up with Bowie to appreciate
I,
it a little more, dude.
I admit I'm lacking on his discography, so to speak. You know what I mean?
For sure, for sure. And the game, like, I mean, the presentation and the influence, like it all, the outcome is fucking gorgeous because despite having like a black and white kind of dullness to certain areas, like it eventually has these moments where there's this gorgeous fucking light. It's like this cinematic fucking moment, dude. Like feel like the
It's
way
almost like
the
Fear
yellow
One, right?
it's
Where it's
bathing in the cinematic
like Fear
light.
One. You remember how Fear One used to be very like bland
Yeah,
until you like got into the action,
yeah, I get, yeah, yeah,
and like I feel like Control it's not operating under the same because Fear. The reason Fear looked bland is because it's like we don't have a lot of memory for color to make these action sequences look hype, and
right,
so it's like we'll use that memory to like just make the action sequence pop. but like Control doesn't have that problem because it's
Yeah.
operating in like the ninth or eighth generation of consoles. I forget which one, but you know what I mean. It's two generations beyond Fear, where it's like
Yeah.
I don't need to operate under this color palette, but I'm choosing so. So when like the moments of color do happen, to fucking pop.
Yeah, they burst onto the screen, dude. It's gorgeous, dude. But like the we talked about the double exposure, the fucking what is it called? The movement, the color splashes, and the this emphasis of like of mixing color. Like I forget what it is, dude. Like there's this, it's almost like
Because certain colors pop in the color palette, but they don't use them as often, like yellow, red, like stuff like that.
yeah,
They don't use
reds
them
they
as
do,
often.
blues.
But when they use them, they like especially like like saying the ordinary AWE sequence, they use them. You know what I mean? They use them to expert
Yeah,
tone, and it's just like fuck, bro. It's like I can understand with people saying like this isn't my favorite Remedy game compared to like Alan Wake or Max Payne, but it's like it's trying some crazy shit, and you got to give it credit for it. You know what I mean? Where
yeah.
it tries some shit.
It
I don't know.
it
I don't know.
does.
I don't
It
want to put words in your mouth.
no, it's definitely being ambitious and trying to do something that others haven't. And the combat is awesome, but like still talking about the visuals, it's heavy on light, it's heavy on dimensions and the colors to like it's a complete level design, dude. And I think it's like again, it's just a game that's bursting with creativity no matter what area you're fucking looking at, dude. It sucks that certain things kind of tie it down from being like say a 10 out of 10 perfect fucking
I
game.
can understand like the SCP shit. Like if you've never seen an SCP article, which I'm wagering you never had for this game, it's just
Right.
it can be a lot on you. Where it's just like, what is this shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's like a distance between you and the material because you don't get this layer that they're operating off of. If that makes sense, you know what I mean? They're operating off
Yeah.
of this SCP layer that you're not familiar with.
No, yeah, I hear you. The only problem with pulling up and stopping and reading, dude, is like again, I love the flow and the rhythm of game and gameplay, and I want to be hooked into playing the game, and I want the story to hook me into playing it even deeper and uh you know discovering what's behind every corner, discovering behind what's every fucking rock. And I feel with the amount of documents it throws at
There's too
you,
much.
it's a little daunting.
So
It's
I'm
like
gonna ask.
holy
We
fuck,
we
dude.
played Remake on the channel of Resident Evil 1 Remake on the
Yeah.
channel. Did you feel like that was a good balance between reading? Because there was some reading in that game.
Yeah, there
Do you
is.
feel like there was a better balance than in Control?
It,
So
the Resident Evil might be a tough example for me, just because I feel like I feel there's a want, there's an intention to try to read everything because like I
because of
care.
how it is, because of how the franchise is
R-
nowadays, it's like
right.
you know what I mean. It's like it's one that's its reputation precedes itself. I'll
Right.
say. So I mean, so you're willing to maybe give it an extra mile as opposed to a new franchise like Control would be.
Yeah, it's like it's just one of those games. Like if Spider-Man had that, I wouldn't listen to all this shit, even though I like Spider-Man. But there's
It is
certain
all
games
voice. It is all voice there. Which one thing I want to ask: if all the written stuff in
was
Control was
voiced,
voiced, would you
dude.
would you would
Yeah,
you be more lenient to it?
it'd be like
Okay.
Max Payne, dude.
Okay, I feel you. I feel you there.
But they
I
don't
could
have the style of the
I
writing
could feel you
doesn't
there.
lend itself to like
But
memorable
it's yeah,
moments. I
but it's
feel.
like who you know what I mean? They'd have to pick a voice, and it's like I don't believe Jesse to be reading all of these.
Wouldn't it be fun to give Dylan something to do
Yeah, but okay, so
or
we're
Polaris?
giving Dylan like a voice, or we're giving Polaris a voice, and
I,
I can listen. That's interesting. I'm not poo-pooing those. I'm just saying like
yeah,
who is the central voice for all these documents is all I'm saying because it have to be like a central voice, like a central one voice. And Dylan is a good choice, and
uh,
Polaris is a good choice. I'm not hating on either of those, but I'm
right.
just wondering who. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I think both of them, because their connection to Jesse makes it interesting. So Dylan could have been looking through these documents, leaving them behind for Jesse to find. And Polaris obviously has a tendency to help Jesse because they're almost like they
Did you not,
coexist within each
do you
other
not
almost,
like,
dude.
and I'm gonna ask you this straight up, do you not like your own voice when you're reading these documents back to yourself?
Oh, that's not a
compared
problem.
to
It's just
it's not a problem.
yeah,
Okay,
it's just my
I'm just
boy.
a-
It's
I'm
like
just
fuck
asking.
it,
I'm
dude.
just asking because some people, you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
like I can
That guy
sympathize. I
ruined
can
it.
sympathize with the fact that like I don't like the way I talk when I'm reading this shit. The
Yeah.
fuck.
No, but if
You
it
know what I
has a
mean?
style and a tone, then it doesn't matter who
Okay,
reads it.
but did you
Like it
get?
pops.
I guess did you get
It's
any
voice.
enjoyment out of it? You know what I mean? Was it all? Was it like I really wish they were voiced, or I got some enjoyment out of it? I kind of wish they were voiced. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Was there some enjoyment gotten from them? I guess.
It's some because you definitely do learn from the shit, and it does help you progress in certain moments. But
But you kind of
it wasn't
understand the world just a
enjoyable
little bit
completely.
better.
Huh?
Kind of understanding the world a little, because that's what
Yeah.
kind of carried me through it. Is just like I get that they're not voiced, and like I'd want them voiced too,
Yeah.
given the choice.
Hold on, this bars.
But like that's more Skrilla, and I don't know. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to know what their limitations were. You know,
Right.
they could have gotten Matthew Pareto to voice him. They could have not. But like, you know what I mean? I'd rather them not voice him and have him in than not at all. If that makes sense. I mean, that's just me. I'm kind of biased and overly grateful to like Remedy shit. I mean, that's kind of my inherent bias to these games, recommending them. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
like,
Well, Remedy's
whereas you're
good.
coming to them fresh and you're like, man, fuck that shit, fool, voice them.
Voice them shit, god damn. Dude, it's just I don't know, like it's just a tough series of documents to kind of like
It's
file
weird.
through
It's
and
weird that
finger through.
they voice like the Max Payne 1 era, like my lord and ladies, my lord, and then
Yeah,
them not to voice this. I can definitely get that.
but does
Where
it
it's
fit
just
with the
like,
tone where you're supposed to feel more isolated?
but I wonder like, did they feel the need? Because like those we played Max Payne 1 on the channel as well.
Yeah,
They kind of did. There were obviously like developer voices contributing to the shit because that's all they had.
Yeah. The station's not secured. Someone decided to play hero upstairs. That's all we need.
That's all the money they had. Would you have been comfortable with a developer level, which is to say, not as good as a Matthew Porta or a James McCaffrey delivery, if those were the letters? Does that mean
yeah, no,
would
that
you have been cool with it if it was like some amateur shit, amateur hour shit, like Max Payne 1, Lords and Ladies?
yeah, like that's even those kinds of things pull me into the world, dude.
Like, is the charisma enough to like be like, you know what, they're doing to the developer shit, but I like it. I like the moxie. I
Yeah,
like they're saving money, but god damn it, they're doing it. You know what I mean? They're trying, kind of thing.
yeah, no, it's definitely something that kind of keeps you interested and intrigued into like discovering what's beyond like Max Payne, what's going on in the
So
world,
you
what's
would
going
have,
on in
so
TV.
you would have been cool with it if it was like some amateur hour developer shit.
No, yeah, for
They
sure.
brought in the guy coding to like, hey, do a voice for this.
Yeah,
We need you.
I need your badge, kid.
Admittedly, I can get down with that. You know what I mean? I don't even
Yeah,
care about the quality of the voice acting. If you would have just voiced those shits, it would have made the game a lot more lively. I can definitely get down with that.
right. That's my only one of my biggest problems with the game is just like I want to get into it, but like help me get into it type of thing. Just like with
Right? Put a
Max
little bit
Payne.
of like vibes. Put some vocal vibes into the shit. You know what I
A
mean?
little bit, yeah, and it's just like again, maybe it just fits the tone with the game to to have it dry and to have these to have a world that's not filled with voices and filled with narration or anything. It's just hey, dude, like this
Because
is
they obviously wanted to go with something different than Max Payne. It's
yeah,
something like, but like I don't know, dude. Maybe James McCaffrey is just too good to the point where like he could have read all those fucking diaries and I would have been cool with it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Motherfucker, read the phone book and I'd be cool with it.
No, but it's great fucking visuals, dude. I love the bodies kind of just like hanging in the fucking air and infected by the hiss. The hiss is
And
what it
like how
does.
Jesse decides to like, well, if I kill him, will I bring him back? And like, no, they just disappear.
Yeah,
Or it's better to just like clear this shit out and maybe they'll, you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
cool that they experiment with it where it's just
yeah.
like, what's the best scenario as opposed to like, I'll just beat the game and whatever fucking happens happens. So it's like Jesse, like I know, like we've talked about a little bit of contention with Jesse is that she's a little bland as a character, but the
Right.
fact that she tries different situations out where it's like, I want everyone to be alive who's in the facility. And it's like,
Yeah.
that didn't work, me trying to bring him back there with gunfire. So I'm not going to try that again, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's kind of like, a kind of realness to her character.
Fair warning. This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped.
And we talked about a little bit about how it's not like fucking Nathan Drake. And you know, it was like, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my God, this is what's happening right now. She's a different kind of character, and I kind of like I ride with that different type of character. Like there's a fucking like black hole happening right in front of her, and she's like, that's all right.
Yeah.
I kind of like that about her. Whereas some people would kind of be like, she isn't reacting to it as much as like she should be. She occupies the same space as like a character that doesn't speak in like a GTA game, where she's kind of like taking things in as I'm taking things in.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that would have been better off cutting the inner dialogue and just having Jessie say what she means.
But I kind of like her talking to Polaris, if I'm being real.
No, the Polaris thing is separate, but when she's having,
you feel like she has dialogue.
Well, I wanted more just Jessie Fagan, like whatever she's thinking. If she's just like, I don't want to trust you or whatever the fuck, I want her to just verbalize that. To Emily,
verbalize it to just
yeah,
not even Polaris it. Just be like, I
just
don't trust you, bitch.
Yeah, like you know what? I'm not sure I can trust anything here yet. Or like I want her to have that conflict with actual people.
I'm not gonna deny that. That would have been interesting. Her to like have conflict with like
it forms character.
I'm not gonna. That would have been nice, dude. But it's
I don't want someone pussyfooting.
I don't want to, I don't want to, but at the same time, I don't want to like, this is the game I would have wanted. You know what I mean? I got to kind of like make peace with the game I got.
Yeah.
Even if the game I got is an 8, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll take the 8, you know what I mean? But it's like, I could see where you're coming from though. Like, conflict by, like, there's unnecessary conflict, and there's conflict that would have made the story better. And I think like there's some opportunity for Sam Lake to like have some necessary conflict to be like, I don't trust you, bitch.
Right.
Not in so many words, obviously. Like more, more like naturally, organically. But like, yeah, he could have definitely been more antagonistic to like their whole, because like this agency took her brother, bro. She should be pissed.
Exactly.
So you know what I mean? Like,
and spied on her, dude.
Yeah, she's finding that out as she goes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like there's like, as I feel like you got to that point in the game where I got, where it's like she's listening to like a therapist session she had.
Yeah.
That should have been her and the therapist, nobody else.
Yeah.
And it's just here for study in this game. And you know what I mean? She should have been a little pissed, a little more than she was for the game. But I think
it's like, oh wow,
she was kind of operating on like, this shit's weird. This is also weird. You know, that kind of thing. And it's
I'm
like,
P7.
it's like I want a best of both worlds, where it's like she's taking it in and it's like, yeah, this is weird, but I can understand it. Versus she's also like, that's fucked up that you guys took my therapy sessions. You know what I mean? I wanted like a mix of that, and I just didn't. I didn't get it on like replaying it again. And I'm like kind of seeing like, I can see where this fool's at, where she's a little, can kind of come off a little bit bland and not kind of like confrontational compared to what's going on with her. And
right. And she's sarcastic, dude. So I want to see that sarcastic flair, when she's talking to Adi. I wanted her personality to be formed by actions and some of the lines that she has in dialogue, as opposed to having that space where, she's having the inner dialogue, and it's like, okay, like I get that, but what's the number, dude? Like 24, 25, 26% of people actually have an inner monologue. Like, let's just focus
is that
on,
for real?
Yeah,
like, it's a thing. Like I never looked up that stat before. As I'm saying,
it's not too huge. But
I thought you were going with like the stat with like 24% of people complete games and shit, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like that shit's kind of natural when you can break up the people that complete and it doesn't matter which game campaign. Insert a game campaign here. 30% of people generally finish this shit.
Yeah.
It's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People start shit, they don't finish it. I don't know what the fuck it is with that shit, other than, you know what I mean? They just don't rock with it. But there's some tragic scenarios where it's like, that game's dope, you didn't finish it, my dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And dude, like the criticism with Fagin, it doesn't end there. I feel like with most of the characters, like none of them really pop like they should have been. Like
they don't pop like Max Payne.
Yeah, Pope is just like a yes woman to me. Langston's like insufferable, dude.
God,
You know what I mean?
maybe I'm just a simp, a big old Remedy simp, and
Remedy's dope as shit.
where that Hope was interesting character to me because she's like fucking excited about all this weird shit. By the way, this shit is weird. You know what I mean? She's kind of
Right.
like she's operating off this dimension where she knows all this shit is weird that's going on,
Yeah.
but she's like, she's trying to like catch up with the
Right.
social aspect of it. And I thought that was kind of cool, where it's just like that there's a character that's like
She's
excited
thrilled.
about her work, and to the point where she almost lets go of like the organic, like natural, you know what I mean? Natural
Yeah.
human aspect of it, where it's
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? I thought that was interesting about her, and that's kind of like where I lie with Jessie Faden, where she's like she's kind of nonplussed by the weird shit, and I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
that's interesting compared to like, ooh, wow, what we want,
Yeah.
kind of like Nathan Drake, like surprised by everything,
Yeah.
kind of standard of character.
It's like this, dude. Like with Psyops, like I didn't have no discussion about the fucking character. The gameplay is better than the character in the
And plus,
story. But
a lot of those games
Remedy,
back then were like they don't. I don't want to shit on their stories, but they didn't give a fuck as big as like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
There's a standard to stories in 2020 or in 2019 when Control came out versus Psyops, which was like
yeah,
2000,
2004. I think.
2004, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like the fucking standard of story comparatively is just it's just
20
so
years
wide a
ago.
gap.
And dude, like, and that's the whole reason I criticize it because Remedy, like, the expectation I have with them is like, oh, you guys make dope shit, dude. Like, it's I don't expect no damn 7 or 6 out of 10 type of fucking game. I expect great. I expect home run when you fucking
I
sleep.
threw Max
You know,
Payne 2 with Alan Wake at you, so I'm like,
they
that's a little bit on me if I'm being real with it. You know what I
like
mean?
Quantum Break, dude. I don't know what that shit's
Quantum
about.
Break, I used to before I heard you talk about Control, I used to think that like this fool would think that Quantum Break was bland as shit. I don't. You might think it's like tofu compared to what you're talking. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
because like Control should have been like I don't know, like almost a palate cleanser, and it's like the fact that didn't hit as I thought it would, bro. That shit's gonna be fucking taste like cardboard when you if you ever play it. Quantum Break.
yeah. Control. There's a lot of wonderful things to say about Control. It's just like little nitpicks, dude. Like that's the way I look at it. Like,
But
oh,
it's just like picture with regard to Quantum Break, picture like your time travel story. But it's like you know what I mean. It's like you've seen Primer. You
yeah,
specifically
yeah,
have seen Primer. You've seen back. I think all three Back to the Futures by this point.
right.
It's like I can't imagine like time shit like being like I can't imagine you being like ooh ah to time shit.
Right.
And that's all Quantum Break has
Yeah.
essentially. You know what I mean? It's like I'll be like, that's interesting, but you know what I mean? It won't like impress you in the way that an Alan Wake or a Max Payne or even a Control, based on what I'm hearing, like would impress you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would I recommend it?
Sure.
I guess, but like not in a formal way. Like you gotta find it on your own. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Type shit.
probably play Max Payne 3 or Alan Wake 2 before I even play Quantum Break. Like I don't
You,
look at that and
I
go,
forgive you for that shit, bro. Because it's like I like Quantum Break for what it is, but it's just like it's like the ass end of like Remedy games I'd ever recommend for you to play.
hey, dude, and we didn't mention it,
But
but
Jessie Faden is in Quantum Break is a notable thing. It's like her actor was introduced, her
oh,
actress was introduced in Quantum Break. She had a character, and her character was pretty nice in Quantum Break in
but
regards to the
it's
story.
not Jesse
But
Faden, right?
it's not Jessie Faden,
No,
but
it's just
it's
the
it's a
actress.
different character, and like her character, if I'm going into slight spoilers of Quantum Break, her character has to deal with like, bro, I knew about all this time shit. I tried to warn everybody about 9/11, and they didn't listen to me. Kind of, that's her character in Quantum Break, bro, and it's kind of interesting. I don't know how interesting it'd be in regards to like all the other time dispersal shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just like a Control like just does interdimensional shit. Quantum Break doesn't do interdimensional shit. It's just time shit.
Right.
So I can't imagine it being like any more interesting from here.
Yeah, this is more ambitious, straight up. And I think Remedy purchased the rights to Control from 505 Games.
Yeah, they got it. They got it all, which is cool because like they wanted to do the same. They couldn't do the same thing for Max Payne. It was too valuable a prospect, and like they listened. They were able to do Alan Wake through it, and it's like Alan Wake wouldn't exist if they had sold Max Payne. So it's kind of like cash. You know what I mean? It's like I wish they would have kept their rights to the shit, but it's like Alan Wake wouldn't exist. So it's like I don't know what the fuck.
No, I mean they just keep churning out quality fucking shit, dude.
I just like how weird it is, bro. It's like you know what I mean? It's a Western weird. I've been playing a lot of Silent Hill lately, and I've seen a lot of Japanese weird.
Yeah.
But like seeing Western weird is like a different. You know what I mean? It's a different tone completely, and you know that.
Right.
You've seen David Lynch in your time. You've probably seen more David Lynch than I have.
Chet, your surprise. Her name is Lil. She's my mother's sister's girl.
I don't know about
I've yet to see his early shit, like
The Fly and all that shit.
No, The Fly wasn't him. Fly was David Cronenberg.
Oh, that's right. What the fuck?
Eraserhead was his early
yeah.
shit. Eraserhead was his early shit. Elephant Man was his early shit. I haven't seen any of that yet, and I want to.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I've seen a lot of the Japanese weird. I haven't seen a lot of the Western weird, and I feel like a lot of Remedy's stuff is kind of based in like the Western David Lynch weird.
Right.
And you kind of see that coming through in Control, where it's kind of like, hey, I put Stanley Kubrick and David Lynch in a blender, and I set that shit to puree for some of those shots. You know what I mean? Like the shot, all the brutalist architecture. When you're talking to Emily Pope, and they cut to like, there's like a weird like fucking
the pyramid.
There's not a pyramid. There's like a weird like thing in the middle of the room where it's like
the
it's a protrusion, and it's like it's going. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
brutalist architecture. You know how you play Bioshock? That's some fucking what's it called? Art Deco architecture.
Hmm.
But then when you play Control, you're like, that's brutalist as fuck. There's just a fucking pyramid like coming out of the ceiling and shit. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Shit, dude. Well, if we talk about the story a little bit, trying to condense it, it's basically Jesse and Dylan, they're kids. They witness an altered event, right? In the fucking
In Ordinary,
In
which is
Ordinary.
very specifically another like. I feel like that's a David Lynch touch of like, what do we name the town? Ordinary.
I had another Monica Bellucci dream.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's in a landfill.
There's like a friend they have that turned into a dog when the shit went down. It's why I'm like, I'm not pressing you for like the timeline, because the timeline's a fucking mess in this game,
it's
bro.
wild, dude.
And it was like somebody turns into a dog at some point. Dylan gets kidnapped by the FBC. You know, it's a whole shit.
So there's a slideshow. There's a slideshow projector. There's slides that
Jesse burns all the slides except for like one of them, which is the one that the hiss comes from.
I don't know if it's all of them, because slide 36 exists, and then the 5-point slide exists.
Okay, like you see in there.
And I want to say there's one that Trench keeps secretly that he doesn't show anybody. So when he
So is that on his person when he clapped himself, kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if it was on his person, but that's the shit that kind of called them.
So there's like more than one slide laying
dude.
around, which is like,
Yeah.
it's like, you see what I mean? Where it's like, I kind of love how Control sets up this boundless possibilities for the Remedy universe.
Right.
Where it's like anything could fucking happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
I kind of like how they set that shit up, where it's just like, that kind of means Alan Wake can operate under any. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's cool that like, there's a fucking squid monster coming in. You know why? It's because it's fucking Remedyverse.
And like you were talking about, they captured Dylan, but she escapes, and like shit like that. Sometimes when I'm reading those things, I want to see that. I wish I saw.
You wish you saw some of it in a cutscene.
Yeah, I wish I saw a little more information about that specific event, but maybe they just want to keep
you
it
don't
vague.
dig how some of them are like, you kind of have to. They're puzzles almost in some way, because they, how like they'll redact some shit. It's like this name, this location, this thing, that this adjective was redacted. And I don't know. Do you like that legwork to decipher the story, or you like, I'd rather just you guys fucking give me a cutscene?
And I do. There's some moments where I do want the cutscene. There's some moments where I'm like, look, dude, I know.
You're cool with the paper, just reading it. Okay.
I just want a balance. I just didn't want it all, let's say 80% paper and then 20% Threshold Kids and Casper Darling.
They do only give you
You know?
6 episodes of Threshold Kids. It's but wouldn't you rather than give you like a live action sequence that like you want more of rather than you want like I'm fucking done with this kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It's like it's a balance where it's like if I were making a game, I'm not a fucking developer by any stretch, but if I were making a game, I'd want something that you'd want more of.
Yeah.
Versus being like, this fucking thing is in my way. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Threshold Kids operates under that very specific term where it's like they didn't give me enough, and that's fine because I wanted more. You know what I mean?
Dude, I could have taken one each level. Give me 10 episodes, dude. Like you guys don't have to put too much information, and those things don't last that long anyways. You guys can still have 10 vague ass fucking episodes of Threshold Kids. Still have bangers, dude. You guys, they have an incredible fucking writing team.
What was your favorite Threshold Kids episode on some real shit?
I think it's when
Just describe what happens in it if you can't remember what.
I want to say like it's telling her like you can do more than you can, but I think
she's telling her she can be like the prime candidate kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. And then I think that's when you're saying like that full whips at her and is like, quiet.
Don't interrupt me, you little bitch.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, you could be the next the god.
Yeah, the next director god that we gonna fucking
I
throw
fucking
out
love
there.
those, dude. I can't they don't miss with live action is all I'm saying, bro.
That's what makes me mad about them not including more of it, dude.
But I can get you being mad about it, bro, but it's like they could have I think there's a lot they're operating under a line where it's like too much.
Yeah.
I'd rather have too little than too much. And it's like I can't blame them for that. You know what I mean?
You don't want to give your audience too much chocolate ice cream.
That's what I mean. It's like I get what you're saying. You wanted more, but it's like I can't. Better than you wanted more than like get the fuck out of here. You're in my way in terms of you know what I mean. You're
right.
So it's like I don't know. I want to. I get your criticism, but at the same time, it's like you gotta give them a pass somewhere, bro. It's like they wanted there's like you know what I mean because like I think Anna McGill is the writer of the Threshold Kids episodes specifically. So like she must have wanted to like I want to give you just enough information, just enough humor, just enough horror, and then just let your mind run with it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like I can't blame her for like cutting it off where she did. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. I mean, again, Control is still a game
It's
that
so specific, balance there. And it's like
yeah, it's still impressive, dude. It's a feat, dude. Completely, like the visuals and the gameplay, and even the story.
That's probably the
things that they include.
As like a creator, like you must know, like the best problem you can have is like they wanted more of the thing I created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like I just created just enough where they wanted more. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
There's a victory in that. Like,
Yeah, for sure, But just trying to like push through the story, right? I guess like all that shit happens right to her when she's early as a kid, and then I guess Polaris is kind of calling her to go to the fucking building. Then she shows up.
Polaris, I believe, she comes around at the same time that she gets like all the weird shit goes down, right?
Yeah, because
It's
Polaris
kind of all at once. And it's like that's kind of thing that confuses me about the storyline. It's just like, all this weird shit happened at once, right? And I'm kind of like confirming it with the storyline, right? All this shit happened at once, and they're like, yeah. Like, okay, that's what I'm up for. Kind of thing, you know what I mean? It's like some weird shit happened, and then some weird shit happened when Jesse came to the bureau as we're playing, kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and we obviously know like she goes through it, she finds Trench, and like the service weapon is like it's an object of power.
Yeah, and Trench is already like gone at that point. He's like, "Fuck it, I'm out." Basically, more or less, like he's gone. This has got him.
And we don't know if the hiss got him or if Dylan got him. I think that's the question, right?
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I always felt that it was the hiss. Like you know what I mean. It was always the hiss.
Right.
Like Dylan is a nice catalyst to the hiss, but he's you know what I mean. I feel like the hiss operates separately from Dylan, if that makes sense.
No,
you know
right. But his image is kind of linked to Trench, like as he's putting the gun to his head. That's
Yeah,
why
because
it's just
Trench is like,
oh.
that's my boy. He's gonna take my spot. Kind of thing.
Nah, okay, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? That's. I feel like that was the closest they had because Jesse wasn't in the
Jesse,
mix.
yeah, that's right. They didn't know about Jesse pulling through.
They knew about it, but they're like, is she gonna be receptive to us being, you know what I mean, to being the new director? And like a lot of them were like, nah, it's all about Dylan.
It's all about. That's what I like. And then the service weapon being an object of power, the whole building, the oldest house being basically like.
Like he found. How did you feel about the Foundation DLC where it's like, I found the service weapon in front of the nail.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's kind of like the lore around it. It's like
Of the AEW or the
they
Foundation.
no, like the Foundation DLC was like, they kind of elaborate on the service weapon, which is like it appeared in front of the nail, and it like responded to me, the director, and so that kind of determined like you know like the process of finding a director, like how they respond to the service weapon.
Right, and dude, the fucking the whole story in the game is heady, it's trippy, dude, and the whole board, right? Who is the board? Like
they're just a bunch of interdimensional motherfuckers.
But
out of all I can, you know what I mean?
Are they gods, bro? You know what I'm saying?
To us humans, I guess so. You know what I mean? They're interdimensional, which like, what is an interdimensional being to you and me? Is it a god? I guess so.
And
because they're interdimensional, you know what I mean? And the former
is he Lucifer?
The former is to the board, yes. To the board might as well be.
Right.
And you just find that fool in the you know what I mean? You find that fool in the weirdest spots. The former just chilling.
And he
in Cedar Rapids.
He gives Jesse a fucking another skill, no? Like he adds a tool to her fucking tool belt. Like,
it's been a yeah.
That's why the board like, hey, bro, what the fuck were you listening to the former? He's
then Foundation. They're like, listen, stop listening to that motherfucker. You ever listen to him again, we're done.
Right, and it's like it's a lot going on, dude. Right, like she goes through the shit. She finds Pope. Everything gets starts to get sorted.
You
She's
see,
in the
like you
shelter.
see the Panopticon in Langston. Did he get that cleft chin from something in the Panopticon? I don't know. I don't know if something scarred him in that shit, like literally, or if he's just a weird motherfucker. They maybe that cleft chin could have easily been from his cat. His cat scratched him one day.
Oh,
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And it's like I don't fucking know, and that's kind of cool about a character, which like you don't know if like. Did the job make him this weird, or was he just this weird for the job, kind of thing? You know?
Yeah.
And it's cool that the game asks those questions without answering.
For sure, it keeps some of this shit vague. It's up to interpretation. That's what good art does. Doesn't want to explain everything to you, dude. Like it's, I think the creative's intent, like that's probably the ultimate mission. You don't want to lay everything out plainly.
We haven't even gotten to Ati yet. What do you think of Ati as a character?
Dude, I don't even know who the fuck or what the fuck Ati even is, dude.
But are you compelled by him? Because it's like I don't know who the fuck this fool is. Is he a god? Is he a man? I don't fucking know. But he's obviously hooked into some shit that's beyond man, and he's cool with it, which is what's weird.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like an extension to Jesse, where it's like. He's kind of nonchalant about there's some weird shit going on. Here's this paper. Here's my cassette player. It'll get you through the ashtray, baby.
That's fucking what is it, Danish or Finnish? I don't know what the fuck he is.
They apparently Remedy threw a bunch of Finnish like euphemisms into his like dialogue, and they're let's just fucking maximize the weird. But what do you make of the ashtray maze? Because it's like if we're just going through this shit right now. Yeah, that's probably my favorite moment of the game, dude.
No, it's a highlight, dude, with the plot point, because it leads up to the last level control,
and they bring back the children of the elder gods, dude. And it's like that the
music.
The in-game band from Poets of the Fall, bro. They got some range.
Oh,
Poets
that's
of the
right.
Fall.
You did keep fucking mentioning that, Max.
No, but am I wrong in saying they got some range just in the Remedy games that they've done? Because they've done Late Goodbye, which is a very sad, somber, like Norse song. They've done Children of the Elder, which is like an '80s riff kind of shit. Yeah. Then they've done this shit, which is like some screamo. 80s metal, I guess.
Take control. Take control.
hardcore 80s metal, like 80s Metallica, like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the thing the band Metallica was feuding with? Like there was a member that went over there,
I
a
don't
Metal
know.
Death or some shit. You know what I mean?
All right, sure, dude. Like a Metallica, like I know the songs, but I
But
don't
you
know
know
the
what I'm saying?
history and
Like
the
that
lore.
vibe of like 80s metal, like
Yeah.
that exudes off of that song, and it's like, bro, that's fucking range to be like, I'm like pop. I'm basically pop metal in
Right.
terms of Poets of the Fall, my band, but I can like carry into like Take Control and shit. And I was
Yeah.
like, it's wild, bro, and it's cool. Like Remedy's like, yo, we're gonna stick with these fools. Fool. These fools know what's up,
No,
and
dude.
we're gonna stick with these fools that got some range to them.
Yeah, they do, and it's like the song is fucking great. It feels like what were we talking
Just
about?
classic 80s. I don't know
It
if there's
does feel
like
like classic. It
because
feels
it's
like a
got like
ballad.
because it's got like
That's what
that.
it
It's
feels
got
like.
like the slower bits
That's
and
what I'm
like
saying.
the slower guitar solo, which is
Yeah.
kind of dates it, but it's I don't mind that it dates it because the oldest house inherently has a bunch of technology that's dated in a way. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you read the diaries where it's like, don't bring anything in this bitch past 80s. You know what I mean? Past the 80s, cause shit will explode. Don't bring a smartphone in the oldest house kind of
Right.
shit.
So the oldest house is an alternate item, and then with Adi, I know we're going back and forth real
No,
quick,
let's go back and forth.
but
Fuck it.
they recorded Adi because they wanted to see what the fuck's going on with this fool, and then the
They're like,
cassette
oh no,
in
go
the
ahead.
TV becomes like an object of power, like it becomes something that's like I don't know
I
what
believe
it's
the cassette is
charged,
probably
dude.
an augmented power. I believe it.
Right.
I believe it.
And it's just like going back to that question of
And
Adi,
it
it's
is a
just like,
question,
dude,
did
what
he
the
make
fuck?
the object of power? Because like objects of power are made by the people in the oldest house, and it can't, it's not just Ahti. Like fucking, you read diaries where it's like, I dreamt up this thing here, and it's powerful in the oldest house. You know what I mean? Where it's just like
Yeah,
average employees dreaming up shit.
yeah.
And it's like, it's oldest house is kind of like a power of the mind
It's like they're
kind of thing going on.
manifesting as they
Yeah,
go. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
for sure. And the TV do like when someone watches it. I guess the idea is that they get hypnotized and they get locked into the channel. So
Till Jesse comes along, and she's like, let me levitate to this mother. Let me
yeah,
harness its power type shit.
exactly. And I think it's like it has, dude. This game has a lot fucking
Did
going
you ever
on.
rock with the director? Because when you finished the game, I imagine, and you did the DLC,
No,
did you ever
yeah.
rock with the director wear, or were you like, I kind of like her casual shit?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I rock with. From the moment I unlocked it, that's what I
Her
rock with.
director shit, where she's like, she's got like the little like board of directors shit on a clip
Yeah,
on her hair.
yeah.
That's just fucking fantastic, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
'Cause
It's a little too proper. I wouldn't wear that shit, but it's like
it
through
fits.
Jesse, it's pretty cool. And
Yeah,
she's a director. She's like, fuck it.
yeah. I think the character looked better with the hair up than the hair down. That's why I liked it.
But I'm at the scenario where like I like her as an executive. I like her casual. You know what I mean? Her
Yeah,
casual wear ain't nothing to spit at.
yeah. No,
She got more style than me, casual. You know what I'm
right. Like
saying?
the leather jacket is almost like it's forever in style type of thing, right? Like
Right?
it looks good, like in a lot of scenarios. But yeah, like she's like very like bar attire. I feel like Friday night
Like
going
she
out to a
casual,
bar.
casual.
Yeah,
She'd fit anywhere, kind of thing.
for sure, dude. But the oldest house like is a trip. The fucking service weapon is a trip, and like we talked about the fucking board. There's
The former
candidates,
director
dude.
before Trench and shit.
Northmore.
Northmore, yeah.
Yeah,
That
he's the one
fool's.
that finds the house.
Yeah, like I get like confused about the nail and shit because like did Trench or Northmore discover the nail? And then like it gets a whole that's what kind of where
Yeah,
it's where the whole like timeline breaks down for you where it was like I don't know what the fuck's going on. Some of them somebody discovered it and I'm like Trench was obviously down because you didn't shut down expeditions to the shit.
yeah, yeah. He was down, but like that's why you have to raise the question: was he already slowly being corrupted by the hiss or something?
I feel like he got corrupted all at once. You know what I mean?
He just
It
like a
happened
pile of
like it
bricks just hit
happened.
him.
Well, like the day Jesse arrived is the time where it was the worst. You know what I mean? And he like
Hmm.
you know what I mean? It's like the prophecy was taking hold.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I see
Maybe
that.
that's bullshit. I don't know.
I see that, dude. There's also the idea with Northmore. I think did he kill North? Did Trench kill Northmore, or
I can see it
Did
in
he
either
convince him
scenario.
to step down?
Northmore is like, I want that power though. Inner Trench is like, I want that power though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why you have
I want that classified shit, unclassified.
Yeah, and that's what I'm telling you. Like, I don't know if it lends to the shit where that dude was
I feel
infected
like
by
the
the
board
hiss
would
or
be
something.
down for it, is what I'm saying. It was like,
Kill
yes, kill this man.
kill this
This
weak.
fool's a bitch ass.
Ain't shit. But we find out like there's candidates that they train to be like the
There's
next
candidates they
director.
broke, because like Dylan's like, what, 7 or some
He's
shit?
6.
Oh, he's 6. And I'm like, bro, you broke like 5 people to get to here and shit.
Yeah, and Dylan's obviously broke too because that's a mix of
Yeah,
his
Dylan's
and
fucked.
experience.
They almost primed Dylan to be hissed up.
Hissed
You
up
know what I
in the
mean?
waist up. But dude, like yeah, the 5 finger point being like this source of resonance. It's just a wild fucking goose chase with Hedron and having Jesse go to the FPC, dude. And a lot of fuck shit kind of happens. Do we find out Dylan is like beyond saving basically
The
from
fool
the hiss?
just a fucking David Lynch.
What the hell's going on?
You are witnessing a front three-quarter view of 2 adults sharing a tender moment. Acts like he's never seen a kiss before.
Gordon?
Take another look, Sonny. It's going to happen again.
Stanley Kubrick character, just weird and shit, just floating, expounding shit.
Yeah.
Didn't you know about this meta shit happening in this game right now? type dialogue.
The I think Jesse.
Well, did you ever get that? Because did you talk to Dylan for like as much as you could?
I'm not sure if I think I asked him probably a couple things, but then I moved on.
Because there's a scenario where you ask him,
This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. I was in a dark place, and there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door, and he told me that there are many worlds, side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop. In another world, the cop was real. Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time, endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea.
and it's just like,
Oh,
motherfucker, are you describing Alan Wake writing Max Payne right now in front of me and shit? And it's one of those moments where it's like,
it's a
God
little
damn.
wink and a nod.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like because they've already cemented the Remedyverse, but they're just nailing that shit in with every little bit of dialogue.
Yeah,
Show
yeah,
what-
yeah.
You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah, that's right, dude.
Yeah, and it's just fucking like Remy knows what they're doing, those sneaky bastards.
Yeah. They got a lot of love for their work, and they fit it in nicely. It's never ham-fisted, dude. But-
It's just in the right moment.
And then, one of the big points is Jesse looking for that slide projector, right? That was there from the Ordinary event. And then she goes looking for it, opens the vault that holds Hedron, and then allows the hiss to attack Hedron, and that's where she starts.
You
to
get
get
that fake
fucking-
out credit sequence.
Yeah, which leads to the like.
Did you?
intro shit.
Hey, did that fool you on some real
No,
shit?
bro. What the fuck?
I'm just asking. Shit.
You know Remedy.
No.
You know Remedy think they slick.
So you got it. You're like, this ain't the real credits,
Yeah, I'm like, bro,
motherfucker.
get the fuck out of here. This ain't no 30-hour game, and this is where it ends, bro. The fuck out of here, dude.
Man, they fooled your boy. I'm not even mad. Until I saw that shit like bleeding, the credits bleeding into other credits, I'm like, I thought it was legit.
Ah, shit. You think they would have just picked that up and
They
controlled
got
too?
your boy.
You think they would have let that like a?
It was kind of like a purposely fuck you downer ending where it's just like, Hedron's fucked. I don't know. And there's credits roll type shit. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, man. It's I think that's a big
But do
plot
you
point,
know
dude.
any other developers with balls enough to do a fake out credit sequence? You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
Which ones?
Who did we fuck? I want to.
Oh, Dead Space 2?
Maybe Dead Space 2 is the most recent one.
Because they did do a fake out, but it was a lot less subtle than this one. I feel. Or actually, maybe it was more subtle. I don't even fucking know. All I know is it was a lot. Isaac Clarke sits down and he's like, I guess I'm fucked. I guess I'm fucked. I'm just gonna sit here at the end of Dead Space 2 and we're fucked.
Yeah.
And then fucking Ellie comes in and is like, you ain't fucked, motherfucker. You ain't over yet, bitch.
Give this motherfucker.
Whereas Control is like, Hedron's fucked. You're fucked. We're all fucked. Type ending.
Yeah. Dude, and it's like I think following that little sequence up, I think Polaris is the thing that pulls Jesse out. It's just like it's almost as if like you're in prayer, dude, and like the idea is that God or Christ like helps you in that moment when you're generating.
What did you make about that sequence where you're like you're collecting all the coffee mugs and you're like, I guess I'm back on the low end of the pole. Or did you like feel like they're building up to some shit here? I know they are.
Yeah, I was just like, is this like not a flashback, but I thought this was like another universe where Faden didn't, she hasn't risen to the occasion yet, and she's just kind of working through the ranks as opposed to arriving to a place.
They're definitely fucking
being
with her.
handed the keys. Yeah,
We're being fucked with along with Jesse Faden in this.
yeah, we are, and you don't have to do any of those fucking tasks. I did it once, and I'm like, bro, this is fucking, this is mundane. This is mundane. This is bullshit. But that's the idea, is to break from the mundane, and then that's when Polaris and her
Trench is
reunite.
like, hey, give me my mail, you little yerba.
Yeah, yeah. Trench is there for a cool second, just sitting there chiefing up.
That fool just smoking the ganjito, dude.
But it's from there we realize that Jesse takes Hedron's place, and now Jesse is the source of power. So all the hiss resistant amplifiers that Casper Darling built, now all those are hooked up to her. It's like, I don't know, like this ultimate like god form, like I'm the king of this fucking castle type of shit, but she still has to work through the obstacles that remain. It's wild, dude, to hand the person the keys and then to also throw all this power onto her, and she has to wrestle with the responsibility, but she's never I guess, I don't know, like doesn't ever feel like she's overwhelmed with the responsibility. Just like almost like a happy-go-lucky attitude. Like, I guess I gotta fix this shit. Yeah,
Type attitude.
for sure, dude. But like the hotline being the object of power, right? Like she has to click it like 3 times, the rule of threes and shit, man. Certain things that again they went over my head the first time, and they're still kind of heady to think about. Even after the fucking playthroughs, it's again Jesse kind of taking the place. Tomasi's probably it. I know we jumped back and forth, but Tomasi's one of the first enemies I came across. Like, damn, bro, like I fucking suck at this game. Like I probably died 2 or 3 times before.
The boss?
Yeah, the Tomasi flying fucker. I'm just like, dude, like.
Was it the boss in the back half of the game or the front half of the game?
The front half.
Okay.
It's literally the first, like, there's 4 people that they talk about. I think it's Tomasi, Casper Darling, Marshall.
I'm just saying because they have a dedicated boss
and
at the end of the
Salvador.
game
Yeah,
for
they,
that shit. And I'm like, which one are you talking about specifically? Is it the one where you're in the mailroom, all the shoots
Yeah.
and shit? And like, yeah, that
yeah.
was tough as hell, dude.
Like again, like there was moments where I just felt like incompetent. Like, damn, bro, like what the fuck am I doing wrong? And with guys like that are flying, I feel like launching items is damn
They
near
fly
impossible.
now, dude.
Yeah, they fucking fly now. It ain't no easy thing to pull out. But like I said, whatever the fuck, the Darling and the, what's it called, and Trench being responsible basically for what happens in the events of that game. And the HR machine is activated and it blows up. It destroys the Black Rock, right? And she's processing. She has to go to the processing side, and she meets Arash there. Arash. Then
did Arish have weird proportions to you? Did you look up his proportions? That fool looked weird as hell.
He looked like someone out of the Outer Worlds game.
You know what I mean? Or just his head is too big.
I think that's what the fucking game's called. Yeah, it's definitely everybody was just kind of like a little
Emily looks
off-putting.
normal. Come on
Who?
now. Emily looks
Yeah,
normal.
no, Emily is the most normal looking one, but she has like, she has this short fucking cut where I feel like most of the men, don't have to present themselves,
It
as
was like,
prim and
fuck
proper.
it. No one's gonna see my job anyway.
Yeah,
type thing.
right. And Emily, like, Emily's not forced to have like a short hair. It's not that cliche female protagonist thing like that.
Emily is babe. Well, I don't know if you know. She's the girl. She's the gal.
She is the gal. But yeah, like
She doesn't have enough time in her vida for me though, dude. It's only the only issue I have with her.
yeah.
She's too dedicated to the gig.
And they're just like, I know we talk about the story with the Black Rock Prism and her collecting it and finding out like, Dylan's in P6, left in containment, and Langston tells her, hey, the Opticon, he's the Opticon supervisor,
The Panopticons.
yeah, the Panopticon, right. And you have just series of events that follow one after the other with the TV and certain things unlocking abilities, right? Like I like that approach, and the when you enter that world, it feels almost like the Matrix, and there's like these faceless enemies, dude, and I love the training grounds essentially for the skills and
You
abilities
like fighting all
you
those
have.
little gold boys.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like it reminds me a lot of like PsyOps, where when you get an ability, it's
Oh
like
yeah, you do
go
do a
through
little
training.
tutorial BP with it.
Yeah,
You don't get any gold boys with it.
you,
You get normal boys.
no, yeah, you don't. But I think some of the points are kind of weird. Where like the cell's empty, right? We're looking for Dylan. We go to the cell, it's empty. Dylan turns himself in, dude.
Who's like, I'll give my BP up to you, just like that.
Yeah, and like I was expecting Dylan to be like,
A
let's
boss
say
battle?
maybe not a boss battle, but maybe a little more sinister. Someone you can still save.
I
But
think he's pretty sinister as is.
he is, but like him turning himself in was like on some Kaiser Soze shit.
I feel like that's kind of part of what makes it interesting is like he doesn't like, you know what I mean? He's not a boss battle. He just kind of like subverts that. He's like, I'm gonna go quietly, motherfucker. Just
Yeah,
this once.
just this one, just this once and never again. We will never speak about this, But yeah, we talked about like it can manifest in other people's what the fuck is that? I don't fucking know. Whatever, fuck it. But
This fool.
uh,
Oh, fuck good.
that's all. But I like the town and the debris and not the debris, the fucking landfill and
They about the whole goddamn dump over there.
yeah,
I don't know how the fuck you do that.
they recreated and they ran
What the fuck
experiments.
you recreate the shit? Make sure this piece of garbage is atop this piece of garbage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's
That's
true.
fucking tedious as fuck.
That's true. How would you rearrange this shit to activate? But I don't know. The research dimensional area is also, I think, one of the more interesting places because that's where you have the audio and the visual of like the 5 points, and I think like the ocean and him giving the cassette player to you, I believe.
Take my cassette player. You can borrow it.
You can borrow it.
Borrow the BP.
You can borrow the BP. But this is where I'm gonna probably, see what you think more with the DLC because I played the DLC once, dude, and if you played it twice,
I only played it once.
oh shit. But yeah, like the game, like I forget how we end the game, the control.
You end the game with like you accepting the role as director.
And do we have a boss battle? There's not.
Well, the boss battle is kind of like you reach Dylan. You kind of have to fight to Dylan.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The red. You levitate through the fucking.
There's no boss battle. It's just kind of you running a couple gauntlets to him.
Yeah, that's true. And again, like it doesn't point towards this big climax, this big boss battle. It's kind of it's a little more muted. And the same goes for the DLC. I feel like I think even Alan Wake.
But there's boss battles in the DLC. You
There
fight
is.
Marshall in the DLC.
You do fight Marshall. You do fight the former, but like the Alan Wake wrap up, you fight the Dr. Hartman, dude.
Hartman, fool. That
Yeah.
fool fucked up now.
Yeah, he's definitely fucked.
Fool got a little tall boy. Little tall boy, like little hoops.
Yeah, but like it's a wild thing that Marshall, like, she finds the nail threatening, she wants to blow it up, but in that pursuit, she loses herself to the hiss because I think the HRA equipment is no longer responsive. Or no, actually, a spike went through the HRA.
And she's just like, fuck it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Zapped out of my head on that hiss juice.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
Yeah, and the Foundation, I did want to say, like, most of these areas are unique, but the Foundation kind of felt like almost otherworldly, like almost take place on a different planet.
Did you like taking down that camera?
The camera?
The camera, the cinematic camera. The submission. Swiftly moving platform, starring Jesse Faden. You remember?
I can't. Yeah, I can't think of it.
You remember the cinema camera that you were fighting?
I know I did, dude. I just can't remember the sheet.
There's a scenario where this is the cinema camera, like a standard, a camera you see Steven Spielberg using, and it's just like I gotta fight this camera. I gotta fight him. I'm on this platform here, and I'm riding towards it, dude.
Riding?
Just ride. What about found footage?
Huh?
What about found footage?
Found footage.
You had like footage of Ati on the television.
That's what I'm saying. That's the shit where they recorded him and the cassette became an object of power.
The television became an object of power, and you had to like freeze the little motherfuckers to get out.
That was the television. It wasn't the cassette.
No, that was the television in the Foundation DLC.
Ah, shit! I thought it was the
This
cassette.
fool don't know.
You don't know. This fool flexing on me right
Tell
now.
me about AWE.
The Alan Wake thing, dude. Like it's a trip because it's almost like it's connecting back to the events of the first Alan Wake. He's like, Alan Wake is trippy too, because like she falls into the lake and you're like, yo, what the fuck is going on? But connecting it to Control makes
This
it
bitch ass don't know what's going on in the story, folks. That happens to everybody.
It's not definitive, like, or it's
You don't know the
clear.
definitive answer to what happened in the story, old bitch.
The lake is like it's almost
it's not a lake, it's an ocean, motherfucker. You know this.
Lake?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not a lake, it's an ocean. The final line.
You're right.
But it's an ocean of creativity. Choros.
It's a connection to like another dimension, essentially, is what it. If I understand it correctly, it's.
I can make Dick
like
Butt in that dimension.
Dick Butt
and bring him to life.
That's it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
You can manifest the things you dream up. That's why Alan Wake is able to manifest the things he writes, because he's so close to like the power source. And Jesse Faden, like that's like what's the big fucking thing, dude? I don't know.
She's like paranormal something.
Yeah.
She has like a she's got a status in the FBC, like a paranormal. She can control shit.
Yeah.
People are like
the dark.
She's got like a classification. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like a manipulator of objects of power, and that makes, you know what I mean? And that she's classified as such.
Huh.
Is that what you're going for?
Dude, like I know Hartman and Alan Wake are in this in the containment, and then the dark person morphs into him and then turns him into a monster, right? And then
It's just a mixture of the hiss and the darkness, just going to town on his BP.
But what did he say? Like it's almost like he recruited her to kind of like come.
It's true. He did write. He did write the fucking investigation sector into existence.
Yeah.
He's like, you motherfuckers exist now to defeat this shit.
You work for me now, Toots.
You work for me now. My name's Alan Wake.
He just slaps her fucking.
He just pats her on the ass. Director Faden, you work for me now.
He's got his foot on the
desk.
desk.
You're just like, what the fuck? I could destroy this man right now. I could fucking destroy this man right now.
And then he writes it.
The only thing keeping me from destroying this man right now is my humility, my mercy, dude. I'm not gonna destroy you, Alan Wake, but goddamn, dude, if you pat the ass again, there's gonna be trouble, dude.
Fagan don't take no shit. But yeah, that was my takeaways. Like he kind of created it to kind of take away the darkness that he created, to kind of balance things out. If he needed, if he's God, he needed to write a Jesus in to kind of like, you know what I mean? Uh,
He's not the God, but he writes the God.
he's right. He writes the God, which like again, just
He writes future amigos into existence.
future amigos. Yeah, dude. But like, I feel like that wraps up a lot of what I had to say, or you know, what I thought about the Control game, because it's like again, Control is probably like a 9 out of 10. Like 8 out of 10 is probably.
I thought it was better than
Tough.
Death Stranding at certain points.
Death Stranding. Oh, the gameplay can definitely be more fun, but I don't know what it was about Death Stranding. It just
That put it over.
yeah, like yeah, trying to build the stupid freeways and your little and dude, it's a different game now, man.
That shit weird as hell.
The
I don't even
updates.
want to play the updates because it's like that's not my Death Stranding.
No, I put an hour and 42 fucking no, an hour and 14 minutes into that game. But
The new one or the old one?
the Death Stranding game. But what I wanted to say about Control to additionally
Is that you're selling it to GameStop because you hate it?
Thanks, KC and BP. I'm down here in the his house, you know, the Heezy, with the GC posse to get the 411 on Game Crazy. Let's start with the hardware. This is like a gamer's ride, dog. And if you sell him the right ride, you got a better chance of selling some 20-inch chrome rims later. Know what I'm saying?
Exclusive game tournaments, Soul Calibur tournament.
Soul Calibur. All right, you got me.
She clinches it with the tournament.
This guy is psyched about Game Crazy.
Give it up, G-Unit. You showed some mad skills there. How'd you do it?
The guy's a hardcore gamer, so...
True dat, girl. Home slices?
How's it going?
Good.
Final Fantasy.
You're right.
Pre-order it.
I think I'll do that.
What's your phone number?
Rydog, that trade credit move was the bomb.
By pre-ordering, we actually guaranteed that.
Well, you heard it here, fellas. Ryan is slinging the bling bling to get that paper.
I would never sell that shit to GameStop. But Control is shares some of the fucking existential themes of Dead Men in the sense of Jesse arrives.
How do we always do that, by the way? How do we always offer, we pick a game and a movie at random?
Yeah.
And there's always some thematic crossroads. That's bullshit.
This is bullshit synchronization, dude. But Jesse arrives to the FBC, and Jesse doesn't know who the fuck she is. You know, she's still discovering abilities within herself. And the FBC is a new area. And to me, it's, again, what is this place? And that's a question that comes across her mind throughout the fucking game, as well as where the fuck am I going, as in terms of what is her future as the director of this FBC, and what kind of conflicts will she come across with the board or with the former, or maybe more of Alan Wake. But I love that both of these games, or both the game and the movie, kind of intertwine with some of these existential themes. And sometimes it's a game struggling with who am I? That's the question. But, you know, very rarely, you know, do we have things like this that match up, you know, and again, it's just truly, you know, a mix of surreal in both fucking artworks, you know, as well as interesting visuals. And again, dude, like I love the combination of picks that we had today. And I know we spoke at length, but I believe both of the projects deserve to be spoken at as much as we can. We got to praise and we got to praise and criticize, you know, as much as we can about these things, because they left an impression. And there's, you know, it's like we want to chew the fat, you know what I mean? Like it's just
drop shit up.
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Your boys are speaking on the Control shits. You know what else you got to say about?
I mean, that's pretty much all I got to say about Control. It's a dope juego, good shit. I don't know. Do you have anything more to say on this?
You know, that's it, dude. It's a great fucking game. I wouldn't sleep on it. I didn't want to.
This fool slept on it for years. That son of a bitch.
I did. Like, we talked.
It's 2024. This bitch came out in 2019.
5 years. Dude, like after PsyOps, after we play that shit, I was going to play this, but I'm glad we saved this so we can talk about it at length, dude.
And I wanted noted on the record that I snuck this bitch in just 2 days before Alan Wake 2 came out, fool, so I got mines.
I got mines.
I got mine's in just before, fool. So any spoilers you get from henceforth is your own fucking proud.
Your own fucking bullshit.
But anyways,
But let's go to next week's picks then.
next week's picks. Let's start with the película pick. Just a little película pick for my boy Jose. Jose's película pick. Let me just stall a little bit more so I can get the pick of Jose variety. God damn it. Okay, here it is. Here we go.
Let's get these shit. Let's get it, bro.
DOT, the money, power, respect.
Let's start with Journey into the Dip Kissery. That's a slept-on title that people don't know.
It's slept on, but people don't know about that shit.
You got Taxi Driver meets Radio Man. I don't know what Radio Man is.
Maybe you'll find out soon.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you, Japan, because we like booty in the West, but our Christian guilt holds us back.
Is that accurate? Is that not accurate?
Fucking man.
The love of booty isn't strong enough.
It needs to be strong. Manifest Destiny. Dude, that's what they talk about Dead Man 2. I had to do it to him. A Ken Burns documentary.
I would love that documentary, by the way.
Election 2024. That guy is a dirtbag. Trust me. Paid for by a dirtbag.
As you know.
And then these holes in Silent Hill got me feeling blue.
As they do.
As they fucking do. We got the movie peak. It is talk radio.
The worst news of the night is that 3 out of 4 people in this country say they'd rather watch TV than have sex with their spouse.
Yeah, this is
the
night talk.
second worst news is that some kids needed money for crack last night, so you know what they did? They stuck a knife in the throat of an 80-year-old grandmother down on Euclid Avenue right here in Dallas. One night in one American city. Multiply that by hundreds of cities, and what have you got? A country where culture means pornography and slasher films.
Last neighborhood in America.
You know. It's probably the best Oliver Stone film, not to get too far ahead of myself.
Written by Stone and Eric Bogosian.
Yeah, he's the star of the film as well.
That's right. Nice.
Yeah, he's one of those that guy actors. You'll know Eric Bogosian when you see him.
Oh, shit. Well, the fucking radio. What was it?
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio. Talk Radio is the movie pick. We'll see what's Gucci with it.
We'll see what's Gucci Luch.
And we'll present the video game juego.
Oh, shit. Control 2, Weekend at Aunties. I'd play that fucking game.
I would too.
That fool just partying with the beer and shit. I don't know what the fuck he was saying in his native tongue.
Yeah.
When he was vacationing, but it was relaxing.
Samba po-svenska.
You know he's having a good fucking time.
What is it? Punch Out 2, The Death of the Paul Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Not the Paul Bros.
Not my sweet little Paul Bros.
We got Osage Native?
Nor.
We got Osage Nor. I had to do it. How do we both get had to do it?
We had to do it to him, dude.
Oh, shit. Overcooked 3. Hell's Kitchen Edition. Fucking hell.
Hey, don't sit there with your fucking mouth open. I'll put something in there. Got me?
I was burnt to a fucking crisp. Shit, Capcom's Dino Crisis 3. Director's Cut. DLC not included, you cheap fucks. Bro, man, fuck Dino Crisis 3. How come they didn't include the DLC on the bitch?
I don't know. They're cheap.
Fucking bullshit.
I want that.
Okay. Let me assume I didn't guess what this game was in the case. It's not the case, right?
No.
Okay, you're fucking with me. All right, you're fucking with me with the case.
Yes.
I prefer that. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? P. Diddler and the Search for the Curse? Chon Chon!
Give me some chon chon.
Yeah.
What fucking game is this?
I left the thing and I don't know what fell out, but it's Half-Life. It's Half-Life 2.
What the fucking? Why didn't you just say Half-Life 2, you choncho?
Because I wanted to fit one more in there, dude.
You son of a bitch. I'll play Half-Life 2 again.
Yeah. Hey, let's play it.
That's just hype as hell.
That shit is hype.
The pics are Half-Life 2. 2004, I believe, is when it came out.
I believe so.
And then it came out in 2007 on the Orange Box.
Yeah.
That's when a lot of gents got to it. But yeah, it was 2004, Half-Life 2, and the película pick is...
Talk radio.
And who foots the bill? You, Rhonda Q. Sucker. Hey, it could end tomorrow. The $200 billion drug problem in this country could disappear overnight. Legalize the damn stuff. Do it today, right after this message. I'm Barry Champlain. This is Night Talk. We're going to go to a message. I'll be right back after I shoot up.
Talk radio.
Talk radio. I believe it's 1988. I put the shit in there.
Got some 80s in the sheet. How long ago did you play Half-Life 2?
Oh, probably when no bullshit when 1988 Talk Radio. No bullshit when probably when the Orange Box came out. What made you pick Half-Life 2? Just to give us a little tease here.
After playing Control, I'm like, man, I wanna suggest a banger, dude. And like the Mario Strikers game wouldn't have been that. It just would have been like a cool little soccer game with no real plot, no real story.
Half-Life 2 is the first game I played on this, so you recommended me something I played before. So, hey, that's a step. Well, I'm holding you to it. This better be a banger. If it sucks, I'm holding you to it. Hey, is episode 1 and 2 included in this or no? Or are they optional?
Yeah, it's optional, dude.
Okay,
It's just Half-Life 2. If you wanted to play episode 1 and 2,
just want to be certain, because there's some DLC with that shit, as we've said.
Yeah, there is some shit, but we can just play it like that, and if we have some supplemental shit, fuck it.
But yeah. With the picks, I'm good with those picks. So you good with those picks?
I'm fantastically good with them picks.
All right, then. That's an episode right there from, if I'm not too mistaken, episode 15.
That's our quinceañera episode.
That's right. Rolling up to drink and stab motherfuckers. Fool. So you already know what it is. Hey, God bless. Fool. I love you very much. Fuck you.
But you turned up just the same. There was a knock on the door, a thump on the floor, and the party turned insane as she called out her name. And she walked in looking like dynamite. She said, now come along and boogaloo through the night. And by the way she's moving, well, dynamite. Might she not? With all she's got the whole town lighting up dynamite. Nobody quite knowing what to do, wrong or right, but they all know Jesse is dynamite. They're right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Va fungo!